Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry became the ultimate godfather of Snape. Here is short summary. When fate gives Severus Snape a second chance at life, Harry steps up as his unexpected guardian. As their roles reverse, Harry becomes the ultimate protector, mentor, and guide, reshaping both their destinies in ways no one could have foreseen. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. When Severus woke up, he was confused. Where am I? He thought. He could only remember that his father had beaten him for not paying attention to what he had said. Then his father had locked him in the big cupboard in the guest room. Severus hated the cupboard because it smelled like mothballs and was so dark. He often feared that his father would never let him out again or just would forget him. Only his father had the key to the cupboard. His mother wasn't allowed to let him out. This time Severus had really feared his father had forgotten him. The blood on his face had already dried, and his whole body had ached from the beating. It had been the belt again. He had even taken one blow in his face and a bad kick in his ribs. Sometimes he wished he would just sleep and never wake up again, but that had never happened. His father would normally let him out of the cupboard, slap him around a bit more, and then throw him in his room, always with some nasty words to show Severus how much he detested him. "Good for nothing, you damn bastard." Or, "Next time I will skin you alive, you damn brat," were only two of the things his father had often said to him. Then his father always locked him in his room for some more time, so that he could think about what a useless bastard or annoying burden he was. The room had been better than the cupboard, but Severus hated it nevertheless. It had always been cold because there wasn't a fireplace, and it only had a small window and was therefore very dark. There also hadn't been much to distract a little child. No toys could be found, only a quill, ink and parchment, because his father had wanted him to learn to write as early as possible. Severus hated it. The words made no sense to him, so he only tried to copy the crazy letters as they appeared in his father's handwriting. He never could have done it right, and his father still got angry with him. Severus had started to play with the spiders he found in his room. He had given them names and spoken to them, but one time his father had caught him and had forced him to kill the spiders. Severus had cried because it had felt so bad to kill the only friends he had. And with that he had broken one of the most important rules in the Snape household, no crying. That had earned him another bad beating. Severus felt his face and could just feel a soft scar where only minutes before had been an open wound. Nothing hurt any longer. Maybe I'm really going crazy like father said, Severus thought, fearfully. At home my wounds never heal that fast. So how did I get from the cupboard into this strange room? Maybe father finally gave me to the bad people he told me about, who eat little boys like me. He timidly looked around the room, but it was empty. Suddenly the fireplace opposite his bed flared green. Meanwhile in the headmaster's office, Minerva McGonagall was pacing. "Merlin, I knew his childhood was bad, but this is worse, Albus. He must have beaten the poor child straight in the face with his belt. And then all the other wounds." Minerva shook her head in despair. No wonder. He wanted to go to Azkaban instead of becoming a child again. "I know, Minerva. I, too, wasn't aware of the amount of abuse Severus experienced, but we have to gain his trust and give him a better childhood. He is 4, Minerva. That means we can give him many good years from now on. It won't be easy, but I still think we made the right decision," Albus said, but not really convincingly. "It's useless to agonize about whether our decision was right," Alistair said while looking from Minerva to Albus and back. "Stop pacing, Minerva, you're making me feel dizzy." Minerva let herself fall in her chair with a heavy sigh. "I'm scared, and I already miss my friend Severus." "Minerva, stop this," Poppy said in a no-nonsense tone. "You would have missed him, even if we let him go to Azkaban. You know how quickly he would have lost all his will to live there. Merlin, he hardly had one while living here. We did the right thing. He will have a chance for a long and happy life now. I, for one, don't even acknowledge that it could have been the wrong decision." You are right, Poppy, Albus said, now more convinced. He laid a calming hand on his wife's shoulder. Minerva, all the papers are signed. Severus, the former Death Eater, doesn't exist any longer. Just Severus, the 4-year-old boy, is living now, and we will make sure that his life will be much better from now on. What do you plan to tell him, Albus? Alistair asked worriedly. You cannot tell a 4-year-old who he was before he was de-aged. I will not lie to him, Alistair. In 3 weeks the new school year will begin, and we cannot prevent the students telling him something about his past. Tomorrow the Daily Prophet will make the whole story public. Everyone in the wizarding world will know that Severus, the former Death Eater, spy for the Light and Potions Master, had been de-aged by order of the Ministry. We will try to avoid his being alone with the students as much as possible, but we cannot avoid it totally. During school time he will spend class time at the Weasleys, so that we can concentrate on our work. Molly will care for Bill's and Fleur's twins during the day as well, so Severus will have some playmates of his own age. I won't tell him in detail why he had been de-aged, but he shall know that he has been an adult wizard. He also must know that he doesn't have to fear his parents any longer because they are dead. And what about the fact that we forced him to drink the potion? Alistair asked. I will not tell him before he reaches 14, or even later. But, yes, I will tell him. If you want, I will take all the blame and say that I did it alone, Albus offered. I stand behind my decision. I was there, and I want to be there when you tell him about it, Alistair said soulfully. Of course you can be part of that conversation. To be honest, I'll be glad to have you at my side. A buzzing sound made them all jump and look in Poppy's direction. What? That can't be, she said, surprised, while she pulled out her vibrating wand. She studied it quickly and then looked with a slightly shocked expression to the others. He has already woken up. That's odd. He should have been asleep for at least 1 more hour. In one fluid motion she jumped up and went over to the fireplace. The others followed her shortly after. The fireplace flared green, and the 3 professors and the nurse came out of it. Poppy's glance fell on Severus' bed. It was empty. Where is he? She said, looking around frantically. Severus, where are you? When she couldn't see him, she began to panic. He shouldn't be out of bed. We must find him. Calm down, Poppy, Albus said and put his wand on his palm. He spoke a locating spell and the wand moved in the direction of one of the corners. Severus, meanwhile, was pressing himself so far into the little gap between the big cupboard and the wall that it was almost painful. Please don't let them find me. They are already mad at me for getting out of bed. Now they will beat me and then eat me alive. Big tears were running down his cheeks, and he couldn't stop himself from starting to sob in fear. Poppy was already heading into the direction Albus, wand pointed in. The other 3 followed her. When she was only a few steps away from the cupboard in which she stored the bedclothes, she could hear soft sobs from the small gap between the cupboard and the wall. He can't be there, Poppy thought, shocked. It's too small. But when she reached the wall she saw that he could be there. Merlin, I hope he isn't stuck. Severus, what are you doing there? Poppy asked gently, to not frighten the child more than he already was. Big fearful eyes stared at her, but he didn't say anything. Severus, you don't have to be scared. Please come out. You will catch a cold. Severus looked at his bare feet. He really was cold, and the wall was icy, but he was so scared that the people would eat him like his father had said. Severus, please tell me what's wrong. Why don't you want to come out? Poppy tried again. The woman seems to be kind, but maybe that is just a trick, he thought suspiciously, but it was so very cold now that it hurt. Mad at me? He asked fearfully. Why should I be mad at you, Severus? I'm only worried that you will freeze there. Please come out so that we can talk. Won't eat me, Severus whispered so quietly that Poppy had problems hearing it. Eat you, Severus, please. Of course we won't eat you. We'll just bring you back to bed and speak with you, okay? She is really kind, but she always says we, Severus thought. So there are more people here. And what if they are the bad people? He tried to see the others, but the cupboard blocked his view. His teeth were chattering, and his back and the side that touched the wall were cold as ice now. The idea of lying in a warm bed now was really tempting. He scooted a little bit forward and again tried to look around the cupboard to see the others. At that moment another head appeared over the nice woman's. It also was a woman, and she looked the same age as the first one. "Severus, please, come out of there. We are very worried. You must be freezing down there," Minerva said as calmly and gently as possible. She also sounds kind, he thought. But why do they all know my name? Has father said it to them? Is he here, too? He started to panic and tried to look around the corner of the cupboard. Father. When Severus was trying to look around the cupboard, Poppy used her chance to grab him. Many years' experience with reluctant patients allowed her to catch Severus in her arms in one fluid motion. He didn't even have much time to realize what happened. He is not here, child. You don't have to worry. When he realized that Poppy had pulled him out of his hiding place, and that he now was in her arms, Severus looked fearfully around. When his gaze fell on the old man with the long beard and the scary-looking one with a crazy eye, he started to sob again. He hid his face in the crook of Poppy's neck and hugged her. "Please don't let them eat me," he begged. The sobbing started again, and Poppy tried to calm Severus while she carried him to the bed. "You don't have to worry, Severus. They don't want to eat you. They are all just worried that you are getting ill from being out of bed for that long." "Mad? Sob me." The lump in Poppy's arm stuttered. "No, they are not mad at you, Severus. Nobody is mad at you." That brought some reaction from the child. He carefully lifted his head to look at Poppy. "Father mad? Your father is not here, Severus, and you don't have to see him ever again," Poppy said and received a confused look from the child. She tried to sit Severus on the bed again and said, "Come on, Sev, just sit down so that I can give you a quick checkup." But Severus had other plans. He clung to Poppy as if his life would depend on it. "No, no, no," he cried frantically while hugging Poppy almost painfully. "Severus, you are cold, and I really have to check you." Poppy tried to convince Severus to let go but with no effect. Minerva had got the blanket from Severus' bed and laid it over the lad's small frame. "He is so small and fragile. No 4-year-old should look like this," she thought sadly. She grabbed Severus from behind and gently said, "Come on, Severus, let go of Poppy. I will sit with you while she has a look at you, okay?" With Poppy's help she managed to place Severus on her lap while she sat down on the edge of the bed. Severus squirmed when he was pulled out of the grasp of the nice lady, but leaned back into Minerva's chest when he felt her embrace him from behind. "Shish, Severus, everything is okay. We are all here to help you." Minerva held Severus in place with one hand and tenderly stroked his hair with the other. Relieved that Minerva seemed to have a calming effect on the child, she pulled out her wand. "I'm a nurse, Severus. Do you know what a nurse is?" she asked in a friendly voice. Severus shook his head. "That's a person who can find out if someone is ill or hurt and who can heal many illnesses and bruises." "No hurts. All gone," Severus said and pointed first at his face and then at his tummy. "Yes, I know, Severus. I healed them when you came here, but I want to check if you have hurt yourself when you were out of bed and if you have rested enough to release you from the hospital wing. That's where we are right now. Will father get me then? But they said that I won't see him again." Severus was confused. The nice lady had already started to wave her wand in front of him and was muttering. Severus carefully looked around. His gaze fell on the man with the long beard. He once had seen a book in his father's library with a man on its cover, who looked a lot like this man. Mum said it was Merlin, and that he has been dead for a long time. He turned his head to look up to Minerva. "Am I dead?" "Of course not. Why do you think you are dead?" Minerva asked kindly. "Merlin is dead," Severus stated as if that would explain everything. "Yes, Merlin is dead, but why should you be dead as well?" Minerva had no idea what the child was speaking about. Severus shyly eyed Albus again without answering Minerva's question. "Oh no, my boy," Albus said, chuckling. "I'm not Merlin, and I'm not dead. Neither are you, little one." Albus came closer to the bed and stopped when he was only 2 steps away from Severus. Severus had leaned a little closer into Minerva's embrace and eyed the old man skeptically. "He also seems to be nice, but but why are they all nice? And why won't I see father again? Again he looked around, and his gaze fell on Alistair. He looks really scary. Maybe he is the one who will eat me. So if all the others play the nice ones, maybe he will tell me the truth. Where is my father, sir? It's always good to address scary persons very politely. Maybe he won't eat me alive if I'm nice. Alistair was a little taken aback that the child addressed him. He had stayed in the background on purpose not to scare the little tyke with his face and leg. He is not here, and he won't come here, kid. This is Hogwarts, a school for witches and wizards. Do you know that you are a wizard? Father says I will become a useless squib, and I will never get a wand, because I'm not worth one. Severus explained and spoke the words as if he repeated them one by another exactly like his father had said them. Alistair limped a little closer, but still held a good distance between himself and Severus. That's not true. You will get a wand when you are 11 and start learning here at Hogwarts, kid. I'm not 11. Will you send me back now? He asked the nice lady, who had stopped her wand waving. No, we won't send you back. You will live here at Hogwarts from now on. Albus and Minerva, Poppy pointed at the two, will take you in. I hope you will visit Alistair and me from time to time as well. She smiled at him. I'm Poppy, and this is Alistair, my husband. You don't have to be scared, he just looks a little frightening, but he is also very kind. He is very good at playing memory. Do you like to play it as well? Very funny, Alistair thought while inwardly grinning about the inside joke about his ability to look through the cards with his magical eye. But Severus' next words made him feel another wave of anger at Severus' damn parents. Remember, they are already dead, he told himself. I'm not allowed to play. Only draw letters and cleaning, Severus said. When he saw the shocked faces of the adults he leaned a little forward, so that they could hear him well, and whispered, but Mum sometimes played. I see something that you don't see, with me when father wasn't around. And once we played with buttons. But now she is very ill and can't play any longer. Poppy sadly patted his head and turned to open the night table. She pulled some clothes out, which they had bought for Severus. When she went back to Severus she said, Here, we will play a lot of games with you, Severus. Now we'll get you dressed, and then we will show you your room. My room? Severus asked, surprised. He was so engrossed in the flow of images he had, imagining how the room could look, that he didn't realize that Minerva had lifted him from her lap and had sat him on the bed alone. Please let me do it, Minerva asked Poppy and took the socks out of her hand. Of course, Min, Poppy said smiling. Albus sat down on the bed and addressed Severus. Yes, your room, Severus. We have already bought some nice toys for you. For me, Severus. Eyes were shining unbelievingly. Does it have a fireplace? Of course it has, my boy. A child-proof one, Albus added in his mind. And toys? He asked Albus while Minerva stood him up on the bed. He had to support himself on Minerva's shoulder to regain his balance while she removed his pajamas and pulled up his new trousers. Yes, toys. A train, some puzzles, some picture books, and much more, Albus explained to the odd child. Minerva had sat him down again, and now he was looking at her. Toys, he said with big eyes. Yes, toys, Sev. Come on, arms up. She ordered, and Severus did as he was told. Minerva pulled the undershirt over the little arms and then the sweatshirt. Again she stood him on the bed and tucked the shirt in the waistband of his briefs and closed the zip and button of the trousers. Severus had to support himself on Minerva's shoulder again, and this time was leaning with his chest on it because Minerva had to reach the back side of his trousers to tuck the shirt in. That let him look at Alistair again. Memory. Alistair had to chuckle. I'm sure there is a memory game as well. We will find out when we are there, won't we? Minerva had dressed him completely, except for his shoes. The house shoes are in our quarters, so we will carry you, okay? It's crazy that they carry me around. Father and Mum never did that, but it feels nice. So Severus nodded. Have you ever traveled through a fireplace, my boy? Albus asked him. No, Severus said while he looked fearfully at the hot flames. You don't have to worry. It won't hurt, and we will get very quickly to your new room with all the toys, he said calmly to Severus. Will you let me carry you? Severus looked a little scared again, and it was obvious that his little mind was working hard. He was very nice the whole time, and when he carries me I cannot get burned or he will also be burned. That made his decision, and he nodded shyly at Albus. Thank you very much for trusting me, my boy. Now say goodbye to Poppy and Alistair. They will come by later. He scooped Severus into his arms, turned him so that he could wave at them. Bye, he said softly. When they stepped out of the fireplace, Severus looked around. They were standing in a cozy living room, which was painted in dark red and beige tones. It's beautiful, Severus thought, odd, and it is so warm here. At home it was always cold and our walls were gray. At one side of the room stood a wooden coffee table and around it 2 large couches and 2 armchairs. Wow, how many people are living here? Severus was confused. On the other side of the room stood a big dining table with 6 chairs. How many people live here? Severus asked, confused. Albus followed Severus' gaze and smiled. Only we 3, Severus, but we often have many guests. Soon after Albus had stepped out of the fireplace with Severus on his arm, Minerva had followed. I will go and get the house shoes for Severus. Albus walked over to the couch and sat Severus down. We will show you your room now, but I'm sorry that you can't start to play, yet. Poppy said you have to eat regularly and need a lot of sleep. Severus' bottom lip started to tremble when he heard that he wasn't allowed to play. Not tired. Don't want to sleep. You don't have to sleep, Sev. Minerva said when she heard Severus' comment while she came back with the house shoes. We cannot show him all the toys and then refuse him to try them out. She sat down beside Severus and put the shoes on his feet. We have to make them smaller. After a wave of her wand and another check if they fitted properly, Minerva was satisfied. Albus meant that you have to eat and sleep regularly from now on. He didn't mean that you have to sleep right now. Severus was looking at her with big eyes. No play. Minerva smiled at him and ruffled his hair. I'm sure we can try out 1 or 2 of your toys before we have our afternoon snack. That conjured a smile on Severus' face. He has a breathtaking smile. I wished the adult Severus would have smiled like this. Oh Severus, I miss you so much. Concentrating on the cute child in front of her, she couldn't resist a sad smile. I have to let go of the adult Severus to give the little Sev the life he needs. He is such a cute child. Toys? Severus asked when he realized that the nice lady didn't seem to do anything except look dreamily at him. That brought Minerva out of her thoughts, and she smiled warmly at him. Of course, Sev, let's go to your room now. She stood up and held out her hand for Severus to take it. Severus jumped from the couch and took the offered hand. It's crazy. At home nobody wants me to touch them. Not even Mum. Minerva led Severus into the lounge. Albus, who had followed closely, said, Look, Severus, this is the main door. It leads directly into the lounge in front of my office. From there a moving spiral staircase leads to the halls of Hogwarts. But don't leave the rooms without us, Severus, okay? Severus nodded. I don't want to leave the rooms, I want to see my toys. That was the only thing Severus could think about. He had seen in books that his mother had shown him, that normal children have toys. Sometimes a friend from father came by with his 5-year-old girl, and she also had toys. She was very bored when she was visiting because Severus hadn't any toys, and so she brought some of hers afterwards. Severus didn't like the girl. She had always said bad things to him because he wasn't as good at playing as she was, but it was worth the fun he had by playing with her toys. This is Matilda, Severus, Minerva explained while she pointed at a chubby woman in a portrait. When you go through the hole that is behind her portrait you will get into my office. When I'm not here and you want to speak to me then you just have to ask her to let you through. She knows if I'm in my office and if you can come through. When I have a visitor she will let me know that you want to speak with me, and I will tell her if she can let you through or if you have to wait for a while until I can come to you. If you want to speak with me, Severus, Albus said, you can tell Phineas here. He pointed at another portrait. This time a scary-looking man was in it. He looks a little like father, Severus thought, scared, and hid a little behind Minerva. You don't have to be scared Severus, Minerva said and crouched down beside Severus. Phineas was once a headmaster here. Now he is watching many places for Albus, and he has a portrait in Albus' office. So you can ask him to see Albus when you need him, okay? Severus nodded, still scared. The fact that Phineas was eyeing him skeptically didn't help it well either. We can speak about all this later. I think this young man is more interested in seeing his new room, right? Albus said when he saw that Severus still was scared. Severus looked hopefully at Albus and was glad when Minerva stood up and started to lead him further into the quarters. From the lounge they went up a staircase to the second floor of the quarters. Minerva pointed at a door on the left side and said that it is Albus, and her bedroom. Opposite to it was another door to which Minerva was leading him now. And this is your room, Severus. She opened the room and carefully pushed Severus into it first. Wow, Severus thought, odd. The room was painted in a warm light orange. It had a big window and was therefore very bright and friendly. In the left corner of the room stood a bed with bedclothes, which had little birds and fairies on it. On top of it sat a plushy stork. At the left wall stood a big cupboard and a fireplace. Beside the door were a few small cupboards. But the right side of the room was what Severus liked most. Near the window was standing a small round table with 3 chairs. On the table were a lot of pens and empty sheets for drawing. Beside the table was a big carpet on which some toy cars and a little train were standing. At the right wall were several shelves with books and more toys. Severus looked up at the 2 adults, who were smiling at him. All for me. Minerva and Albus enjoyed to see the child stare open-mouthed at the room. Maybe we have overdone it a little, but it was definitely worth to see this expression on him. All for you, Sev, Minerva said warmly. They must have confused me with another child. This cannot be for me. Father said I'm not worth toys. That are so many toys that they must belong to many children. But the urge to try the toys out topped the skeptical thoughts, and so Severus let go of Minerva's hand and ran to the train. Minerva and Albus conjured 2 chairs to observe the child while playing. Albus took Minerva's hand in his and placed a key on her lips. It was the right decision. Yes, it was. She smiled at her husband and then watched her new charge while playing. After half an hour, Minerva and Albus decided to end the first play session. Severus still was playing with the toy cars on the carpet when Minerva knelt beside him. Sev, you have to take a little break now, but you can play again after our afternoon snack. Severus was disappointed, but he didn't want the nice people getting mad at him, so he put the toy cars away. Albus came over, picked him up in his arms and said, "We'll go wash your hands while Minerva organizes the snack from the house elves, okay?" Without waiting for an answer from Severus, he started to head to the washroom. It was beside Albus and Minerva's bedroom. "Do you want to go to the toilet as well?" Albus asked Severus. Severus shook his head. He didn't like to go to the toilet. His father said that a monster lived in there, and that it bit you when you didn't do your business fast enough. He was never able to do it fast. He always tried to look between his legs to see if the monster was already there. But it never came, and Severus thought that maybe the monster in their toilet was dead. He didn't tell his father about it because he feared that he would buy a new one, which would bite him. But maybe in this toilet the monster isn't dead. I will only go when I can't keep it back any longer, so I will be fast enough, so the monster won't be getting angry. You haven't been to the toilet for a long time, Severus. Are you really sure you don't need to? Albus eyed him closely. Don't need to. Severus shook his head vehemently. He looks a little scared, but maybe he just isn't used to someone being with him in the bathroom, Albus thought. Do you want me to leave you alone? He asked. Alone with the monster? No, Severus almost screamed. He ran over to Albus again and hugged his legs. Okay, that definitely is strange, Albus thought. He knelt in front of the child and held Severus a little away from him, so that he could see his face. What's wrong, Severus? No, won't be alone, Severus said pleadingly. It's said, I don't want to be alone, Severus. Why don't you want to be alone? I thought you wanted a little privacy to go to the toilet. Hearing the word, toilet, Severus scooted a little more away from it, but Albus was still holding him by his arms, and so he couldn't go far. Albus followed Severus' fearful glance towards the toilet and realized that the boy was trying to back away from it. What's wrong with the toilet, Severus? Severus looked at Albus as if he was crazy. Don't you know? How can he live that long here and not know about the monsters in the toilet? Severus thought. Maybe he is always very fast and so he never saw it. Don't I know what, my boy? Albus asked, still confused. Severus glanced fearfully at the toilet again and then leant over to Albus to whisper in his ear, "The monster will bite me." Severus, there is no monster in the toilet, Albus explained to the scared child. Seeing that this didn't have an effect on the boy, he added, "Come on, we will check it." With that he pulled the slightly reluctant child with him to the toilet and opened the lid. He positioned Severus in front of his legs and felt the boy lean his back on them. It was obvious that Severus wasn't happy to have to face the monster he thought would be in the toilet. Look, no monster. This Albus man really has no idea about toilet monsters. It is sleeping. It will come up when you sit too long on the toilet, if you can't do it quickly enough, Severus explained to the ignorant adult. Severus never dared to look away from the toilet because he was sure at any minute the monster would turn up. Albus knelt down again and slightly shifted the boy sideways to speak with him. Severus didn't want to turn his back to the monster and so vehemently resisted Albus' attempts to turn him. He wasn't willing to avert his eyes from the toilet. "Severus, please look at me." He didn't force Severus to turn his back to the toilet, but he wanted the child to look at him while he spoke to him. He pushed Severus a little further away from the toilet and placed himself between the imagined monster and the boy. Now he had Severus' full attention. Severus was happy that Albus was now blocking the way of the monster. He bit nervously on his bottom lip. "Stop that, Severus, your lips are already bruised enough." It was true, his lips were bruised, as if biting his lips was bad a habit of young Severus. Severus stopped the biting immediately and looked anxiously at Albus, expecting to be beaten for it. But the old man seemed to be satisfied that he stopped and simply started to speak again. Albus felt Severus tense up after he scolded him for biting his lips. He decided that it would be best just to continue trying to convince Severus that the toilet wasn't scary. "Severus, there is no monster in the toilet," Albus said gently. He felt Severus relax a little, not because he believed him about the monster, but for not scolding him longer about the lip biting. "I have lived here for a long time, and I can promise you that there is no monster in it. You can take as much time on it as you need, Severus." Maybe I should have read more of the child care books Poppy gave us, Albus thought while looking at the scared boy, who seemed not to believe a word he said. "It's a monster-proof toilet, Severus." He felt Severus react now. He seemed to listen much more. "Okay, go on like this, Albus. I have checked it for monsters myself. I'm a great wizard, and no monster has a chance against me. He is very big and old, like Merlin. And Merlin was a great wizard," Severus thought. "No monster?" he asked. "No monster, Severus. Do you want to try it out together?" he asked while already working on the button of Severus' trousers. Severus didn't really want to try it out, but he thought, if there is a monster that only bites children and not adults, it will come out and then Albus will kill it. "Is everything all right in there?" Minerva called anxiously from outside the bathroom. She had arranged the afternoon snack some time ago and wondered what was going on to prevent her two men from coming out of the toilet. "May I come in?" Albus looked at Severus questioningly. Severus nodded. "The more the better. When the monster comes it will be very scared to see them all here," he thought hopefully. "You may come in, Minerva," Albus said while lowering Severus' trousers and briefs. When Minerva entered the bathroom, the sight of her husband kneeling in front of Severus, who tried to look, with his trousers pooling at his ankles, over his shoulder into the toilet, made her smile. "So, what's wrong? Severus here was scared that we didn't check our toilet for monsters that bite when you aren't quick enough doing your business," he said, trying to give his wife as much information she needed, in hope that she would play along. "I already told him that I checked it myself and that there isn't one in there, but we thought we would try it out." With that he lifted Severus onto the toilet. Severus felt his fear return when Albus sat him on the toilet. He immediately spread his legs to be able to look into the toilet so that the monster couldn't sneak up. Minerva, seeing the problem of this position, went over to Severus before Albus would feel the consequences of sitting in perfect target line. "Severus, You must push your wee-wee down if you want to look into the toilet while peeing. Severus looked up at Minerva and did what she had said. She doesn't look angry. No, she is smiling, Severus thought, relieved. Then he remembered that he had to observe the toilet for the monster and not the nice woman next to him, and so lowered his gaze again. Don't forget to pee, Severus, Minerva said, amused, and placed a calming hand on the lad's shoulder. She felt Severus use it immediately to steady himself for leaning further down to have a better look. I'm trying, Severus said, concentrating. He always had problems with this because he feared the monster so much. It's okay, Severus, just relax, Albus said while stroking Severus' hair. There is no monster, and you have as much time as you need. Albus looked worriedly up to Minerva, but then heard the triumphant yes from Severus and the splashing sound that made him realize their persuasions had been successful. Yes, Severus said proudly when his genitalia did what he wanted them to do. He closely watched the inside of the toilet while holding his wee-wee down with one hand and his shirt up and near his body for a better look, with the other hand. Having Minerva's hand on his shoulder made it much easier to look into the toilet without falling over. When he was finished he looked up into the smiling face of Albus, who was still kneeling in front of him. You see, there is no monster in our toilet, Albus said. Again a glance in the toilet, to be sure that it hadn't been attracted by hearing him pee, and finally Severus seemed to relax a little. I hope there really is no monster. Or was it only hiding because he knew that the adults were around? His thoughts were interrupted by a groan from Albus. Albus tried to stand up and felt his bones protest. I'm too old to kneel in front of a toilet for that long. Next time I have to make sure that I put a cushion charm on the tiles. It was obvious that this wouldn't be the last time that they would have to convince Severus that there is no monster. The little tyke wasn't that easy to convince. Looking down at the child he could see big brown eyes looking back at him. He patted Severus' head and said, well done, my child. Severus was confused. Well done, what, peeing? It took me some time again, so what was so good about it? Maybe they think that it was quick enough. Severus beamed at that. They are easy to make happy. Albus took Severus under the armpits, shook him a little so that the last drops fell down and then lifted him from the toilet seat. Let me do this, Albus, Minerva ordered, while already kneeling down to pull Severus' trousers up. I think your bones have had enough kneeling for today. When the trousers were fastened and Albus had flushed the toilet, Minerva gently pushed Severus into the direction of the sink. Come on, young man, we have to wash your hands. She pulled a small footstool from under the sink. That's your stool, Severus. When you step on it you can reach the sink better. Severus tried out the stool. Yeah, that's great. When he felt the warm water splash on his hands while Minerva helped him to put soap in his hands and then rinse it off again, he thought, at home I always had to wash my hands at the cold water faucet. This is much nicer. Everything is much nicer here. Albus passed him a towel, and Severus quickly dried his hands and arms. Then he gave the towel back to Albus because he didn't know where to put it. Oh no, young man, Minerva scolded, taking the towel from Albus. Your hands aren't dry. Minerva started to rub Severus' arms dry. Severus was a little scared when Minerva scolded him. He didn't like the rough rubbing of the towel on his arms, but he hoped that the nice woman wouldn't be angry with him any longer when she had rubbed his arms dry. They are very different, he thought. They are happy with things father would never be satisfied with. So maybe she will be satisfied by just rubbing my arms painfully. When Minerva stopped, lifted him down from the footstool and patted his head, he knew he was right again. She is satisfied with it and isn't angry any longer. A warm cup of cocoa is waiting for you, young man. Good thing that I placed a stasis spell on it as a precaution, Minerva said and led them all out of the bathroom. When they arrived in the living room, Severus could see 3 streaming cups, a big plate with cookies and a brown cake on the table. Minerva lifted Severus onto the chair at the head of the table. She and Albus sat down on the chairs beside him. Severus looked down because it felt a little odd to sit on the chair. When he shifted to see what was under his bottom, he almost fell from the chair because the cushion he was sitting on slipped sideways. Albus quickly grabbed his upper arm and pushed him back on the chair. Don't fidget, Severus, Albus scolded and pulled his wand from his robes while still holding Severus in place. When Severus felt himself slip down the chair, he was scared, but not as scared as he was the moment when Albus grabbed him to prevent him from falling. Oh, no, now he is mad at me, Severus thought fearfully. When Albus pointed his wand at him, he flinched and closed his eyes. Albus paused, shocked, when he saw Severus's reaction. He didn't let go of Severus' arm in fear the boy would run away or fall off the chair in fear. He sighed and said, "Severus, please look at me." Slowly Severus opened his eyes, first one and then the other. Fearfully, he looked at Albus. You don't have to apologize. I just don't want you to fall off the chair," Albus explained calmly. Severus looked from Albus, face to his wand. Albus waved his wand, and Severus again flinched, but he couldn't fall because Albus was still holding him. After placing a sticking charm on the cushion on Severus' chair, he put the wand back into his robe. When Severus saw that Albus put his wand away again, he looked questioningly at Albus. "Nothing hurts. What has he done? Hex?" "No, Severus, of course I didn't hex you. I would never do something like that." He let go of Severus' arm and said, "Try to shift." Severus looked confusedly at Albus, but did what he asked. It wasn't slippery any longer. "Now that this is fixed we can finally start eating," Minerva said and pushed the mug closer to Severus. "That smells good," Severus thought, took the mug and tasted the brown liquid. That's yummy. Much better than the water at home." After licking his milk mustache away, he smiled at Minerva. "What do you want to eat, Severus? A cookie or a piece of the chocolate cake?" Minerva asked. Severus was looking from the cake to the cookies and back to the cake. When he had made his final decision, he pointed at the chocolate cake. "Please." The cake was even better than the hot chocolate. Severus had never eaten something like this. It tasted so good that he already wanted more even when he still had over half of his piece on his plate, but he was glad that he had the one he was already eating. Minerva and Albus were also eating cake and drinking their coffee. They looked delightedly at the happy child, whose face was now covered with chocolate. "Yummy," Severus said, rubbing his stomach. His hands were covered in chocolate, and so was his shirt, now. When he realized it, he frantically thought, "Maybe they won't see it if I lay my hand on my stomach." He cautiously looked up to Albus. "No worries, my boy," Albus said cheerfully and waved his wand to vanish the chocolate stains. "But next time you should use the napkin here, and not your shirt, to clean your hands." He took one of the napkins and cleaned Severus' hands as well as possible. Seeing that Albus had little success with the napkin, Minerva stood up and lifted Severus out of his chair. "Come on, we are going to wash your hands." "I have to go to my office, Min," Albus said. "Yes, go ahead. We'll join you later, when we have got some of Sev's toys," Minerva said, giving her husband a key. Back in Severus' room, Minerva pulled one of the plastic boxes from under the shelves and asked Severus to put some toys in it. With the box floating in front of them, they headed for Albus' office. There Severus played peacefully on the carpet beside Albus' desk. Minerva was looking through a lot of papers on the small table near the fireplace while Albus checked the heap of letters he had on his desk. Severus was playing with small animal figures, which could move a few inches but couldn't run away. They were making small noises, and Severus was lying on his stomach to listen to them. From time to time, he whispered something to them and poked them with his tiny fingers so that they would move. He looked up, startled, when a knock was heard. "Come in, Alistair," Albus said, and Moody limped into the room. How could he know who it was? Severus thought curiously, but his game with the animals was much more interesting, so he focused on them again. "I didn't wanted to disturb you, but I just checked Sev." He stopped and looked in the direction of the busied child, our former potions master's classroom and store. "I sealed the private quarters as we decided, so that he can take them over when the time comes, but I need to know when Charlie will arrive to take over the storeroom. We also will need to ask him where he wants to have his private quarters. I spoke to him yesterday, and he said he will come by tomorrow to arrange his quarters and check the potion storeroom." "Okay, then just call me when he arrives," Alistair said and looked at Severus, who was poking a toy snake figure, which immediately started to hiss at him. That caused the child to giggle. "What are you playing, kid?" Severus looked up when he realized that Alistair was addressing him. "Animals," he said as if that explained everything. Then Severus remembered what the nice nurse lady had said. Memory. "No, no, kid. Not now. I don't have much time." Seeing the sad face, Alistair looked around and added, "But if you like, we can both look at one of your books here." He pointed at the picture books in the box. Severus was up in a second, grabbed one of the books, offered it to Alistair, slightly tilted his head and smiled at his new playmate. Alistair laughed about this behavior. "Already trying to break the hearts of those around you, kid." Severus didn't understand what Alistair was saying, but he smiled happily when Alistair started to lead him to the rocking chair near the fireplace. "Come on, let's settle down." When Severus was arranged on his lap, Alistair opened the book and started to read. From time to time, he pointed at something that was mentioned in the little story or asked Severus to show him something on the pictures. When he touched the pictures, the book often made a sound. The little duckling Severus liked the most always made a quack, quack noise, and Severus giggled every time he or Alistair touched it. At first Severus felt awkward sitting on Alistair's lap. At home Mum had sometimes let him sit on her lap, but that was very seldom. His back was leaning against Alistair's chest. The vibration in Alistair's chest, which was caused by his speaking, was very soothing and Severus had to fight not to fall asleep. The story was very interesting, about a little duckling, and Alistair could read very well. Severus enjoyed it very much. "I didn't know that men like children, too. But Uncle Al is very nice," Severus thought. When the book was finished, Severus asked, "More?" "No, Severus, it is time for cleaning up. Soon we will eat supper," Minerva explained, coming over to the two on the rocking chair. She lifted Severus from Alistair's lap. "Will you and Poppy join us for supper?" she asked the Dada teacher. "It will be our pleasure," we said, standing up and ruffling Severus' hair. Then he left the office. Poppy, Alistair and Albus were sitting at the dinner table when Severus came running into the room. "No running," they could hear Minerva shout from the lounge. Hearing Minerva's scolding, he abruptly came to a halt and then slowly walked to the table. He climbed on his chair with a little help from Albus. The cushion still was fixed to the chair, so Severus didn't have to fear slipping off of it. When Minerva sat down, Severus didn't dare to look up, in fear there would be more scolding from her. He became distracted by Poppy asking him how he was feeling. "Fine, I have eaten brown cake. It was yummy," he told Poppy, smiling. "That's good, Severus. You really need to eat to gain some weight. And how did you like your room?" "It's great. Shall I show you?" Severus asked excitedly and tried to climb from the chair. Albus caught him swiftly and sat him on his bottom again. "You can show Aunt Poppy and Uncle Alistair your room later, Severus. First you have to eat. You just heard what Aunt Poppy said about eating well." Severus quickly grabbed his half-eaten cheese sandwich to make Albus happy. Good. Sev, eating," he said soulfully while first looking at Albus and then Minerva. Only the people here were calling him Sev, but he liked it a lot. The adults started to talk about adult stuff, and Severus ate his supper like a good boy. When everyone had finished their supper, Minerva addressed Severus, "You can show Aunt Poppy and Uncle Alistair your room, but then it is time for bathing and going to bed." Just hearing the word bath made Severus panic. "Don't need a bath," he said pleadingly to Albus. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance trying to change Minerva's mind, but maybe Albus could convince her that it wasn't necessary. "You had a long and exciting day, Severus. You really need a bath," Albus said, destroying Severus' hope of his getting around the hated bath. Seeing that he had no chance to convince them, Severus started to cry. "I don't want a bath. I hate cold water. I always hurts so much. And the soap burns my eyes. Minwa will rub me with the towel like before, and it will hurt much more after everything is already hurting from the cold water." Big tears were running over his cheeks. "No bath. Sob. Sev clean," he frantically said, shaking his head violently. "Severus, that's enough," Minerva said in a strict tone. She placed her napkin on the table and rose from her seat. That was the final sign. Severus knew that they would force him to bathe now. His mind was racing. He really was scared of the bath. His whole body hurt when he had to bathe in the cold water at home. And even afterwards, his skin burned from the soap. Everything was so nice here, and he hated that now this was all over, and they would make him feel bad like at home. He couldn't think straight, and only knew that he didn't want Minerva to bring him into the bathroom. The only possibility he thought he had was to run, and that's what he did. He jumped from his chair and ran to the door, which led to the lounge. The adults were so shocked by the child's violent reaction that they weren't able to stop him before he was out of the door. Severus meanwhile was running in panic to the only place he could think about as a hiding place. He ran as fast as his short legs would carry him, opened the door and crawled under his bed. While he squeezed himself under the bed, he hit first his elbow and then his head, which not only caused himself a lot of pain, but also made the plush stork fall down from the bed. Severus saw the stork lying on the floor, grabbed it and hugged it closely while hiding as far away from the edge of the bed as possible. "Severus, please come out," Poppy said while kneeling down in front of Severus' bed. Sobs could be heard from under the bed, and so they didn't need to look for Severus very long. Minerva was kneeling beside Poppy, and both women were cricking their necks to see under the bed. Severus was still hugging his stork plushie tightly. He could see the faces of the two witches at the edge of the bed. He was still very scared and didn't think about coming out. He knew that running away from an adult is the stupidest thing you can do because it made the adult even more mad at you. And that would mean a harsher punishment than he would have got if he had just remained where they wanted him. But sometimes my feet just do what they want, and they wanted to run away, Severus thought. But they won't believe me when I tell them. "Severus, come out, please." Minerva tried to convince Severus. The only reaction she got from the frightened child was that he vehemently shook his head and clutched his stork tighter to his chest. "What's wrong, Severus? Why don't you want to come out?" Poppy tried again. "No bath. Sev clean." Severus sobbed. "What's wrong about taking a bath? It's really nice. You even can take some toys with you in the bathtub," Poppy explained. "Bath not nice," Severus stated soulfully. Poppy tried hard to see Severus, but it was dark under the bed, and she could only make out his silhouette. She could see that Severus was hugging something, but couldn't see his face. Only the sobs she could hear showed her that Severus still was very frightened and in despair. "That looks very much like the stuffed animal Alistair had insisted to buy for Severus." "Oh, I see you have already made friends with your stuffed animal, Severus." "Stork is my friend," Severus said and hugged the plushie affectionately. It felt good to have a friend. Poppy tried another tactic. "Alistair said you will need a good friend, Sev. Therefore he bought him for you. He will be very glad to hear that you like Stork and that he already is your friend. Maybe you could send Stork out here, so that he can tell me why you don't want to bath, Severus." "Stork also don't want to bathe," Severus said. "Why doesn't want Stork to bathe?" Poppy was glad that Severus at least still was speaking with them. "He hates cold water and it burns in the eyes. And later it burns more. Stork don't want to burn." Poppy sighed. "Severus, I promise you that it won't burn, and the water will be nice and warm. You can take some toys with you, and Stork can watch over you while bathing." Severus had calmed down and was listening very carefully to what Aunt Poppy said. "Maybe they really make nice baths here, and there will be toys as well. They haven't lied to me until now." He fidgeted a little and realized that he felt dizzy and that his head hurt. With one arm he still hugged Stork and with the other he felt for the spot on his head where he had hit his head while crouching under the bed. When he touched it, he winced and moaned, "Ouchie." He started to sob again, and when he felt his hand get wet he even started to cry louder. Minerva started to panic. "Severus, what's wrong?" When Severus didn't react, she addressed Poppy. "Merlin, Poppy, get him out of there." "Calm down, Minerva," Poppy said gently and laid a calming hand on Minerva's arm. She also was concerned now. "Severus, what's wrong? Did you hurt yourself? Please let me have a look at it. I made all the other pain go away earlier, do you remember? Let me do it again." Severus stopped crying, but still sobbed while looking at Poppy. "Yes, she made it all better. I want to feel better now as well." When Poppy offered him her hand to help him out from under the bed, he took it. Slowly and very carefully Poppy pulled Severus out from under the bed. In one fluid motion she had him sitting on the bed and her wand in hand. "Oh, Merlin," Minerva took in a harsh breath and looked shocked at the blood on Severus' head. "Don't worry, Minerva, head wounds always bleed a lot. It looks worse than it is," Poppy said to soothe not only Minerva's nerves, but also the child that had started to look more frightened by Minerva's shocked expression. "Look at me, Severus. I will heal that in an instant. You don't have to be scared." One wave with her wand and the wound was cleaned, sealed and already started to fade. Another wave and all the blood vanished. "Minerva, could you please call Alistair?" Poppy asked Minerva. Of course. But before she could stand up and leave the room, Severus started to sob again and threw his tiny arms around the neck of a flabbergasted Poppy. "No, please, I be good now. Please don't tell him to beat me," Severus pleaded, making a death grip around Poppy's neck. "Severus, you are choking me." She loosened Severus' arms so that she could breathe more freely. "Of course I won't tell Alistair to beat you. Nobody will beat you. I need something out of the hospital wing, and he knows exactly where these things are." Seeing that Severus had calmed down and was seated back on the bed by Poppy, Minerva made her way out to find Alistair. Poppy now was cleaning and healing the wound on Severus' elbow as well. "Uncle Al mad with me? Taking Stork away?" Severus asked, with fearful wide-open eyes. "Who is Stork?" Alistair said while entering the room with Minerva and Albus shortly behind him. "Oh, I see, you like him." Severus nodded vehemently with his head to show Uncle Al how much he liked Stork, but that made him feel dizzy again and he moaned. "Easy, Severus. Try not to move much until I can give you the potion against concussion," Poppy said while steadying Severus by holding his shoulder. "Please bring me a concussion potion and the blue suitcase from the bathroom, Alistair." "You know where it all is," Poppy ordered her husband. "May I use your fireplace, Albus?" "Of course, Alistair," Albus said and nodded. While Alistair left the room, he walked over to Severus. "Severus, you don't need to run away from us. You already know that the things here are different to what they were at your old home. When you are scared of something, you just have to tell us. We would never hurt you on purpose." "Will Father come now?" Severus asked, worried that they wouldn't want him any longer. Albus sighed and placed Severus on his lap. "Severus, your father will never again come to you. He is dead." Severus' eyes went wide and his mouth dropped open. "Albus, I don't think that's the right time," Minerva said but was interrupted by her husband. "It will never be the right time, minimum. Now is as good as any other time." He turned his attention back to Severus. "We didn't tell you everything in the hospital wing, Severus, and I can't tell you the whole story now because you wouldn't understand it. What I want you to know is that you don't have to be scared that your father will come back and get you. He is dead, so is your mother, Severus. I'm sorry, I know you loved her." Severus' bottom lip started to tremble and tears were running over his face. "I'm alone. Mummy is dead. We are here for you, Severus. Nobody will hurt you again," Albus said when he saw the sad and frightened expression on Severus' face. "Yesterday you were an adult, Severus. You were a teacher here, but you had to take a potion to make you a child again, and that's why you are here now and not in the place you called home." Severus didn't understand a word. An adult? They really must confuse me with someone else. He decided that he won't tell them that he never was an adult because he wanted to live here and feared they will send him away when they found out he is the wrong one. Maybe they are right about Mum. She always said that she won't be there very long and that I have to live on my own then. She told me to try to stay out of Father's way and later go to school and be very studious. I'm in a school now. So she will be happy, Severus thought, a little happier than he was before. "Mummy in heaven?" he asked Albus. "Yes, Severus, and I'm sure she is looking down on you and hopes that you will be happy," Albus said gently while stroking Severus' hair. Meanwhile Alistair had come back with the things Poppy had assigned him to get. "Thank you, Alistair," Poppy said and took the vial. "Please give the suitcase to Minerva." After letting Severus drink the potion, she cast another diagnostic spell on him. "Better." Severus nodded and realized that this time, he didn't feel dizzy. "Very well," Poppy stated and lifted Severus in her arms. "Minerva, Please accompany me and Severus in the bathroom, and you too. She looked at Alistair and Albus, should check where under the bed Severus had hit his head. There must be a sharp edge or something. With that she strode, with Severus in her arms, out of the room. Minerva, would you please fill the tub with warm water? Only pure water. No additives, Poppy said while lifting Severus on the closed toilet seat. She removed Severus' house shoes and pulled his shirt and undershirt over his head. Severus let Poppy undress him and looked at Minerva, who turned the faucets on. The tub slowly filled with water. It was a little awkward to let Poppy undress him because he didn't want to let go of Stork. But Poppy was very skilled and managed to get Severus half BPD even with his plush animal still in his hand. Poppy lifted him from the toilet and opened it. Severus backed away immediately, but Poppy stopped him by placing her left arm around his back. With her right hand she pulled her wand and produced a Patronus with it. Severus was amazed when he saw the silver otter dance around him. That's Nagy, Severus, Poppy explained. He will check the toilet for any monsters for you. With that, she let the Patronus disappear in the toilet. All his fear was gone at once, and he leaned over the toilet to see where Nagy had gone. When Nagy broke through the water surface, he jerked back in surprise. When he realized that it just was Nagy, who again danced around him now, he started to giggle. The silver creature made funny sounds as if he was talking to Poppy. He said that there wasn't a monster in the toilet, and that you don't have to be scared, Poppy explained to Severus while she vanished her Patronus. Nagy was deep down there and the monster couldn't hide. So there really is no monster. Here it is so much nicer than at home, Severus thought relieved and smiled at Poppy. Nagy nice. Yes, he is, and now you can use the toilet without fearing a monster, right? Poppy said while lowering Severus' pants and briefs. Quickly she lifted him on the toilet again and removed his pants and underwear completely. Severus looked smiling at Minerva. No monster. Min, walk. Yes, Sev, I know, she said and smiled back. She had sat down on the edge of the tub and felt the water to check the temperature. Poppy tried to get the attention of the distracted child by placing her hands on Severus' legs. Don't forget to pee, Severus. Severus concentrated on the requested task and was successful after a few seconds. Done, Poppy asked when Severus smiled proudly at her. Severus nodded and held his arms out for Poppy to lift him off the toilet. Now, Severus stood with his back to the bathtub, Stork still hugged to his chest. What toys do you want to take with you in the bathtub, Severus? Minerva asked while pulling a box with some toys near him. Stork needs a bath, too, Severus said and pushed the plush animal almost in Poppy's face. No, Severus, Stork can't come with you in the tub, but he will sit here on the toilet and watch you, Poppy said and took Stork out of his hand. Severus looked longingly at the animal, but was distracted by Minerva, who now was pushing the toy box in front of his feet. Look, Severus, this is an animal almost like Nagy, and he would love to go swim with you. His name is Beaver, and here is a ship. Do you want these two to bath with you? Yes, Severus answered, overwhelmed by the amount of toys in the small box. He was glad that Minerva had chosen two because he couldn't have decided. Minerva threw the two toys in the tub and the beaver immediately became alive. He paddled through the water and dove. From time to time he splashed water with his flat tail. The ship meanwhile was driving through the water and tooted from time to time. You can play with them soon, Severus, but first I have to check something, Poppy said while turning the child to face her. She stroked with her fingertips over his face and examined the skin behind Severus' ears and on Severus' neck. His shoulder-long, black hair wasn't as greasy as it was while he had been an adult. Arms up, Severus, she commanded and Severus obeyed while trying to look at Beaver over his shoulder. Poppy smiled at his behavior. She closely examined his front and under his arms. Okay Severus, now you can join Beaver in the tub. She lifted Severus over the tub, but when she wanted to lower him into the water, he curled together and pulled his feet to his chest. Old memories kicked in, and he wasn't so sure about having fun with Beaver any longer. He was sure she would throw him into the water, and he tried to avoid it as long as possible. Therefore he curled together and closed his eyes. He was surprised when he felt her lifting him away from the bathtub again. Soon he was standing on his feet in front of the tub. "Severus, I thought you wanted to play with Beaver," Poppy asked him. She didn't wait for an answer and just leaned over the edge of the tub and splashed the water a little with her hand. The beaver immediately swam over to her hand, climbed on it and jumped back into the water. Severus started to giggle again and tried to reach for the water. But he was too short, and so he couldn't reach the water surface. With one hand under his bum and the other on his chest, Minerva lifted Severus over the water surface, so that he could splash his hand in the water. Severus was a little scared when Minerva held him over the water, but when he realized that she was just letting him hover over the surface he tried to touch the water. It was warm and the little beaver was coming over to his hand. Severus pulled his hand away when the beaver tried to climb on it. The beaver fell back into the water, shook himself and swam on his back while looking curiously at Severus. "He just wants to play, Sev," Minerva said while slowly lowering Severus into the water. "It's warm and the beaver is funny," Severus thought happily. The beaver dove came up directly in front of Severus and spat a water fountain out of his little muzzle. That made Severus giggle and splash water at the little creature. The ship floated near the beaver and tooted. Severus was happy. "A bath here is really fun," he thought, thrilled. "Try this one here," Poppy ordered Minerva while handing a bottle of liquid soap to her, and then she rummaged again in the blue suitcase. "It's without perfume and other additives. He has very sensitive and dry skin. You will also have to moisturize him after a bath. I will leave you a special shampoo, soap and moisturizer for him." Minerva started to wash Severus with the soap and a sponge that looked like a duck. The child hardly realized what she did because he was engrossed in his play with the beaver and the ship. "Stork, look, that's Beef, wah." Severus lifted the little beaver out of the water to show him to his new friend. Suddenly the beaver went rigid and didn't move. Severus was shocked and held the beaver close in front of his face. "No, Beef, wah. No, dead, please." Before the little tyke could start crying, Minerva said calmingly, "It isn't dead, Severus. It's just a toy. You need to put him in the water and he will swim again. He only moves when he is in the water or a few inches above it." She slowly pushed Severus' arm down, so that the beaver was in contact with the water again. Severus relaxed when he saw the beaver swim again. He had feared that he was responsible for the death of the little beaver. "Severus, we have to wash your hair now," Minerva said while already stroking his hair back. "No burning?" Severus asked, scared. "Severus, look, you just have to press this cloth over your eyes. It is waterproof and won't let any water through it. When you press it tight to your face, nothing will run into your eyes and make them burn," Poppy explained while offering him the cloth. Severus looked unsurely at the cloth, but then decided to give it a try. "'Kay. So just press it onto your face and lean backwards a bit," Minerva ordered. It worked. His eyes didn't burn while Minerva washed his hair and rinsed it clean by scooping water onto his hair with a small bucket. "So, one last round with the ship, then you can come out before your skin starts to wrinkle. Stork is already waiting for you," Minerva said, and arranged the liquid soap bottle and the shampoo on a small shelf over the tub. Severus looked over to his friend, pushed the ship so that it floated for another round in the water. The beaver swam happily around the ship and dove from time to time under it. Minutes later, Severus was covered in a warm towel by Poppy. "You must be careful when you rub him dry, Minerva. It's better if you just pat him dry," Poppy explained while showing Minerva how to do it. "Okay, you can take over," she said when Minerva came near them, after emptying the tub. Severus was happy that Poppy and Minerva didn't rub him like Minerva had done in the afternoon. On his hands it's not that bad, but on his body it would feel worse. "Now moisturize him very carefully. Only the body. For the face I have another cream for him," Poppy ordered and handed Minerva the cream. First Severus didn't like the cream. It felt sticky on his skin, but soon the cream was sinking in his skin, and it only felt very soft. It also felt very good to have Minerva dry him and moisturize him. "She is a very nice woman. Stork also cream?" he asked. "No, Stork doesn't need cream. He has no sensitive skin," Poppy said to Severus while handing Minerva another tin of cream. "That's for his face." When Minerva rubbed the cream into his face, Severus tried to pull his head back. It didn't feel good to have it on his face. Severus, we know that you don't like the cream in your face, but it has to be applied. Your skin is very dry and you don't want it to start burning again, do you? Severus shook his head and held still so that Minerva could apply the cream on the rest of his face. Look, it's almost completely sunken in, Minerva said and keyed his forehead. Minutes later Severus was wearing his pajamas and was being carried into his bedroom. Poppy and Alistair had said their goodbyes, and now only Albus and Minerva were sitting in front of Severus' bed. Severus was very tired. The day had been so exciting that he just wanted to sleep. The bed was warm, and he slowly dozed while trying to concentrate on the story about a little lion that Minerva was reading aloud. Minerva's soft voice and Albus' slight snoring, he had fallen asleep in the armchair he had transfigured out of one of the chairs, made it hard for Severus to listen to the story. His eyes fell shut, and after a few minutes, he was fast asleep. Sleep well, Sev, Minerva said, leant over the sleeping child and placed a soft key on his forehead. After arranging the bed covers around Severus, she turned to Albus. A chuckle escaped her mouth, and she placed her hand on his cheek. Albus, you have to wake up. Sleeping in this position won't do you any good. What? Albus said, still sleep-fogged. His gaze fell on the sleeping boy. Oh, he is already sleeping. I didn't get much of the story. Severus also didn't hear much of it. It was a busy day for all of us, Minerva said while leaving the room with Albus in tow. When Severus awoke, everything was dark, and he couldn't see much. He was scared because the room was big and obviously not his small room. He accidentally touched Stork and hugged him tightly. That made him remember the events of the last day. He relaxed a little because now he knew that this was his new room, but he still was a little scared. I don't like the dark, he thought, frightened. He also remembered now why he had woken up. I have to pee. Frantically, he looked around the room. No bucket, he realized in shock. At home he was not allowed to leave his room without permission and especially at night. Therefore he had a bucket that he could pee in at night, which he had to empty and clean in the morning when Mother let him out of his room. Severus stood up and immediately clenched his legs together. I really need to pee, he thought, almost starting to cry. Again he scanned the room for a bucket, but there wasn't one. With Stork under his arm he went to the door, opened it and slowly peeked out. Everything was quiet. What shall I do? Severus thought desperately. With his free hand, he squeezed his wee-wee but it didn't help. He was sobbing, and tears were running down his cheeks. Carefully he walked over to the toilet door. On his way, he fearfully looked around. Please no monsters. He still had to clench his legs together. That made it hard to walk. He was almost at the door when he felt the first drops escape him. Whimpering, he stopped in shock. What are you doing, Severus? Albus asked sleepy. He had heard the sobs and was now standing, still with the open door in his hand, in the hall. Severus whirled around, shocked and lost all control of his body. His pajama pants were getting wet rapidly and there was already forming a small puddle at his feet. Severus looked anxiously at Albus and then down at the puddle in his wet clothes. The sobs became cries and Severus darted in the direction of the washroom door. No, Severus! Albus shouted and ran after the panicking child. You will slip. But it was too late. Severus had reached the door and vanished in the bathroom. A loud thud made Albus aware that his fear was justified. The loud scream that followed made the blood freeze in his veins. Severus lay screaming on the tiles, clutching his head with his tiny arms. Albus picked him up and placed him on his lap, after he had sat down on the closed toilet seat. Shish, Severus. I'll call Poppy. Minerva, who had been woken up by the noises, said hectically and left the room. Severus was crying in Albus' arms, and Albus tried to push a bunch of toilet paper on the wound on Severus' head. Healing magic never was a passion of Albus, and he didn't want to do something wrong. Aunt Poppy will be here in a minute, Sev, calm down. Albus could feel the wetness in his lap, but didn't care. He just wanted to calm Severus. When Poppy arrived, he was not only drenched in his lap, but also on his chest, but that was because of Severus' tears. On her way to the still crying boy on Albus' lap, Poppy spelled the wetness on the tiles away. She waved her wand and muttered a diagnostic spell, the moment she arrived at Severus' side. Albus lifted his hand from the wound, and another wave of Poppy's wand stopped the bleeding. Poppy sealed the wound and healed it. All done, Severus, she said while stroking his cheek, with the back of her hand. Severus was still clutching Albus. His sobs and cries were heartbreaking. The concussion potion is still in his system, and so I don't have to give him another one. I will just give him a painkiller spiked with a calming draft. That should make him sleep peacefully until the morning, she said to Albus and Minerva, who had sat down on the edge of the tub. She waved her wand and dried Severus and Albus' clothes. After that she addressed Severus again. Come on, Severus, we have to clean you, and you have to calm down so that I can give you a painkiller. She took Severus of Albus' lap and spoke softly to him. Everything is okay, Severus. You just have to calm down, so that I can give you the painkiller for your headache. Severus was still hugging Poppy's neck very tightly. Ouchie, he said, still sobbing. I know, Sev, but when you drink the potion you will feel better in an instant. She calmingly stroked his head and addressed Minerva. Could you please give me the blue vial and a spoon from my bag, Minerva? Severus had calmed down a little and was now looking curiously at Minerva, who was rummaging in Poppy's emergency bag. Please fill a spoon with the potion. One should be enough, Poppy ordered Minerva. When she saw that Severus was curiously looking at Minerva, she said, You will like it, Severus. It tastes good. Severus swallowed the potion without complaining and felt relieved when the pain was gone. He smiled happily at Poppy, but then he looked down at his pajama pants and remembered what had happened. He looked over to Albus and said, Sorry. Before Albus could say something, Poppy said, You don't have to be sorry. That happens sometimes. Look, you are already dry again. They are not mad. Severus couldn't believe his luck. He had broken many rules, but they are still not mad with him. He was out of his room. He ran in the hall. He spoiled his clothes and most worse he had cried, but they aren't mad. Quite the contrary, they are very nice and hugged him. It's so nice to be here. We still have to clean you. With your sensitive skin it wouldn't be good to just clean you magically, Poppy said and planted Severus in the tub. She had to smile at the puppy dog look Severus was giving her with his tear-stained eyes. He had lifted his arms again and asked, Up. In a minute, Severus. She waved her wand, and Severus was BPD. Remember, our water is always warm for you, Severus, she said, so that Severus didn't panic about the water. Severus already wanted to start crying again when Poppy assured him that the water would be warm. They never lied to me, so maybe they won't start to now, he thought hopefully. He held still, and even enjoyed it, when Poppy let the warm water run over him. She cleaned him with the funny sponge again and then carefully dried him. When she applied the moisturizer again, he hadn't even a chance to fidget because Poppy was that experienced with it that he couldn't avoid her hands. She even put moisturizer in between his bottom cheeks. Minwa hadn't done this. It feels icky. He hoped Poppy wouldn't be here very often to put the sticky stuff on him. Such a big boy, Poppy said while handing him over to Minerva, who dressed Severus in a fresh pair of pajamas. The calming draft will kick in soon. You better get him into bed, she said to Minerva while packing her emergency bag. Albus stood up and held the door open for Minerva, who carried Severus, and Poppy, who made her way to the fireplace. Poppy waved her goodbye at the small family and left through the green flames of the fireplace. Severus had fallen asleep on Minerva's arms, so they didn't have any difficulties tucking him in. If every day will be like this, I will die of a heart attack before he is a teenager, Minerva said while stroking Severus' hair. Albus laid a comforting hand on her shoulder. You know, if nothing unfortunate happens we will even be able to see our grandchildren become teenagers. That's the benefit of being magical. I don't think that every day will be like this one. And even if it is, we will get used to it. He squeezed her shoulder and added, but I'm sure the next days will be stressful, and so we should try to get as much sleep as possible. You are right, Minerva said while standing up. She keyed her husband and both walked back to their own bedroom to get a few more hours of much-needed sleep. They all were sitting at the breakfast table when the fireplace turned green to announce that someone was about to pop through the fireplace. 1 second later Charlie's head appeared between the flames. "Good morning, headmaster, can I come in?" "Of course," Albus said while waving his wand to lower the magical barrier that stops unwanted visitors from barging in, whenever they please. Shortly after the wards were lowered, Charlie emerged from the fireplace, dusted off the ash, which was covering him, and said, "Damn, I hate to travel like this. Brooms are so much more comfortable." When he looked up, he stopped abruptly. "Oh, I didn't want to interrupt your breakfast. I'm sorry, I will come back later." He turned and headed for the fireplace, but Albus stopped him. "No, no, Charlie, that isn't necessary. We are almost finished. You couldn't know that we were still at breakfast. We had a very exciting night and so slept a little in. Come over and have a cup of tea or coffee," Albus said while leading Charlie to the table. "So, coffee or tea, Charlie?" Minerva asked while conjuring a cup. "Coffee, please," Charlie said while already eyeing Severus out of the corner of his eye. He had already heard that Professor Snape had been de-aged. I would have never thought that he was such a cute child. When Mom sees him, she will cuddle him to death. Severus had been quiet while Charlie had come through the fireplace, and Albus had led him over to the table. "Father didn't like it when I look at the people who came to visit him." Therefore Severus fixed his eyes on his bowl of cereal, but couldn't resist looking up quickly from time to time out of curiosity. The man was young, and he had red long hair and a lot of funny points in his face and on his arms. Severus had never seen a man like this. His cereal was forgotten and also his resolution of not staring at the adult's guest. Quite the contrary, he was ogling at the funny man open-mouthed, now. Minerva closed Severus' lower jaw with a tap of her hand. "Severus, it's not nice to stare at our guest. This is Mr. Weasley. He will teach potions from next year onwards." She looked over to Charlie and said, "And this young man here is Severus." "Nice to meet you, Severus, but you can call me Charlie." "Mr. Weasley is my father," Charlie said friendly and winked at him. "So how do you like it here?" "Fine. I have many toys. Do you want to see?" Severus asked, excited to have maybe found a new playmate. The others are fun to play with as well, but they have problems sitting down with him, and if they do, they often groan and say that they are too old for things like this. Charlie seems to be much younger and would surely have no problems playing with him. "No, Severus, Charlie isn't here to play, and you still have to eat your breakfast," Minerva said sternly and shoved the bowl near Severus again. "I'm not hungry anymore," Severus said sulking and pushed his bottom lip out. "Severus," Albus said warning, "what did Aunt Poppy tell you about eating?" Severus sighed and took his spoon again. "You know what, Severus? You eat your breakfast now, and I will organize everything I have to do up until dinner, and then I will take you for a walk and a little fly on the broom, if Minerva and Albus give their okay," Charlie said to cheer Severus up. "Oh please, Minwa," Severus said and jumped excitedly on his chair. "I don't know, Charlie. Flying. He is very young and still not fully recovered," Minerva said worriedly. "Remember, Professor, I was one of the best Quidditch players in my school years here. While working with the dragons I got even better. You don't have to worry. I will only fly low and I'll have a good grip on him. He looks very pale and should get some fresh air." Charlie tried to calm Minerva's nerves. "I think it will be okay, Minerva, and Severus will enjoy spending some time away from us," Albus said calmingly. Okay, you convinced me." Minerva gave in. Severus smiled at Charlie and started to eat the rest of his breakfast. After finishing his cup of coffee, Charlie stood up and addressed Albus. "Where can I find Professor Moody?" He said, "He would help me to arrange my new quarters and check the potions lab and storeroom. His quarters are directly next to the infirmary. Do you want to use the flow network again?" No, I would prefer to walk through the castle. It's quite some time since I last had the opportunity for this. I still remember the way to the infirmary very well from my school years." He smirked at Minerva. "Oh, yes, I remember very well, and that doesn't make it easy for me to allow your adventure with Sev." Severus was shocked. "But you promised." Severus spat milk and cereal, which seconds before were still in his mouth, all over the table. Minerva rolled her eyes. "Severus, don't speak with your mouth full of food. She waved her wand over the spilled liquid and vanished it. And don't look at me like that. I just said it isn't easy for me to allow it, not that I won't allow it. Now eat the rest of your cereal before it is completely soggy. You will need strength to hold yourself on the broom. That made Severus smile again. Charlie stood up and said, I'm older and more responsible now, Professor. I will take good care of your little charge. We know, Charlie, but the situation is still quite new for us, and so we are a little overprotective, Albus explained while standing up to accompany Charlie to the door. I totally understand, he said and leaned over to say the rest a little quieter. He looks a little ill and vulnerable. Yes, there have been some unpleasant surprises concerning Severus' first childhood, Albus said in a low voice while they headed for the door. If you want you can join us for dinner up here or meet the other teachers in the Great Hall for dinner. There are already a few here in the castle, and I'm sure they would love to meet you. Yes, I think I will eat in the Great Hall. That gives me the opportunity to speak with some of them. I really have to speak to Professor Sprout about supplying me with plants for my potion storeroom. I will come by and take Severus when I have finished dinner and my conversation with her. Come over here, Severus, Albus called for him. Severus had played peacefully on his play carpet while Minerva and Albus did their adult stuff. It must be very boring to look at so many papers. Severus hated papers because it reminded him of the times when his father forced him to draw the stupid letters again and again. When Albus called, he feared he had to write letters again. Grumpily he left his play figures and the small flying carpet on the floor and went over to Albus. Come on my lap, Severus, I want to show you something. Albus said. Minerva sat down beside them on the couch. When Severus was arranged on his lap, Albus showed him a photo. That was you while you were an adult, Severus. Do you remember what we told you? You have been de-aged with a potion. Therefore Charlie is here to take over your job as the potion's master, and you don't have to worry about having to go back home. Severus leaned into Albus' chest to find some comfort. He looked fearfully at the photo. Father. No, Severus, that's not your father. It's you, how you looked 2 days ago. You have been a good man and friend to us. In 3 weeks, the students will come back to the castle, and maybe some will tell you things about your former life. I cannot explain it in detail to you because you wouldn't understand, but I want you to know that you can always come to us when you hear something that makes you sad or confused. We love you, Severus, but some people didn't like your adult self. You had to be strict and a little cold to many people because you had another job besides being a teacher here in the castle. Maybe some of them will be a little cautious around you first or tell you things that would worry you. If that happens you must promise me to come to us or Alistair or Poppy. We will help you and try to explain everything to you. Sev, bad man. No, Sev, Minerva said with tears in her eyes. Remembering the adult Severus made her very sad. She took Sev, placed him on her lap and hugged him close. Sev is the little boy here, and he is the cutest and nicest child I have ever seen. The man on the photo was one of my best friends. Severus Snape. A great man, who had suffered a lot to help others. He should have a free life after all that happened, but some people were too ignorant to see this. So he had to be de-aged. He is part of you, Sev, but you won't become the same man as the one you can see on the photo. Severus was often sad and bitter because he had gone through so much in his life. You will have a better life, Sev. I promise this. We will make sure that nobody will hurt you again and we always will be there for you. Good man, friend, Severus asked, bewildered and a little scared about Minerva's behavior. No cry, Minwa, Sev, be good. He hugged her. Of course you are a good boy, Sev. I feel much better by having you in my arms. Severus looked up into her face and smiled. Minerva couldn't resist his cute face and smiled. She leaned over and kissed his forehead. My cute little baby. No baby. Sev, big boy, Severus protested. That made Minerva laugh and her tears stopped. Yes, and you will get even bigger when you eat your dinner nicely. Come on, it's time for the bathroom. I'm sure the house elves will serve dinner soon. The dinner went well, without any problems. Severus had already finished his meal and was eagerly looking at the fireplace. When will the red man come? He asked Minerva. His name is Charlie, Sev, and he will come when he has finished his meal, Minerva explained calmly. Arlie, Severus mumbled to himself. One of the portraits announced that a visitor was at the front door. Severus jumped down from his chair and ran in the direction of the entrance door. Severus! Minerva shouted after him. Severus stopped and stood stock still. The time he had spent with Minerva was enough that he knew it wasn't good when Minerva used his full name. He hunched his shoulder and looked at the floor. When Minerva reached him, she turned him by his shoulder, so that he had to face her. Look at me, Severus. Severus was scared. Please, don't let her forbid me to go with Arlie. He looked up into Minerva's face and waited for what was sure to come. The front door is taboo, Sev. You will only use it when one of us is with you. It's too dangerous if you open it alone, even if you know who is standing in front of it. Do you understand this? Minerva asked him very seriously. Severus nodded and looked fearfully at Minerva. He hardly noticed that Albus had passed them to open the door. When Charlie came into the living room, Severus was looking unsurely from him to Minerva. Will she tell him that I was bad and won't let me fly with him? Something wrong, Sevy? Charlie asked when he saw the worried look on Severus' face. Sev bad, Severus said and looked unhappily at the floor again. No, Sev, you are not bad, but you have to learn some rules here. We don't want you to run in the house because you could slip and hurt yourself, and we don't want you to open the door because we want to know who is visiting us and it could be dangerous. These rules have their reasons, and you have to understand them, Minerva explained calmly. You are not bad, but next time, you need to remember the rules and behave, okay? Severus nodded his head. He didn't wanted Minerva to be mad at him. He knew the rules from his father, but he had other reasons for them, or never explained why the rules were important. At home he wasn't allowed to run because it was too loud and he could break something, and he wasn't allowed to speak with visitors because he was just an annoying freak. Here the rules often seemed to be so that he wouldn't hurt himself. He didn't understand why this was so important for the adults here. Many things are different with Minwa and Albus, Severus thought. Arlie flying with Sev? Severus asked Charlie hopefully. Of course, I have already spoken with Madame Hooch. She is the flying instructor here at Hogwarts. She will give us the best broom that she has, Charlie said to Severus and smiled when he saw that Severus lightened up by hearing this. So are you ready to come with me? Yes, Severus said and started to bounce up and down in excitement. Let's look for your shoes and then we will head down to the Quidditch pitch, Charlie said while leading Severus into the hall by his shoulders. Severus started to run in the direction of the small shoe cupboard, but remembered Minerva's words and forced himself to just walk after a short apologizing look at Minerva. He took his shoes out of the cupboard, sat down on the floor and struggled to put his shoes on. Minerva knelt in front of Severus and helped him into his shoes and tying the laces. Have fun, my darling, Minerva said and keyed his forehead when he was fully dressed. She glanced worriedly at Charlie who smiled soothingly at her. Yes, and say hello to Madame Hooch for us, Albus added while patting Severus' head. "K," Severus said and left with Charlie for his first big adventure in his new home. Charlie was offering his hand to Severus, and he took it gratefully because now, outside Minwa's and Albus' nice bright quarters, it was a little dark and scary in the castle. The portraits they passed whispered to each other. They were discussing who the two new people were that strolled through the halls. They had almost reached the big entrance door when the poltergeist, Peeves, crossed their path. Oh, who do we have here? A red-haired one, obviously a Weasley, but not one of the twins, Peeves said unpleasantly while flying circles around the two. And who is this ugly one? Black hair and so scared. Are you scared of old Peeves? The poltergeist said dangerously. When he said the last sentence, he hovered only a few inches away from Severus' face. Severus was scared and pressed himself as near as possible to Charlie's legs. Go away, Peeves, Charlie commanded, annoyed by Peeves' behavior. When he felt Severus tremble around his legs, he started to get worried. He took Severus by his arm and addressed Peeves again. I would be careful, Peeves. This is Severus, the new charge of the headmaster, and I think you don't want to cross him. Ah, the shrunken old bat of the dungeons. Not so scary anymore, Professor. The students will kick you when they get the possibility, Peeves said viciously and grinned evilly. Severus was crying now and said fearfully, "Want back to Minwa and Albus, Arlie. Please." He hid his head in Charlie's neck and hoped the bad ghost would go away soon. "That's enough," a squeaking voice yelled. When Severus looked up curiously, he saw first a chubby woman and then the tiny little man beside her. The little man had his wand in hand, and it seemed that it was him, who had spoken a few seconds ago to the ghost. He waved his wand and Peeves disappeared screaming. Severus jerked around to see where the ghost was and realized in relief that he was gone. Meanwhile the other two had come nearer. "You should show Peeves his place, Charlie, or he will walk all over you," the chubby lady said to Charlie. Then her glance fell on Severus. "And that must be our little Severus." She smiled at Severus and held her arms out in his direction. "Won't you come to Aunt Pomona?" Severus looked at her with big eyes, but she looked very kind, and so he decided that it wouldn't hurt to let her cuddle him. That's what all the people here seem to do, and he liked to be cuddled. So he reached for the nice lady and let her take him in her soft arms. "How are you, Severus? Do you like the castle?" Pomona asked in a friendly tone. Severus looked around again and it was obvious that he still was scared. "Bad ghost. Did Peeves scare you? You don't have to be scared. He is just a mean poltergeist, Sevy. We will watch so that he doesn't annoy you." Pomona lightly swayed him up and down to calm him. "I don't want the kids to kick me," Severus said sadly and laid his head on Pomona's shoulder. "What if the kids will hate me like the ghost and my father?" Severus thought worriedly. "Severus, come on, look at me," Pomona said and positioned him so she could see his face. "The students won't hate you. How can someone, beside a stupid old poltergeist, hate someone so cute like you? They will love you, you will see. Don't worry about it." Severus was a little calmer now, and he hoped that the nice lady was right. He remembered that the lady wasn't alone and looked for the small man. Professor Flitwick had moved over to Charlie's side and looked curiously at Pomona and Severus. When he saw that Severus was looking at him he said, "Hello young man, I'm Phileas. I teach charms here at Hogwarts. We will speak with the headmaster about Peeves and I'm sure he will have a serious talk with him." Charms. Severus let the word roll on his tongue. "You a great wizard. Ghost is dead." "No, he isn't dead. He just ran or rather flew away. But he knows now that you are under our protection. He will think twice before he annoys you again," Phileas said as calmingly as he could with his high-pitched voice. "So where were you two heading?" Pomona asked Charlie while she still lightly swayed Severus. "We were going to go flying. Madam Hooch is already waiting for us," Charlie explained. "Do you still want to fly, Sevy?" he asked Severus, because after all this stress, he wasn't sure if Severus still wanted to go flying. Severus also wasn't so sure about it. He would like to cuddle with Minwa now and tell Albus what the bad ghost had said, but cuddling with Pom was also very nice and so he laid his head again on her comfortable shoulder. "Of course you want to fly, right? You don't let a stupid poltergeist spoil all your fun. Charlie is a great flyer and you will love flying. The fresh air will do you good," Pomona said encouragingly. "Come flying too, Aunt Pomo." "Pomum." Severus tried to say the name but he couldn't get it right. Pomona chuckled and said, "Pommy will do, sweetie." "Aunt Pommy flying?" Severus asked hopefully and was now much more enthusiastical. Now Pomona had to laugh heartily and Charlie and Phileas couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Me on a broom? Oh, please, it would be disastrous. Charlie is the better one for this, my sweetie. He will take good care of you, don't worry. Nevertheless, I would love if you two came by at the greenhouse when you finished your flight." When she turned to Charlie, she added, "I could also show you the new plants I told you about, Charlie. What do you think, Sevy? Will we visit Professor Sprout after our flight?" Charlie asked while holding his arms open for Severus to climb in again. Prout. Severus was confused and looked at Charlie when he managed to make himself comfortable in his arms. "It's Pomona for you, Charlie. We are colleagues now and you have to start to get comfortable with calling us by our first names," she said to Charlie. She patted Severus' head and said, "And for you it is Aunt Pommy, okay?" "K," Severus said happily. "Phileas and I will meet with Albus and Minerva now, and I will be in the greenhouse in a half an hour." Just come by if you still have the energy after your flight. She said, and then Phileas and she said their goodbyes. Now let's get flying, Sevi. Charlie said and planted Severus back on his feet. When the two came near the Quidditch pitch they could see Rolanda Hooch busily rummaging in the broom shed. Hello, Madam Hooch, Charlie greeted the busy woman. The flying teacher turned around, without even looking at Charlie and Severus, and said, Rolanda, Charlie, just Rolanda. She dusted the filth from her robes and waved the spider webs out of her short, silver hair. When she finally looked at her guests, Severus could see her odd yellow eyes. They were not only of this crazy color, but also seemed to have inflexible pupils that let them look hard and demanding. But something about her didn't make Severus scared. She looks like Ho, the hedgehog, in one of the books in my room. His eyes jumped from her eyes to her ruffled hair and back. If Alistair has snuck this damn Ho, the hedgehog, book in your room, I swear I will kill him, she said, but when she saw that Severus became scared by this, she tried to smile. Oh, my, you have to learn not to take everything I say so seriously, Severus. I'm not one of those crazy, cuddle-addicted women in this castle, but I also don't eat little children. Yes, Severus, Madam Hooch is very cool, and she can fly like hell, Charlie said admiringly. Rolanda, Charlie, what's so damn hard about it? Rolanda said while handing Charlie one of the two broomsticks she had fetched from the broom shed. Charlie reached for the broom and sat Severus down. Ah, a firebolt, I didn't know you had one here. It's one of my private brooms, Rolanda said. I still prefer the Nimbus 2000. It's more flexible, she explained while gesturing towards the broom in her hand. Minerva wouldn't forgive me if I let you fly with this tyke on a poor clean sweep. Arlie good flyer. Aunt R.O., Severus tried to assure her because he feared that she wouldn't let him fly if she thought Minerva didn't approve. Minwa says okay. Aunt R.O., oh, please don't call me that. Just R.O. will do if Rolanda is too hard for you, she said, amused. Severus realized that she was really different to the other women. She didn't try to cuddle him, and she didn't want him to call her aunt. There was nobody he could compare her with, but he thought it could be nice to play with her. It seemed she wouldn't be so easily worried. Maybe, she would even let him try to fly alone. Me fly alone, he said while trying to do the expression the others liked so much. Rolanda laughed. Nice try, puppy, but that look won't work on me. She playfully tapped her broom handle on his head. She looked at Charlie again. We don't want Minwa to have a heart attack, do we, Arlie? She said mockingly. Charlie grinned at her. Of course not, Rolanda. He looked down at Severus and tried to cheer the slightly disappointed child up, by saying, I'm sure Rolanda will teach you how to fly before Brianna and Kenneth are allowed to even climb with someone on a broom. They are the kids of my brother Bill and are as old as you are. That really cheered Severus up. Being able to do something before other children his age are allowed to do it made him feel special, and he really liked to feel special. He smiled proudly at Rolanda. Yes, I will make a perfect little Quidditch star out of you, Rolanda said and patted Severus' head with her gloved hand. And now, let's start. With one fluid motion, she was on her broom, zooming away. Severus stood open-mouthed and looked after Rolanda, who still was flying near the ground, but very fast. Charlie, meanwhile, had straddled his broom and grinned at the odd child. Come on, Severus, let's see if you like flying. He opened his arms and gestured for Severus to climb in front of him on the broom. Rolanda was hovering a few meters away from them, 2 meters up in the air. Let him sit as near as possible to you, Charlie, and hold him tight with one of your arms. She went in full teacher mode and now addressed Severus, who had become a little nervous. Everything okay, Tyke? Grab the handle and relax. No, more forward, Severus. Yes, that's right. She flew around them and came to a halt directly beside Charlie's broomstick. Ready. Severus was biting his bottom lip, and he felt his heart beat in his chest. Please don't let him fly as fast as R.O. had done. What's going on, Severus? Don't want to fly anymore? She asked worriedly. Severus turned his head very slightly to look at R.O. Don't know. You don't have to worry. We will stop as soon as you want us to, okay? Rolanda said to calm the child. She wasn't used to working with children of that age, but she had no problem with taking all the time Severus would need. "K," Severus said carefully. "Nice and easy then, Charlie." With that she accelerated her broom, and Charlie followed shortly after. First Severus felt awkward and his tummy started to tingle, but soon he got used to the feeling. After a few minutes Severus was frantically shouting, "Faster, Arlie, faster." He felt so good. Flying was great. Get RO. Get RO. His laughter and shouts surely could be heard at the highest tower of Hogwarts. His laughter is so natural and fresh, Charlie thought and smiled because the laughter was so infectious. When they finally stopped after half an hour of playing, Catch RO, Severus was still giggling. Who would have thought Severus could laugh like this? It's really refreshing, Rolanda said, breathlessly. Her normally pale face now had more color, and she looked more relaxed. Already getting soft, Rolanda. Charlie mocked her, grinning madly. Yeah, it really seems so, but if you tell anyone, Charlie Weasley, so help you God, she said, but her tone was still too happy to worry Severus, and she couldn't impress Charlie with it either. Enough for today Severus, but you can come back whenever you want, and we can have a fly. Maybe next time a little higher, Rolanda promised. What did I tell you, Severus? She is really cool, isn't she? Charlie asked Severus while placing him on his feet again to climb from the broom himself. Yeah, RO cool, Severus said, jumping around like crazy. Thanks, for lending us the broom and flying with us, Rolanda. We will visit Pomona now in the greenhouses, right, Sev? Yes, Aunt Pommy nice, Severus explained to Rolanda. Yes, I'm sure you like her. Has she already made you addicted to her self-made toffees? Rolanda asked. No, she said when she saw the confused look on Severus' face, then you should ask her for one. Come on, Sev, let's go. Charlie took Severus' hand. See ya, Rolanda. Sure, Charlie, you are always welcome, and I'm always up for a little race, she said and winked at him. Bye, RO, Severus said and waved his free hand at her while already getting led in the direction of the greenhouses by Charlie. Bye-bye, Tyke, she said and then turned, head shaking, to the broom shed. God, I'm getting soft over miniature Snape. You would have a good laugh if you could see me now, Severus Snape, you old bugger. Then she had to grin, but you couldn't have laughed as breathtakingly as this little tyke. When they arrived at the greenhouse, Pomona was nowhere to be seen. Maybe she isn't back yet. Let's see if greenhouse 1 is open, Charlie said and led Severus, who was hopping on one leg beside him, in the right direction. You really have a lot of energy, Sevy. Brian Key not, Severus asked. Charlie stopped and looked confusedly at Severus. He had no idea what Severus was talking about. Sorry, but I didn't get that. What do you want to know? Brian Key no N-er, G-Y. Oh, now I understand. You mean Brianna and Kenneth. They also have a lot of energy and you will enjoy playing with them. You will meet them soon, because my mother has invited you, Albus and Minerva to the Burrow for dinner tomorrow. The Burrow is where my parents live and some of my brothers and sisters. Many children, Severus asked, interested. Of your age, there are only Brian Ken and they are just there during the day and when my brother Bill and his wife visit my parents. The others are older. Ginny is the youngest of us and my only sister. She is still going to Hogwarts, she will be a 7th year. And then my twin brothers Fred and George and my youngest brother, Ron, are living at the Burrow, but they all are working, and so they are only there from the late afternoon or on weekends. Hermione is also living with my parents. She is a good friend of Ron and the twins and so my mother asked her to move in because she has taken an apprenticeship in a hospital near our house. Hermione is Muggle-born, but that would take too much explaining to tell you what that means for the moment. Severus tried hard to memorize all the names. It must be great to live with so many people. There would always be someone to play with. They were standing in Greenhouse 1 now, and Charlie said, Look, Sev, that's what I wanted to show you. He pointed at a plant with hairy stems and leaves and with many blossoms, which were yellow in the middle and had white petals. But the strange thing was that on the blossoms they had tiny faces. Many little eyes with long lashes were blinking tantalizingly at Severus and Charlie, and their little mouths were smiling. Already flirting with, "Marry me, Severus," Pomona said while entering the greenhouse. "Marry me?" Severus asked curiously while facing Pomona. "Oh, I would love to, sweetheart, but I fear I'm a little old for you," she said, grinning, and scooped Severus up into her strong arms. "Just joking, sweetie. So how was the flying?" "Great," Severus screamed, excited. "Oh, cool." Sev catched her. "Caught her, sweetie, not catched," Pomona corrected him while nudging his nose with her index finger. "Caught her," Severus said proudly. Thinking about RO made Severus remember the toffees. "RO said you have toffee." Severus tried hard to say it right. Pomona laughed. "Oh, did she? Yeah, I have a toffee for you, but you have to promise to beep it and not to try to bite on it, okay? It could be too hard for your little teeth." She rummaged in her pocket and produced a little squared thing out of it. It was wrapped in brown, crackling paper, and Severus unwrapped it with big eyes. Before daring to place it in his mouth, he looked at Pomona for permission. "Try it, Severus," she said encouragingly, and smiled at him. "Want one too, Charlie?" Pomona asked Charlie while Severus beeped on his toffee. "Yummy, Arlie," Severus said, and then looked at Pomona, who already was pulling out another toffee. "Thank you, Aunt Pommy." "Oh, you are so sweet." She kissed Severus on his cheek. Severus wiped his cheek with his hand and looked at Charlie again. Charlie was grinning, because he had to think about what Rolanda had said about the other women in the castle. She was right, and Pomona is the biggest mother hen of them all. Her Hufflepuffs love her for it. "Thank you for the toffee, Pomona, but please don't key me for saying it," Charlie said mockingly. "You should not spend so much time with Rolanda, young man. It isn't becoming you," she replied playfully. "You must keep an eye on Charlie, Severus, so that he doesn't become too cheeky," she said while heading with Severus in her arms out of the greenhouse. Charlie followed them, and soon they were standing in front of Greenhouse 5. "You have to stay in my arms, Severus. I have some dangerous plants in there and I don't want you to come in contact with them, okay?" Severus nodded and already was looking curiously around the door. "Come on, Charlie, the dragon lady is in there. You will really love her," Pomona said, and was satisfied when Charlie followed shortly after. This greenhouse was dim and it was harder to breathe in it. Severus snugged closer to Pomona. "No worries, Sev, as long as you stay in my arms, nothing will happen to you." Pomona drew small circles on his back and Severus relaxed. Soon they were standing in front of a big plant, which quickly changed its color from green to blue and finally to red. It had 4 blossoms that were now facing the visitors, puffing fume. "Try to touch them with the stick over there, Charlie," Pomona ordered him. Charlie grabbed the stick and moved it near one of the blossoms. Immediately all 4 blossoms were turning to the tip of the stick and were breathing flames at it. The stick caught fire, and Severus yelped surprised. "Amazing," Charlie said and blew the flame out. "I have never seen one like this," Charlie exclaimed dreamily and a little sadly. Pomona touched his arm affectionately and said, "I didn't want to make you sad." "I'm sorry, Charlie. I know you miss your work in Romania and the dragons." "It's okay, Pomona. It's just that sometimes I get homesick by thinking of the dragons. I really like to work with them and I had found a lot of friends. But I'm glad to be here as well. Potions always was my passion and the opportunity to take over the position of the potions professor was something I couldn't reject. I'm just a little scared that I'm not mature enough for it." "Nonsense. The students will love to have a young teacher. It's good to have a big variety in the staff," she assured Charlie. Meanwhile Severus was playing with the Pomona's locks and found a little beetle in it. "Look, Aunt Pommy." "Oh, a little ladybug," Pomona said. "Let us bring him outside. He wouldn't be happy in here." Outside of the greenhouse, Severus enjoyed the fresh air. In the greenhouse, he already had started to become sleepy. He stretched his arm and index finger where the little bug was sitting on and said, "Fly lady." As if the bug had heard him, it opened its wings and flew away. "Oh, you really have a special charm on ladies, Sevi." She cuddled him one more time and then let him down. "Could you give something to Poppy for me, Charlie?" She needs the salve I made. Of course, we will just pass by the infirmary on our way back. I have to meet Alistair anyway, Charlie said while taking the salve and placing it in his pocket. Going to the lake, Arlie, Severus said while pointing at the water surface a few meters away. Charlie laughed. Okay, Severus. He faced Pomona again and sighed, smiling. I fear I will be more exhausted than he will be tonight. He is full of energy. It must be all so new and overwhelming for him, after what we know about his first childhood. She looked thoughtfully at Severus. You didn't know Severus as we knew him, Charlie. He was a very private man, but sometimes he had opened to some of us. We knew he had a bad childhood, but this, she couldn't finish her sentence because she got a lump in her throat. Charlie placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and then looked at Severus, who was unaware that he was the main topic of their conversation. He had seen a butterfly and was following it from one flower to another. It must be hard for you all. You lost a friend. We would have lost him nevertheless, Charlie. That's the only thing that makes it bearable. She looked at Severus, who was giggling in delight. She had to smile again, and a warm feeling spread through her stomach. But we also got this lovely child. Here. Take him to the lake. Maybe the squid will come out to greet him. One last squeeze and he let go of her shoulder. Okay, we will leave. I hope we will see you soon, Pomona. Me, too, Charlie, me, too. She said smiling. Bye, Aunt Pomona, Severus said while running over to her and hugging her legs. Here, Severus, she pushed another toffee in his hand, leaned down and kissed his cheek again. Severus smiled at her, but nevertheless wiped his cheek again. Then he ran over to Charlie, took his hand and again started to hop on one foot beside him to the lake. The squid was happy to get some visitors. The holidays were boring, and so it spread his tentacles so that they were hovering over the water surface. With one he reached for the giggling child that bounced happy up and down the shore. Severus reached for the tentacle and patted it. It was like a big copy of his small animal toys. Severus loved the squid immediately. When one wet tentacle touched him on his cheek, he said, "You're like Aunt Pommy." The noises at the shore made the other citizens of the lake curious, and some of the mermaids were coming to the surface to see where the noises were coming from. Hello, Severus yelled and waved his hand over his head, while jumping on the spot. The mermaids were looking curiously at him, but kept their distance. They can't understand you, Sevi. They speak another language to what we do, Charlie explained and took Severus' hand. Come on, we have to bring Aunt Poppy the salve. "Kay," Severus said, turned to the lake again and yelled, "Bye-bye." Their journey to the hospital wing passed without any problems. Thieves didn't cross their path again, which Severus was really glad about. He knew they were heading for the big room he had woken up in yesterday, and that Aunt Poppy would be there. And where Aunt Poppy is, Uncle Al is. Severus wanted to tell him about the squid and the flying, but most importantly about the bad ghost, because he was sure that Uncle Al would help him, and punish the bad ghost. They entered the hospital wing, and nobody was there. Severus almost started to get disappointed when the door to Poppy's office opened, and his beloved aunt came out. "Aunt Poppy," Severus yelled and ran over to her. "Oh, it's my little Severus," she said while taking him up in her arms. "So did you have a nice day?" she asked while tickling him lightly on his stomach. Severus giggled. "Yes, Sev flying and meeting R.O., Aunt Pommy and Squid," he told her while she carried him over to one of the beds. "Hello, Mr. Weasley. I hope you have taken good care of our little one," she said in a friendly tone while looking at Charlie. "Please call me Charlie, Madame Pomfrey. And yes, I have kept a good eye on him." When Severus was placed on the bed, he looked up at Poppy with big eyes. "Just a short check-up, Severus. Nothing to worry about." She nudged the tip of his nose and drew her wand. After some diagnostic spells she shook her head in disapproval, so that Charlie became nervous. "Is there a problem, Madame Pomfrey? I really have kept a close eye on him, and he hasn't hurt himself." "Yes, there is a problem, but that isn't your fault. I will keep Severus here and inform Albus and Minerva myself, so you can leave now." Charlie could sense that Poppy was angry, not at him but still angry, and he didn't want to cross her. "Okay." He looked worriedly at Severus, who looked as if he would start crying at any moment. "Pomona gave me this salve for you. I will just place it on the night table." "Yes, thank you, Charlie." The first sobs could be heard from the bed, and Charlie wanted to leave as fast as possible. "There is no reason to cry, Severus. You are in no trouble." Poppy gently stroked his hair and summoned a glass of water. "Come on, drink something, you are almost dehydrated." Charlie beat the air in sharply. "Damn, I forgot to take something to drink for him with me. How often did I hear my mum telling Bill that he should never forget to have something to drink for the children with him." "Charlie, really that isn't your fault, and you should go now, so that I can help Severus." Severus had tried to drink the water, but it was hard to do it while sobbing. So it was no wonder that he was choking now. "Severus, calm down, there isn't anything wrong. I'm sure Charlie will visit you again soon, and you just have to eat something and take a little nap. I'm sure Alistair would be glad to have someone to cuddle while he takes his own nap," Poppy explained softly while she rubbed Severus' back calmingly. Severus had calmed down. He was tired, and having a nap with Uncle Al wasn't such a bad option to look forward to right now. "Oh, I wanted to meet Professor Moody. So maybe it is better if I wait until tomorrow," Charlie said while coming over to Severus one last time, to say goodbye. No, just go to our private quarter, you already know where it is. Tell Alistair that he shall wait for Severus before he takes his afternoon nap." She made a waving gesture with her hand, and Charlie knew that now it was really time to leave. "Bye-bye, Sevy, we will see you tomorrow at the Burrow," Charlie said and ruffled Severus' hair. "I really enjoyed our little adventure today." Severus smiled at him. "Bye, Arlie." "So, Severus, what have you eaten today?" Poppy asked while eyeing him closely. Severus looked at her and chewed his bottom lip. "Sweets are not good. Father always said that sweets make children more louder and annoying than they are without eating them. And they are making bad teeth. Aunt Poppy won't like me to get bad teeth." Severus, "Stop chewing your lip, and tell me what you have been eating today." Lowering his gaze, Severus said in a small, "Toffees from Aunt Pommy." "Was that so hard to tell me, Severus?" Poppy asked still softly. Severus looked at Poppy again. Severus, I want you to be always honest to me. It's very important that you tell me the truth, so that I can help you. There isn't anything bad about eating toffees, but you have to take care that you don't eat too many, and that you eat something else and not only sweets. Therefore I will bring you some fruit and carrots now, or are you really hungry, so that I can give you a sausage or a bread roll?" "Sausage, please, Aunt Poppy," Severus pleaded because he was really hungry after all he did today. First he hadn't realized it, but after Poppy told him about all the food he could eat now, his stomach rumbled. "Okay, sweetie, slide a little further onto the bed, so that I can place a tray in front of you." Severus did as Poppy told him, and soon he had a plate full of sliced apples, peaches and carrots in front of him. A plate with a sausage and a cup full of milk was also on the tray. Severus grabbed the sausage and ate happily. "I'll be back in a second, Severus," Poppy said and headed for the fireplace to inform Albus and Minerva that Severus will be staying with her and Alistair, and that they will bring him over for supper. She tried to stay friendly, but couldn't stop from scolding them about their lack of care. She had made very clear that they have to let Severus sleep a lot. Sending him out with Charlie, without having a midday nap, was irresponsible. She also had given them a lot of books about child care, and so was annoyed that they obviously didn't read them carefully. Otherwise they would have given Charlie a bottle of water, so that he could offer Severus something to drink, from time to time. She knew that they don't take it easy themselves, but that doesn't change that they should be more careful about Severus. After scolding them through the fireplace, Poppy already felt guilty. Seeing Minerva's shocked face was heartbreaking. She tried very hard to make everything right, Poppy knew this. "I hope that this will make them read the books more carefully." Severus was almost finished when Alistair came in. "I have heard there is someone who wants to nap with me." "Me," Severus said, with his mouth full, from the bed. When small pieces of apple flew out of his mouth by this, he looked shamefully at Poppy. Poppy couldn't suppress a chuckle and vanished the sprayed food. First chewing, then swallowing and then speaking, "Severus." Severus tried to chew very visibly, so that Aunt Poppy could see that he was doing what she wanted him to do. "That's right, Severus," she said while standing up. She walked over to Alistair and said, "Watch him while he's eating and then take him with you for the nap. I will go and visit Albus and Minerva. I fear I have scolded them too much and have to calm their nerves now. Maybe I should tell them a few more things that are important about children. Okay, don't be too harsh with them. They are really trying to make everything right." "I know," she sighed and then left the hospital wing. "So what have we here, kid?" He walked over to the bed and sat beside Severus. Apples and peaches. Want one?" Severus grabbed a slice of apple and offered it to Alistair. "Thank you." Alistair took the offered slice and started to nibble at it. "I heard you enjoyed your flight with Charlie and Rolanda." "Yes, we were very fast," Severus said, trying to speak clearly. "Oh, yes, Rolanda and Charlie are very good flyers, and you will become a very good one as well. It's not easy to get Rolanda as a friend, Severus. You are really someone special." Severus smiled and stuffed the last piece of apple in his mouth. Still chewing, he leaned over to Alistair and placed his head on his broad chest. He was very tired. Alistair patted his head. "Come on, kid, you still have to finish the milk and then we can take our nap." He offered Severus the half-full cup and let the rest of the dishes, including the tray, vanish with just a wave of his hand. Severus stared in awe at the scarred hand. "No wand." Alistair laughed. "You are really observant, kid." "Yes, I don't need a wand for simple spells like that." That reminded Severus of the bad ghost, and that he wanted to ask Uncle Al for help. The bad feeling overcame him, and he threw himself at the surprised man. The cup was empty, and so it wasn't so bad that it slid out of Severus' hand while he sobbed hard into Alistair's chest. "What's wrong, Severus?" Alistair asked, alarmed while already starting to draw small calming circles with his hand on Severus' back. "Bad ghost, Uncle Alistair. Make him go away." Severus was crying hard and couldn't stop. Alistair needed a moment to realize that he didn't have to look around for any ghost here. He had heard from Charlie about the meeting between Severus and Peeves in the hall, and so he knew what Severus was talking about. "Severus, Peeves won't hurt you. He is just a bitter, old poltergeist. I'm sure Albus has already scolded him for scaring you, and when I meet him, I'll also tell him to leave you in peace." "Send him away, Uncle Al," Severus said in a small voice, almost asleep because he felt so safe in Alistair's arms. "I can't, Sev. He is part of this castle and you will learn to live with him. But with Albus as the headmaster of this castle, Peeves has to accept his wishes, and so he won't annoy you again." Severus didn't reply and Alistair could guess by the slow breathing that he had already fallen asleep. He chuckled and carried Severus into his private quarters. "That was a little much today for a little tyke like you. Soon you won't take a nap so easily," he said to the sleeping child while laying him on his bed and removing his shoes. He changed Severus into the pair of pajamas Poppy had placed in their cupboard for situations like this. Then he crawled beside Severus and pulled him against his chest. Soon both were sound asleep. Ho, the hedgehog, was so tired after playing the whole day with the rabbit. So when they snuggled together, he fell asleep very quickly. First the grass in front of his muzzle was shaking from the small puffs of air he was breathing. Soon he was snoring very loudly and the ground vibrated from it, and the leaves of the trees they were lying under began to rustle and fell from the wind the snores made. The fur of Rabbit was ruffled by it as well and even his ears were shaking. The wind became more and more and more. Severus opened his eyes with a start. His shoulder-long hair was in his face. He was still a little disorientated when a loud snore was blown on the back of his head and brought his hair flying further into his face. A heavy weight was lying over his side and when Severus looked down, he saw Alistair's arm lying over his side. Another snore, and Severus had to giggle. It was not very easy, but Severus managed to turn around and look at Alistair. His normal eye was closed, but his magical eye was open and stared at Severus. First Severus thought that Alistair could see him, but he remembered that normally his magical eye was moving the whole time, even if it were only small movements. Right now, it was stock still. Severus used this opportunity to look at it closer. Severus liked the blue color of it. First it had scared him, but soon he didn't even notice it. It just belonged to Uncle Al, and Severus thought that he would look odd without it. Another big snore made Severus' hair fly again, but this time out of his face. Severus closed his eyes and waited for the storm to end. He had to giggle again, and unfortunately this vibration through his body made a personal need become very noticeable. Severus groaned and pulled his legs to his body. "Problems, kid." Alistair's voice didn't show any sign that seconds before he was deep asleep. Severus' head jerked upwards to look at Alistair, but his legs moved even further to his body to lessen the pressure on his bladder. Alistair supported his upper body on his elbows and looked down at the distressed child. "Need to pee, Severus?" His magical eye was scanning Severus from head to toe. "No, Uncle Al," Severus lied. He didn't want to go to the toilet here. "I hope we can go to Albus and Minwa quickly so that I can go to the safe toilet." Alistair had to chuckle. "Nice try, kid." With that he stood up and lifted Severus in his arms. Poppy had told him about the toilet problem, and so he knew why Severus had lied. The bathroom was smaller than Albus and Minerva's, and there wasn't a tub. But there was a toilet, much to Severus' disappointment. Soon Alistair had placed Severus in front of the toilet. The moment Severus' feet touched the floor, he started to run, but long years as an oar had given Alistair quick reflexes, and so Severus was stopped very soon. He had tried to catch Severus as carefully as possible, but Severus was frightened, and so again, he wet his pajama pants. "No," he cried, held his front and, much to his surprise, he could stop it this time. Alistair still was encircling Severus from behind and of course had realized what had just happened. "No worries, Sev, it doesn't matter. We will just clean it after you have dressed. Now look at me." He turned Severus lightly sideways so that he could look at him. It was hard to suppress a grin from the sight of the little boy clutching his pajama front. "There is no monster in our toilet. Nowhere in this castle are any monsters in toilets, okay?" Severus didn't look convinced, and so Alistair went on, "See my eye, Sev?" Severus nodded. It was hard to concentrate on what Alistair said while having to pee that desperately. "It's magical, and I can do many things with it. For example, looking through walls." "That's funny, but what does it have to do with the toilet?" Severus thought, confused. Seeing Severus' confused face, Alistair said, "And through toilets." "Oh," Severus said while his eyes widened in understanding. "So," Alistair pulled down Severus' wet pajama bottom, "I can assure you that there is no monster in that toilet." Before Severus could think about it, he was placed on the seat. The position immediately let him loose all of his control. Moments later, he was relieved and exhausted as if he had just finished a long run. The moment he was staring at his wet pajama bottom, the sound of a door closing could be heard. Soon followed Poppy's voice. "Where are you two? Everything okay?" Severus couldn't suppress a little yelp and crossed his legs in an attempt to hide the wet pajamas. He shook his head frantically when Alistair looked at him. "No, please," he whispered. "It's just Aunt Poppy, Sev," he said to Severus. His magical eye was turned backward, and so Severus could only see the white side of idea of Aunt Poppy coming in, and seeing that he had wet his pajamas again was much more frightening than Uncle Al's eye. "We are in here, Poppy," Alistair shouted and then grabbed Severus' shoulder quickly to prevent him from falling from the toilet. Severus had tried to get out of his pajamas. He wanted the damn proof of him being such a baby as far away from him as possible before Aunt Poppy came in. The problem was that it was hard to balance on the seat, and so he almost fell. When Poppy came in, she could see Alistair grab quickly after Severus to stop him from falling down, and Severus, shocked-faced to see her standing in the room. She was a little surprised by this expression, but a quick glance at Severus, as she came nearer, and she noticed the problem. "Oh, Severus, I'm very proud to see you on the toilet again. You are really a big boy." She knelt in front of him, entangled the pajama bottoms and removed them with no comment about their wet state. "A quick wash up in the shower, and then we will take you home to Albus and Minerva, okay?" Severus stared open-mouthed at Poppy. Why isn't she screaming at me? I spoiled the pajamas, and I only wore them once. Poppy lifted him from the toilet and asked, "Do you want to flush it?" Severus still couldn't believe his luck. She isn't screaming, and she even seems to be pleased that I was on the toilet. Without answering he extended his hand, and Poppy hovered him near the flush bottom, so that he could reach it. On the floor again, his pajama top was pulled over his head by the skillful hands of Poppy. When Poppy opened the shower curtain, Severus was surprised to see a chair standing in it. "Do you want to shower on Alistair's chair, Severus?" Poppy asked, and when Severus nodded, she placed him on it. Severus enjoyed sitting in the shower very much. It was really funny. Too soon for his taste, the fun was over, and he was mopped dry. Severus groaned annoyed when Poppy pulled the hated moisturizer out of the hanging cupboard. He had hoped that she didn't have one here. "Severus, I have told you why this is necessary, haven't I?" she said, scolding him while starting to moisturize his chest. "Yes, Aunt Poppy," Severus muttered while trying to stretch his neck to avoid getting any cream in his face. With relief, Severus noticed that Poppy seemed not to have the moisturizer for his face. Alistair had fetched Severus clothes, and soon they were on their way to Albus and Minerva. "Albus, Minwa," Severus screamed in delight when they came out of the fireplace. Soon he was engulfed in a hug by Minerva and got a hair ruffle from Albus. "I'm a big boy," Severus explained to his new parents. "Uncle Al and I were on the toilet." "Oh, really?" Albus said, chuckling. It is a good sign that Severus has started to stop speaking of himself in the third person. That means he starts to feel more comfortable with the new situation and most importantly with himself. Feeling safe would hopefully help Severus to accept himself and make him realize that he doesn't have to fear doing things wrong. With a little practice he soon will speak better as well. "Yes, and we had a nap. So Sev doesn't have to go to bed early today. Time for the puppy dog face," Severus thought and tried his best. Old habits again, Albus thought when he realized Severus had again used third person. "We can't expect wonders after 2 days." "Oh, no, young man," Poppy said, knelt down beside Severus and encircled him sideways. "You had an exhausting day and most importantly no midday nap. So you will go to bed after supper every night and from tomorrow on you will take your midday nap as well." Severus pouted and pushed his bottom lip out. "Why didn't I wait to say this until Aunt Poppy had left? But I'm not tired." "You will be when the time comes, Severus, but it is still time to play," Minerva tried to cheer Severus up. Poppy shook her head in despair and said warningly, "He will twist you around his finger if you don't watch out, Minerva." "No, he won't, Poppy. I remember very well what we spoke about, and I plan to follow your advice. He will go to sleep straight after supper, but until then we can play." "Yeah," Severus jumped. The word play made all the fuss about the sleep time forgotten, and he bounced around excitedly. "Are you thirsty, Severus?" Albus asked while seeing, out of the corner of his eye, Alistair smirk about his question. Of course he knows that Poppy scolded us for this. "Water?" Severus asked skeptically. "Or juice?" Albus said, grinning. "Yes, juice," Severus said, excitedly and then added quickly, "Please." "Okay, my boy, I will get you some," Albus said. Twinkie. With a pop a house elf appeared. "Master Dumbledore has called. What can Twinkie do for you, Master?" Severus knew house elves, and so he wasn't scared. He just hoped Albus wouldn't kick it, because Severus didn't like to see anyone in pain. His father often had kicked and beaten their house elves, even when it wasn't their fault. Severus had hoped that one day, he could be as strong as a house elf because they never cried or tried to run away. "Please bring us a glass of pumpkin juice, Twinkie." No, he didn't kick it. He was polite to it. Severus couldn't stop from gaping at Albus. When Twinkie appeared again, Albus said, "This is Twinkie, our personal house elf, Severus." "It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Dumbledore," Twinkie said while bowing. She didn't spoil the juice even when she bowed so far that her nose was almost touching the floor. "K," was the only thing Severus could reply. Twinkie gave him the glass of juice, and Severus finally came out of his trance-like stupor. "Thank you, Twinkie." "Yes, thank you, Twinkie, that was all we needed," Minerva said, and seconds later Twinkie was gone. "We will go now," Poppy said. "Bye, Severus, and remember you don't have to bath again this evening. Only the moisturizer for your face has to be applied, okay?" "Okay, Aunt Poppy," Severus said a little disappointed because he had hoped that Aunt Poppy would forget to mention the hated cream, but then he ran over to her nevertheless and hugged her legs. "That's my big boy," Poppy said while stroking his hair. Shortly after releasing Poppy, he had Alistair in a bear hug. "Will you come play with me tomorrow? Remember that you will be visiting Charlie's family tomorrow, Severus. We won't have time to play. But I promise to play with you the day after tomorrow, okay?" "Memory?" Severus asked. "My, you really have burned this word into your mind, kid." "Yes, if you want we can play memory then." "Yeah," Severus shouted excitedly and threw his arms in the air. "What a day," Albus said while lying down in the bed beside Minerva. "Oh yes," Minerva sighed. Albus looked worriedly at her sad face. "What's wrong, Minerva? Are you still upset about Poppy's scolding? She has excused herself, and it was very helpful what she told us, don't you think?" "It's not that, Albus. I know that we will make many more mistakes in future, but I also know that we love Sev and won't do anything to hurt him. He is such a cute child and I love him so much that I can't believe I met him just yesterday." She was crying now and tried to hide her tears. Albus was very worried. "Don't turn away from me, Minerva," he said while turning her face softly in his direction. "What is bothering you? And don't try to tell me it's nothing." "It's Severus, Albus. I miss him. Oh, Merlin, I miss him so much that I fear my heart will burst." The sobs couldn't be suppressed any longer, and Minerva leaned over to lay her head on the broad chest of her husband. Albus hugged her and drew calming circles on her back. Slowly the sobs ebbed, and Minerva calmed down. "Talk to me, Minerva." He couldn't see her face, but they knew each other well enough. He didn't need to see her face to know that the tears were still running down her face, only silent now. "The more I love Sev, the more I feel like I'm betraying Severus." She hid her face in Albus' pajama top in shame. "Oh, Minerva, stop torturing yourself. Severus wouldn't have wanted you to do so." His free hand started to stroke her hair now. "He is dead, Albus, and he will never come back again. He is just gone. We don't even have a grave to mourn for him." The sobs had started again more forcefully this time. Albus feared that Severus would wake up from them, and so he let a bit of calming magic flow through his hands into Minerva. When she had calmed a little, he drew his wand and placed a silent charm on the room. They still could hear what happened outside, but Severus couldn't wake from their voices. "We will make a grave then, Minerva. I will speak with Alistair and Phileas tomorrow. Now you have to sleep. Sev will need you, Minerva. Tomorrow is a big day for him." "Yes," Minerva sobbed. "I have to pull myself together for Sev. My little Sev." "Okay, Severus, we are going to travel by flow again. I will carry you like last time, okay?" asked Albus while Minerva helped Severus into his shoes. Severus was deep in thought. He didn't really want to visit the Weasleys right now. What if they don't like me, like Peeves? Albus said he had spoken with Peeves and that he won't be that mean to me any longer, but he can't stop him from bullying me completely. "You have to learn to live with him. Sometimes people don't like us and we just have to do the best out of it," Albus had said. "It's easy for him to say. He is a great wizard and nobody would dare to bully him. But what shall I do? And what shall I do if Charlie's family don't like me? What if they bully me? I would prefer to play with Stork and my toy animals in my own room." Seeing that Severus didn't react on Albus' question, just stared at her hands, clutching Stork, Minerva asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Sev? Don't you feel well?" She felt his forehead with her hand. "What will happen if I say I don't feel well? Won't we go then?" "Oh no, they would bring me to Aunt Poppy, and she will know that I lied, and then I will be in trouble." "I don't know. That wasn't a lie. I really feel odd. I have a crazy trickle in my stomach when I think about the new people. Maybe Bree and Ken won't let me play with their toys. I'm still not good at playing and maybe they will laugh at me." He went deeper and deeper in thought and didn't even realize that his bottom lip started to tremble. Only when he felt his cheeks getting wet by the tears that flew down over them and hearing his own sobs made him aware that he was crying. "Severus, what's wrong? Does something hurt?" Minerva was very worried and took Severus' cheeks in her hands to look closely in his face. Albus also had come nearer to try to figure out what was wrong. "Maybe we should let Poppy check on him before we leave." "No, Severus almost shouted. Not Aunt Poppy. Then tell us what's wrong, Severus. We can't help you if you won't talk to us, Minerva said while trying to stay calm. Don't want to go, Severus said and moved Stork from his chest to his face to hide behind him. Minerva was perplexed. Severus, please lower Stork. I want to speak with you and not with him. Severus lowered his plushie and looked with sad eyes at Minerva. We thought you wanted to see Charlie again and Brianna and Kenneth. Don't you want to play with them? Severus shook his head, but said nothing. They are all waiting to meet you. We already told you that you will play with them when Albus and I have to work, don't you remember? They will be very disappointed if you won't come to play with them. Minerva tried to reason with Severus. Don't want to, Severus said and hid again behind Stork. Albus laid a calming hand on Minerva's shoulder. I will flow the Weasleys so that they don't wonder why we haven't arrived yet. Okay, Minerva said and sighed. Stork wants to play here. Severus tried to convince Minerva not to visit the other children. Severus, Stork has spent all the time here, and I'm sure he would like to see something new. Brianna and Kenneth also have plushies and maybe Stork would like to meet them. But maybe they won't like Stork and be bad to him, Severus replied. Severus, nobody will bully you at the Burrow, if that is what you are worried about. The Weasleys are very kind people, and you will enjoy playing with kids your own age. Right at that moment, Albus came back with Charlie and a young woman in tow. Severus made a sound between a groan and a sob and hid behind Stork. He was embarrassed that Charlie saw him whining about visiting his family. Now, he will be mad at me for not liking his family. Hey, Sev, what's going on? Don't feel like playing today, Charlie said cheerfully and knelt beside Severus. I'm sorry, Severus cried miserably. For what, Severus? You haven't done anything to be sorry about. Not that I know about at least, he said still cheerfully in the hope to change Severus' mood. What's with Stork here? Doesn't he want to play today either? He pulled a little at the plushie to lower it, but Severus had let go of it completely. Stork don't want to be kicked, Severus said, as if that would explain everything. Charlie had to think about what Severus just said, but quickly remembered what Peeves had said to Severus. Severus, my family will definitely not kick you or do anything to hurt you. My mom has made a very yummy dinner with so much dessert that you will roll out of the door after it. And Bree and Kenny have been hyper ever since we told them that you were coming to visit them. They have already lined up all the toys they want to play with you in their playing room at the Burrow. You will have a great time at the Burrow. I promise. We have no mean poltergeist or anything like that. Severus had listened very attentively and was already not so scared anymore to go and visit the Burrow. He really wanted to play with other kids, but there will be more people there. Do you have a father? Yes, I have a father, he said, seeing Severus' expression changing from attentive to scared again. He quickly added, a very nice father. He also is looking forward to meet you. Oh yes, he is, Severus. The young bushy-haired woman had come nearer and now was kneeling beside Charlie. Oh, who is this? She asked while taking Stork out of Charlie's hand. Severus was looking at her with big eyes. Was that Charlie's sister? She doesn't look like him. He was too occupied by staring at her to answer her question. Oh, of course I should have introduced myself first before you tell me what the name of your plushie is. I'm Hermione Granger, Severus. I also live at the Burrow, and Charlie has told me a lot about you. I was so excited to meet you that I couldn't sleep well last night, and only a few minutes ago I was even a little worried that you wouldn't like me and got an odd feeling in my stomach from it. She offered Severus Stork to take him back. Severus grabbed for Stork. I also odd in stomach, Severus babbled. I thought so, but you don't have to worry about it. The moment you see Bree and Kenny, the feeling will go away. Mine also went away when I met you. I don't know. Severus still was a little scared and wished they could just come here to meet him, like the bushy-haired woman had done. As if she had read his mind, Hermione said, Look, we can't all come over here to meet you. Molly has made this wonderful dinner. Do you like meatballs and spaghetti? Severus nodded and his stomach started to rumble. Oh, I can hear you like them. Hermione laughed. It was a laugh that made Severus even more relaxed. She is really nice. I'm not really family, so I'm also only a guest. If we sit together we are not alone, what do you think? Severus looked thoughtfully at Minerva, who was standing with Albus a few feet away from him. But Minwa and Albus also sit with us, right? Of course they will, Severus, Hermione said and ruffled his hair. Okay. Then I say we better not let my mother and her wonderful food wait any longer, Sev. Your stomach already announced that you're looking forward to getting something to eat, Charlie said while lifting Severus into his arms. Severus immediately hugged Charlie, which caused Stork's beak to poke in Charlie's ear. Luckily it was only out of plush and so Charlie decided to ignore it. He was just happy that Hermione had managed to convince Severus to come with them. Yeah, but what can she not do? She is just perfect. Just in that moment Hermione laid one of her hands on his arm and smiled at him. Oh my, one of those heart-melting smiles again, he thought. Hermione shifted Stork so that he wasn't poking Charlie any longer and then turned to lead them back to the fireplace. Albus and Minerva were also very relieved that Severus had calmed down and was willing to come with them. The students will be back in a little more than 2 weeks, and during that time then they hoped Severus would feel comfortable with staying during the daytime at the burrow. The sooner he met the Weasleys the better for all. The first thing Severus realized when they emerged from the fireplace was that the burrow was totally different than Hogwarts and his old home. They were standing in what seemed to be the living room. It smelled a little bit like dust and there were lots of furniture and sideboards around the house. So many places to hide, Severus thought. Severus was still looking curiously around when the door opened and a young man, who looked very much like Charlie, came into the room. Shortly after him followed a young blonde woman with 2 children, one holding on to each hand. Ah, look, Severus, that's my brother Bill. He went, still with Severus in his arms, over to the little family. Severus was torn between looking curiously at the new people and hiding in the crook of Charlie's neck. Bill had scars on his face as if an animal had drawn his claws over it. The scars weren't fresh, and Severus knew that they weren't hurting Bill anymore, but he still felt sympathy for the pain it must have caused. Bill was smiling at Severus and said, "It's good that you decided to join us, Severus. We were all very eager to meet you. This is my wife Fleur." He gestured in the direction of the young woman, "and these are my 4-year-old twins Brianna and Kenneth." He had taken Kenneth from his mother and maneuvered him in front of his legs. "They are very excited to meet you." The children were looking curiously and a little frightened up at Severus in Charlie's arms. They were used to meeting new people, but they had heard that Severus was a little anxious to meet them and they didn't know what to do. They really wanted to play with him and didn't want to frighten him, in case he decided to leave before they had the opportunity to play. Kenneth didn't like the silence that had fallen on the room, and so addressed Severus, "I'm Kenneth. Grandma has made ambrosia and vanilla sauce for dessert. Do you like that?" Severus nodded shyly. Kenneth looked as if you could have a lot of fun with him. The urge to let Charlie place him down and so he could play with Kenneth was getting stronger. Only the thought that there were still more people he didn't know in this house made him stay in Charlie's arms. Brianna came over to Kenneth to have a better look at Severus. She had red, long hair which was neatly bound with a pink tie. She had a lot of freckles like Kenneth and a snub nose. She fumbled nervously with her pink dress. "I'm Brianna." Kenneth thought he had to explain more and said, "She is my sister, but I'm half an hour older." His blue eyes were sparkling with pride as he said it. His red hair was standing up in all directions as if he hadn't combed it. When Bill stroked Kenneth's hair it always jumped back into the crazy angles it was sticking out at before. "I'm 4, Severus said. "We, too. When is your birthday?" "Ours is the 15th of March. "I don't know." Now it was time to hide in the crook of Charlie's neck. "They will think I'm stupid now. Father said I wasn't worth celebrating birthdays. Why should we celebrate the day you were born?" Father had said. He could remember that his mom had come once to his bed in the morning and said that it was his birthday today and sang something to him, but he couldn't remember when this was. Now the twins will think I'm a freak for not knowing. They also speak much better than me and maybe they will laugh because I can't speak that good. The twins were confused that Severus didn't know when his birthday was, and the adults exchanged knowing glances. Albus said, "Severus' birthday is on the 9th of January, Kenneth." Severus is a little nervous to be here, and I think we all are hungry. You will have a lot of time to talk and play later, but now I think we should go eat. Yeah, Severus, meatballs and spaghetti. Come on, Kenneth shouted happily. Kenneth's still friendly and excited voice made him look at him again. He still wants to play with me. That made Severus relax. Yeah. Kenneth and Brianna were running to the kitchen and were the first to enter. When Charlie and Severus came into the kitchen, all eyes were on them. Hello Severus, I'm Molly. A very kind chubby lady in a pinafore came over to greet Severus first. I hope you are very hungry because I have cooked a lot. She gestured to the table full of food. But first Charlie should introduce you to the rest of the family, and I will get the drinks. Yes, Mom, Charlie said and turned to Arthur, who stood next to Molly. You already know my mother now, and this here is my father, Severus. Uncle Arthur, Charlie explained while Severus looked curiously at the man in front of him. Arthur also had red hair like Molly, and almost everyone in this room, but his hair was thinning out on the top. He hadn't got as many freckles like his children and grandchildren. Nice to meet you, young man. I hope you like it at the Burrow, Arthur said in a friendly tone, and when he saw Severus nod, he smiled an indulgent smile. Charlie moved over to the table. This is Percy, he works at the ministry like Dad. Percy just nodded in Severus' direction. He reacted strangely, Severus thought, but it wasn't very worrying so far. And we are Fred, one of the twins said while pointing at the other. And George, the other twin said while patting his counterpart on the head. We have a joke shop, Severus, and you will love our products, they said cheerfully. Don't you dare give him any of your inventions, Fred and George. I swear you will regret it if you do, Molly shouted in rage. Severus jumped in surprise. That the nice lady could shout like this was very frightening, and he hugged Charlie's neck very forcefully. Charlie had to chuckle when he saw the shocked expression of his mother. She knew about Severus' past childhood and wanted to restrain herself from shouting, but her famous Weasley temper had won over. Now she was regretting it. Severus, you don't have to be scared. My mother is just worried that the twins will play a prank on you. They are famous for doing things like this, and she just wanted to make sure that they behave. Severus cautiously came out of his hiding place in Charlie's neck. When his eyes fell on Molly, she said, I'm sorry for shouting, Severus, but it wasn't meant to scare you. I'm just worried. Please, never eat anything these twins give you before one of us adults have checked it. We are adults as well, Mom, both twins said in unison. You don't behave like adults, Molly said while shaking her head. Trying to convince him to try your jokes and even daring to do it in front of us. Merlin, Mom, we were just... Fred began, referring to our fireworks and not our joke articles. We would never, George went on. Give him something to eat, not even the harmless ones. Fred ended. What you two call harmless could still be dangerous for Severus. Charlie scolded the twins and then looked at Severus. They are really fun to play with, but Mom is right, never eat anything they give you. Okay, Severus. Severus nodded and then looked confusedly at the twins. We will have fun. When they all stop fussing about you like they are right now, Fred said to Severus, but when he heard his mother already taking in a deep breath for another scolding, he added quickly, with fireworks, not eating any joke lollies. Molly let out the breath she was holding and then addressed Hermione. Hermione, dear, would you please fetch Ron and Harry? They are still upstairs. Of course, Molly, Hermione said and hurried out of the kitchen. Charlie pointed at the red-haired girl next to Molly. This is my little sister Ginny. You will see her at Hogwarts as well when the new school year starts. She is in her 7th year. Ginny was looking curiously at Severus, but also a little nervously. More nervous than Percy, and in her case Severus started to get worried. Why is she looking so odd? Maybe she is one of the kids Peeves told me about. Do you want to kick me? Immediately the room was silent. Charlie was glad that his mother already had placed the big pot on the table because he was sure that she would have let it fall in this moment. Ginny was the one most shocked. She couldn't understand why he thought this. She felt awkward because she knew that this child was her former potions master. She wasn't involved much in the battle and the adults' celebrations after it, and so she wasn't at ease with the professor like Hermione, Ron and even Harry had been in the end. She was confused how to react around him, but she never thought about hurting him. "Severus, what did I tell you?" Charlie asked. "My family will not hurt you. Ginny is a little unsure about how to speak to you. Albus and Minerva have told you that in the last school year you were the potions master of Hogwarts, and so you were Ginny's teacher. She has to know you better before she can act normally around you, but she doesn't want to hurt you. Again they tell me I was an adult. I don't understand this." Severus groaned in frustration and hid in Charlie's neck again. He is 4-year-old, how the hell could he understand this, Charlie? Molly said while coming over to them. In the meantime Hermione had come back with Ron. "What's the matter? Someone die?" Ron asked when he felt the tension in the room. "As sensitive as always, Ron." Hermione boxed him on the shoulder. Molly had reached Severus now. "Look, there is my last son, Severus. It's Ronald." She stroked Severus' hair and was glad when he reacted to it by looking at her and not jerking away. "Ron is attending Auror training and will become an Auror like your Uncle Alistair was one." That made Severus look at Ron. "He wants to be like Uncle Al." "Yes, and I hope I will be as good as he was," Ron said grinning while sitting down at his seat at the table. "So where do you want to sit, Severus?" Molly asked. "With Hermione." Severus smiled proudly when he managed to speak her name correctly. Hermione grinned. "That was very good, Severus. My name is really difficult to speak. Why don't we sit there, so Albus and Minerva can sit on your other side, okay?" Severus nodded and soon was placed on a stool with a similar cushion like he had at Hogwarts to reach his plate. "Will Harry come?" Molly asked in a low voice while she leaned over to the already sitting Hermione. Hermione sighed. "Yes, but he wanted us to go first, so that he could make himself ready alone." Molly squeezed Hermione's shoulder sympathetically while she headed for her own seat. She knew how hard it was for her that Harry often sent her away and won't let her help him. They were already all sitting when the kitchen door opened and a dark-haired young man limped into the room. "Sorry for being late." Severus knew that the man must be in pain. He had seen enough people hurt and in pain to see that Harry wasn't feeling well. Harry's head hung down as if he didn't want to look at the others, but when he looked up to see Severus his eyes were shining with curiosity. His face was scared, not as bad as Bill's but still scared, and he looked gaunt and broken. Severus was surprised. All the people he'd met so far in his new life were happy even when they were scarred, but this one was obviously not happy. He reminded him a lot of his mom. She also looked so sad. "I hope I didn't stop you from starting to eat, Severus. You must be hungry. Molly is an excellent cook." Harry tried to be cheerful. His weak attempt of a smile wasn't reaching his eyes, but Severus could feel that he meant to show him that he was okay with the situation. "No, we were just sitting down." "You are Harry, right?" Severus asked, unsure what he could do to help Harry feel better. "Yes, I am. Famous Harry Potter," he said bitterly. "Harry, please," Hermione pleaded. Yes, I'm sorry. Let's start eating," Harry said because he already regretted what he said. "Good idea. So who wants spaghetti?" Molly said and filled the plates. The dinner was delicious. The adults were chatting happily while the kids were eating eagerly. Only one was leaning close over his plate trying to avoid being drawn into the conversation. Harry just wanted to be left alone. The last years of training for the battle and the final battle as well had taken a toll on him. His body hurt, especially his left leg, where an unknown curse had hit him. His hands often started to tremble out of the blue. Nightmares hunted him every night, and he had problems enjoying his life and having social interaction. At least Severus had invented a potion for him to lessen the pain before he was forced to be de-aged. Harry felt guilty for this. Severus had helped him so often, and without him he would have never been able to defeat Voldemort. And still the damn ministry had to force the professor to make this decision. From time to time during the meal Harry peeked over to the small child Severus was now. During his occlumency training he had a glimpse of Severus' first childhood and hoped that the abuse had started later than the age he was now. Harry hadn't seen any memories of such a young child in his potions master's mind. Severus also glimpsed at Harry. Sometimes their glances met and they looked down at their plates quickly. He looks really sad and in pain. Maybe Minwa should cuddle him and Poppy should give him some of her odd liquids, Severus mused. Poppy can make anything better. You should visit me in the castle, Harry. You have to see my quarters. Alistair is asking for you every time I see him. He would love to see you again. Charlie tried to make conversation with the drawn-back young man. So much for keeping myself out of the conversation. Harry never looked unsurely at him like Ron, and worriedly like Hermione. It would be a nice change from the burrow. I have an appointment with Poppy tomorrow morning. I could come by then. Yeah, that would be great, Charlie said cheerfully, even when he saw that Harry had leaned sullenly over his plate again. We would really love it if you would eat with us in the Great Hall, Harry. What do you think? I'm sure Phileas, Hagrid and all the others would like to see you again, too, Albus said in the hope to get the depressed young wizard out of his hiding place for some time. Harry sighed. If you insist. No, I don't insist. I just ask you to accompany us. Young Severus here is always happy to have someone around him who isn't old like me, and closer to his age compared to the other professors in the castle. Albus patted Severus' head. Manipulative as always, Headmaster, Harry said grumpily. Seeing Severus' beaming expression at the mention of him joining them at dinner, Harry added, but I think I will come for dinner. Fantastic, Albus said with a twinkle in his eyes. So, Sev, have you already brewed with Charlie? Fred asked. Brewed? Severus asked confused. Don't distract Severus from eating. Molly berated her son. Looking at Severus' empty glass, she asked, some more juice, darling. Severus had already shoved more of the spaghetti in his mouth and so just nodded his head. Of course I didn't brew with him and you two will stay away from him as well. He is 4 years old and will stay away from bubbling cauldrons for some time, Charlie said sternly and sending a glare at his twin brothers that could match one of their former potions masters. Severus gulped down the food in his mouth and quickly said, I would like to brew, Arlie. Hearing Severus' name for Charlie made the other Weasleys grin. Brianna and Kenneth also had problems with Charlie's name for some time. Yeah, I'm sure you want to, but brewing is for big boys. So you should eat and not speak so you will become a big boy soon, Charlie replied. Severus sighed disappointedly, but started to eat again. Soon the meal was over. The men will clean the table and Hermione and I will take the kids to bed, Molly announced. That made Brianna and Kenneth protest, and Severus push his lower lip out. But we want to play with Sev, Kenneth said to his grandma. You will have enough time to play after your nap, Molly said sternly, and Kenneth knew that there was no chance she would change her mind. Will Sev sleep with us? Brianna asked hopefully. So that you won't close your eyes for a second and talk all the time. Oh, no, my dear, not today, Molly said and went over to Severus. She took the napkin and cleaned him with the experience of a mother of 7 children and then lifted him in her arms. I'll take Severus here and, Hermione, would you please take the twins? Oh, yeah, Hermione. Fred started. Take us, George finished while both were grinning wickedly. Charlie, would you take care of your stupid brothers, Molly said and went to Hermione. Don't let them mock you. I've lived here long enough to know how to take them, Molly, Hermione said and glared at Fred and George. Seconds later she left the kitchen with Brianna and Kenneth holding her hands. It was hard for Minerva to let Molly take care of Severus. Albus knew this and laid a calming hand on hers. Arthur also felt the tension and distracted her with conversion. Molly and Hermione meanwhile were washing the children, and then Hermione brought the twins to their room while Molly brought Severus to the guest room. Severus looked around, frightened. He was sure he could not sleep here. Why aren't Minwa and Albus here? Have they left me alone? The sad and scary feelings overcame him, and he started to sob in Molly's shoulder while she carried him over to the bed. Oh, Severus, what's wrong? Minwa and Albus gone? Severus asked while clawing Molly to prevent her from laying him on the bed. They are still down in the kitchen, Severus, and they will wait for you there until you finish your nap, Molly said calmingly. Don't want to nap, Severus said and shook his head as much as he could while pressing it in Molly's shoulder. Severus, all children have to nap, so you will have much more energy to play with the twins after it. I will read you a nice story and will stay until you fall asleep. Can't fall asleep, Severus said miserably. We will see, Severus, I will just start reading and will stay here, okay? She pried his hands from her neck and placed him on the bed. Quickly he dressed him in pajamas and tucked him in. The bed was cozy, and Severus snuggled into the bedclothes while listening to Molly's melodic voice. She could read very well. Soon Severus' eyes closed, and he fell asleep. Molly placed a spell on the room so that she would be informed when Severus woke up and left, heading to the kitchen. One quick glance around the room showed her that Harry had already left. She sighed sadly and went over to a worried-looking Minerva. He is fast asleep, Minerva. Don't worry. What if he wakes up and is scared? He doesn't know the room, Minerva asked, worried. I have placed an alarm on the room that will inform me when he wakes up. Severus has to get used to us in the burrow as he will spend so much time here in future, Minerva. That's the reason for this meeting, isn't it? Molly tried to calm Minerva. She could understand how Minerva felt. I understand your worries, Minerva, but they aren't necessary. Molly smiled warmly at Minerva. I know, Molly, but it is so hard to let someone else take care of him, Minerva stated. That's how a mother is meant to feel, Molly said and laid a calming hand over Minerva's. He is okay. An hour and a half later the alarm on Severus' room informed Molly that Severus had woken up. I will go and check on him. Maybe he will go back to sleep again. Otherwise I think it won't hurt to only have a short nap this time for the kids. They are so eager to play. Is that okay for you, Fleur? Sure, Molly, you know I trust your judgment, Fleur said, smiling. At home the twins never sleep as long as they do at the burrow. When Molly entered the room, she only saw a big bulge under the bedclothes. What are you doing, Severus? Already playing hide and seek? Hearing Molly's voice he carefully peeked out from under the bedclothes. Don't want to sleep anymore. Molly went over and sat down on the bed. She arranged the bedclothes so that Severus' face was free and the rest of him was nicely tucked in. Why don't you try to sleep a little longer, Severus? Normally a nap time is longer, you know. I'm not tired. I want to play with Bree and Ken, please, Severus begged. He didn't dare to use his puppy look because he had the feeling it wouldn't work on Molly. Molly stroked his hair and said, only half an hour, Severus. I could sing something for you. How would you like that? That's not fair. Severus didn't want to nap any longer, but he also would really like to hear Molly sing. He pondered hard about it. Molly smiled seeing Severus' concentrated expression while he pondered about his decision. I will start and we will see if that helps you to sleep again. Great. So I can hear her sing and then I can get up because I haven't fallen asleep, Severus thought happily. Molly sang a song she had often sung to her own children and slowly stroked Severus' face and hair. She sings so nice, Severus thought while struggling to keep his eyes open. After a moment he lost the battle and was asleep again. The next time the alarm went off 40 minutes later. The adults had already moved into the living room, and Molly and Hermione went up to get the kids out of bed. Minerva was overwhelmed when Severus came running into the room after Molly had changed him into his clothes again and had washed his face. Minwa, Severus shouted and hugged his stunned adoptive mother. He was so glad that Albus and Minerva have waited for him. When she had recovered from her first shock, she said, Have you slept well, Sev? Yes, Aunt Molly has read and sang, Severus told her eagerly. So you like it here? Minerva asked. Severus looked at her and then asked cautiously, You don't want to leave me here, do you? Minerva hugged him again and when she wasn't able to answer his question because she fought with her tears, Albus took Severus in his lap. No, Severus, we won't leave you here. You live with us at Hogwarts and that won't change. But we already told you that you will stay here during daytime when school starts again, Albus explained calmly trying to stop Severus from turning around to look at Minerva. Severus had noticed that something wasn't right and so tried to look at Minerva even when Albus tried his best to prevent it. Min was sad, Severus asked, worried. You know that Minerva is sometimes a little sad, Severus, but right now she is just happy to see you again, Albus explained and gave up hindering Severus' view of Minerva. But Minwa crying, Severus said confused. Why would she cry if she is happy to see me? Albus was at a loss for words, and Minerva still was drying the tears on her face. So Molly tried to intervene. Sometimes mothers are a little worried when they don't see their children for some time and then they cry because they are so happy to see their children again. Severus looked at Minerva and then crawled on her lap. I'm here, Minwa. You don't have to cry anymore. If you want I will stay here with you. Oh, no, Severus. I'm just a sentimental old witch. I'm very happy you were so nice and had a good nap. Poppy will be proud of you, as well. And now you will go play with Brianna and Kenneth. I'm sure they are already waiting for you, Minerva said and kissed Severus' forehead. Then she placed him on the ground and playfully patted his behind. Go and play. She didn't have to tell him twice. He would have stayed with her if that would make her happy, but he would prefer to play with the twins. Seeing that Minerva was smiling again, he followed Molly out of the door. The playtime with Brianna and Kenneth was great. They showed him a lot of games and they were patient and didn't call him bad names. From time to time one of the adults came in and also played with them. It was great. The greatest time of Severus' life besides the first time Minerva and Albus had brought him into bed and read for him, or the time where he saw his room for the first time. Brianna wasn't like the girl he met at his parents' home. She was nice and not so dolly-like. When they played tag, Severus was very shocked and scared when he pushed Bri too hard and she fell, but she just laughed and used his shocked state to touch him and say, "Your turn again," and ran away again. Kenneth was very funny and often rolled his eyes when Severus was too cautious or feared he would do something wrong. Just try it, or get a grip, was what he said at those moments and then showed Severus what to do. Severus was so glad to have friends. When Molly came and said that Severus had to go home, all the children protested. Come on, Severus, you parents are waiting downstairs and want to have some time with you as well, Molly said encouraging. Shortly Severus stiffened at the word parents, but then he realized that Molly meant Albus and Minerva. And home was now the castle and not the manor. They all went down to the living room and were saying their goodbyes. Harry hadn't shown up again, but the rest of the family was there. Severus hugged Bree and Ken and promised to come back soon. After that he went over to Minerva, took her hand and said, "Let's go home, Mommy." Minerva's mouth fell open and before Severus could realize her reaction, Albus took him in his arms and said, "Yes, let's go home, my boy." Severus had slept like a stone through the night and didn't wake up. The events at the burrow were so exciting that he had been extremely exhausted. He hadn't heard much of the story Minerva had read to him in bed. He had spent the morning playing in Albus' office. He wasn't allowed to visit Uncle Al because Harry was with Poppy and Alistair at the time. It's time for dinner, Albus. You have to stop working. I will get Severus ready so that we can go down to the Great Hall, Minerva said while she helped Severus to gather his toys. Oh, I lost track of time, Albus said, and fumbled with the papers on his desk. Severus was excited to hear that they would be eating with the other teachers. Aunt Pommy. Yes, Aunt Pommy is there as well, and all the other teachers who are in the castle, Minerva explained and led Severus out of the office. Arriving at the Great Hall, Severus let go of Minerva's hand and ran over to the big table where all the teachers and Harry were sitting. The first person he bear hugged was Alistair. "Uncle Al, do we play later?" Alistair chuckled. "Sure, lad. Did you have a great time at the burrow yesterday?" Severus nodded his head excitedly. "Bree and Ken are great. We played funny game." "That's great to hear. Want to say hello to Aunt Poppy as well?" Alistair asked and lifted Severus over to his wife. Severus hugged her as well and then rolled his eyes when she fumbled for her wand. "I'm fine. I drank a lot. Maybe, but you know I can't resist trying a diagnostic spell, darling," Poppy said and tickled Severus. Severus giggled and then held still for Poppy to place the diagnostic spell. "Very well, my dear," Poppy said and ruffled his hair. Severus jumped down and ran over to Phileas, who was sitting next to Poppy. He looked unsurely at the small wizard. "Don't want to hug me?" Phileas said and opened his arms. Severus smiled. That was all he needed for invitation. After hugging Phileas and Pomona, who snuck a toffee in his hand, he ran over to Rolanda. "The cuddle monster is coming," she said playfully when Severus stood before her. Severus offered her the toffee. Trying to buy me, she said, laughing while lifting Severus on her lap. She took the toffee, but only to place it in Severus' pocket. For after dinner Poppy will have our heads. Severus nodded, grinning, and glanced quickly over to Poppy, who raised one of her eyebrows. So enough cuddles, little monster, Rolanda said, and lifted Severus over to Charlie. Arlie, Severus said, excited, and sunk into the robes of his big friend. So you liked meeting my family, Sev? Charlie asked. Severus nodded and asked, can Bree and Ken come here as well? You have to ask Albus and Minerva about that, not me, Severus, Charlie replied. We will see, young man, but now you have to eat, Albus said as he took Severus out of Charlie's lap and sat him on his seat beside Harry. Be a good boy and eat. Severus looked shyly at Harry. He didn't look better, but when he saw Harry grin at him, he said, Hi, Harry. Nice to see you again, Severus, Harry replied. So, what are your plans for today? Seeing that Harry obviously wanted to make conversation with him, he tried to use his chance for another cuddle and slipped in Harry's lap. He didn't notice Harry's wince when he came in contact with his hurt leg. No, Severus, that's not a good idea, Minerva said, shocked, and leaned over to lift Severus off Harry's lap. Harry stopped her by holding up his hand and saying a little harshly, I'm not made out of sugar, Professor McGonagall. Minwa, Severus stated while looking at Harry confused. What? Harry asked. Minwa, Severus said and pointed at Minerva. Minerva chuckled. Yes, Harry, Severus is right. I'm not your professor any longer. You can call me Minerva. In a more severe tone she added, and even when you are not made out of sugar you should tell Severus when he hurts you. Realizing that he might have hurt Harry by climbing on his lap, Severus said, Sorry, Harry. When he tried to climb down, he was stopped by Harry. If I didn't want you on my lap, I would have said so, he said pleasantly to Severus. Facing Minerva he added bitterly, It's not as if pain is a new feeling to me, Minerva. Do you want play with Alistair and me after dinner? Severus asked Harry and wanted him to get nice again. After dinner you will have your nap, I would say, Harry said, amused. Severus pouted. So he is really one of the adults. These stupid naps. Seeing Severus' sad face and knowing that soon he would get a scolding for pouting, he added, I wonder if your parents will let you join me and Charlie for a visit to Diagon Alley. Severus' face lit up. He had heard Albus and Minerva talk about it. There are many colorful and funny shops. Severus jumped down from Harry's lap and ran over to the person he hoped to convince the easiest. Please, Daddy, Severus begged while climbing on Albus' lap, putting up the best puppy face he was capable of. Nice try, my boy, but this is the decision of your mother and not mine, Albus said, handing Severus over to Minerva. It is still odd when Severus addresses us as Mommy and Daddy, but it gives me a nice, warm feeling. Severus looked shyly at Minerva. His tactic hadn't worked well and now she knew that he tried to convince Albus instead of her. We will speak about it when you have finished your meal, Severus. So no climbing on anyone anymore, or are you a mountain goat? Minerva said jokingly. Severus giggled and shook his head. Good, otherwise I should order more green vegetables for you, Minerva said mockingly. Quickly Severus climbed on his chair before Minerva really made more vegetables appear on his plate. There is already too much of the ugly green broccoli on it, Severus thought. Yes, Mommy, Severus mumbled. He knew that calling her Mommy made her happy, and so he hoped to gather extra points for the conversation after dinner. As soon as he had finished his meal, he looked at Minerva. Can you what, Severus? Minerva asked, still eating. Severus groaned. Go to Diggy Allen. Harry choked at his food, and the rest of the adults tried hard not to giggle. Diagon Alley, Severus, Minerva corrected him. I'm not sure. Severus protested, I have eaten all my food. He pointed at his empty plate. And I said we will speak about it when you finished, Severus, not that I will allow it, Minerva said sternly. Severus' bottom lip came out and started to tremble. But I want to go with Arlie and Harry. Minerva sighed. Okay, Severus, but first you will have your nap. Yeah, Severus shouted and threw himself at Minerva, who almost fell from her chair by it. Minerva saw Poppy shaking her head grinning. Why is Poppy never falling for Severus' tactics? Minerva wondered. But I want you to keep a close eye at him, Charlie, Minerva said warningly. Charlie laughed. You send your son out with the hero of this world and ask the stupid sidekick to take care of him. Harry stood up abruptly and said heatedly, I said you. Yes, calm down, Harry. I know you can't see the humor behind this, but I couldn't resist. He patted Harry on his shoulder. Let's get into the lab while Severus takes his nap. Harry calmed down again and let Charlie lead him out of the Great Hall. Minutes after Poppy's visit in the dungeons, Minerva and Severus entered the potions lab. Still slightly dazed from the many instructions Harry and Charlie got from Poppy about their meeting in Diagon Alley, they looked a little worried to Minerva. Everything all right, boys? Minerva asked, worried. Have you changed your mind about taking Severus with you? No, Severus shouted and ran over to Charlie. You will take me with you, Arlie, right? Sure we will, Charlie said, and lifted him up in his arms. Looking at Minerva, he explained, Poppy just left and gave me a lot of instructions about Severus and Harry. Yeah, as if I'm a kid, Harry said bitterly. Harry, please, don't be so bitter. Poppy is just worried. May I ask how your checkup was? Minerva asked while coming over to Harry, placing a calming hand on his arm. Harry sighed. It was good to have his old head of house around and enjoyed her concern, but not even she could make him forget what happened, and she couldn't make the pain go away. Not the physical, nor the emotional. Only the little open-hearted tyke in Charlie's arms made him forget for some time what happened. I'm sorry. It's just that everyone is pestering me and having Poppy and Hermione mollycoddle me all the time makes it hard to not become bitter. I mean, I defeated Voldemort, but they think I can't take care of myself and decide what I can and not do. Sometimes we need friends to take care of us, Harry. Poppy doesn't want to patronize you. She knows that you are a responsible adult, but as your Medowitch she absolutely knows when you overwork yourself. She is just worried, Harry. Yes, I know, but after Hermione's mollycoddling all day, I thought I would at least be free of it here. Hermione is also just worried, Minerva said. Yes, and she tries out whatever she learns in her damn Medowitch school on me. I feel like a guinea pig. I would prefer if you wouldn't curse so much in Severus' presence, Harry. Minerva scolded him and then added in a more kindly voice, shall I speak with Hermione? No, that wouldn't help, but maybe you could speak with Madame Pomfrey. I know that Hermione is constantly in contact with her. Madame Pomfrey is the only one to which she would listen. I will, Harry, Minerva promised and gently squeezed Harry's shoulder. She looked at Charlie. Take care of Severus. I ask you to do this and not Harry because Severus knows you better. You also know how to take care of him. Here is something for him to drink and fresh underwear. Only for an emergency. Minerva handed Charlie a small backpack. Severus groaned and hid his face in Charlie's shoulder in embarrassment when Minerva mentioned the underwear. I'm not a baby, he mumbled. That has nothing to do with being a baby, Sev, Charlie said as he placed Severus down. Sometimes accidents like this happen. He ruffled Severus' hair. Okay, you three. I will leave you now. Take care. With that Minerva left the potions lab. Shish, Severus, the dizziness will go away soon. Charlie said calmingly while stroking circled on Severus' back. Severus was sobbing into Charlie's neck. Maybe you should use the flow next time. I could apparate to Hogwarts and inform the headmaster to lower the wards for you, Harry said worriedly. We will discuss it when we head back, but it is a good idea. I really feel as if we have an exam. And I fear we have already failed the first task, Charlie said while still trying to calm the crying kid in his arms. Yeah, we have to try hard to not make more mistakes to pass our test. Otherwise they won't let us near him again, Harry laughed. Charlie smiled at him. It was good to see Harry laugh. Concentrating on the child in his arms again, he said, come on, Severus. Breathe deeply and try to stand. We want to look at all the cool shops, don't we? When Severus was placed down, he tried to do what Charlie said and felt the dizziness vanish. He really wanted to see all the shops. Albus and Minerva had given him money, so that he could buy something. The first shop they went in was the book shop. That was why they originally wanted to visit Diagon Alley. Harry went over in the adult section to look for some defense books. The war was over, but Harry was still interested in all kinds of dark magic and how to defeat it. Deep inside he also hoped to find some information about the curse which had hit him. Charlie sat Severus on a chair in the children's section and gave him a book to look at while he made his order for the potions class. He had Severus in view while he made the order and so went over when a man approached Severus. Severus was looking at his book when a shadow fell over him and the book. When he looked up, he could see a grim-looking man. "If that isn't the little traitor," the man growled dangerously while leaning over Severus so that only he could hear him. "Such an easy target. Get away from him," Charlie said warningly. Severus ran over to Charlie to hide behind him. "Calm down," the man said and held his hands up apologizing. "Isn't a man allowed to look what the kid is reading? I just wondered if this is the small version of the Potions Master of Hogwarts. I don't know why this should be any of your concern, and I don't like your tone. So, stay away from him," Charlie said dangerously. He didn't know why, but he didn't like the man. Harry, alarmed by the noises, had come over as well. When the stranger saw him, he grinned nastily and said, "Oh, and the savior of the wizarding world as well. What a pleasure." The tone of his voice made clear that he didn't mean what he said. The shop owner came over. "No trouble, please, gentlemen." The stranger turned abruptly and left the shop. Severus stayed at Charlie's side while he ordered his book list. He didn't want to sit alone on the chair again. His mood cheered up when they entered a sweet shop, 20 minutes later. Severus spent his money buying sweets for Albus, Minerva, Poppy, Pomona, Rolanda and Alistair. Harry and Charlie helped him to choose the right sweets. Soon Severus' bag was filled with drops, pumpkin pasties, nougat drops, Drubel's best blowing gum, toffees and rum balls. "I think Albus and Minerva wanted you to spend your money on yourself and not on buying presents for them," Charlie said. "But I wanted to buy them," Severus said stubbornly. "I fear we won't pass our exam, Charlie," Harry said mockingly and helped pack the sweets into Severus' backpack without squashing them. Charlie meanwhile bought a big bag of several sweets for Severus. "Here you go, Tyke." "For me?" Severus asked unbelievingly. "Sure," Charlie assured him. "Thank you." Severus smashed into Charlie's leg to hug him and almost spilled the sweets on the floor. "Be careful or you won't have any sweets," Harry said while catching the bag when it fell out of Severus' hand. "Still got good seeker reflexes, Harry. I'm impressed. And never tell me again you were an invalid," Charlie said, raising his eyebrow. "HMPH, Harry grumbled and went out the door. "Seems someone is a little annoyed by me," Charlie said to Severus and chuckled. They went in some more shops and ate ice cream. Severus was so happy. The next shop they wanted to visit was the pet shop. "I need some treats for Hedwig. She is a little annoyed lately because she hasn't much to do," Harry explained. Severus loved the shop. It was even better than the sweet shop. He was running beside the cages and couldn't get enough. When Harry had bought the owl treats, and Charlie some treats for Hagrid's dog, they looked for Severus but couldn't see him. Charlie panicked and shouted for Severus, "Severus, where are you?" Meanwhile, Severus was crouching in front of a cage with a weasel. "You must move," Severus tried to convince the animal because he was very worried about it. The weasel only opened tiredly his eyes and looked sadly at Severus. His nose was bleeding and his fur looked dirty and blunt. When the weasel saw the small boy, he made whining noises. Severus was so worried and deep in thought that he didn't hear Charlie calling for him. When he was grabbed from behind and turned to face a furious-looking Charlie, he was scared and immediately started to cry. "What do you think you were doing? I thought you got lost. And you only hid here. Do you think that is funny?" Charlie said angrily. Severus shook his head and closed his eyes to not see the fist that soon will come down on him. "Charlie, calm down. He is scared. I think he believes you will hit him," Harry tried to reason with Charlie. Remembering what he had heard about Severus' childhood, Charlie took a sharp breath. "Damn, how could I do this?" He loosened his grip on Severus and very calmly laid a hand on Severus' face. Severus flinched away, but Charlie followed Severus' head until he could again place his hand on his head. "I'm sorry, Severus. I would never hurt you. I was just so worried that I'd lost you. After meeting this man in the bookshop, I shouldn't have left you out of my sight." Please, calm down. Severus opened his eyes, but still was sobbing. Are mad at me? Severus said, between sobs. No, I'm not mad any longer, but why did you hide? Charlie asked, and pulled Severus into a hug. I wasn't hiding, I was speaking to the weasel. Severus had calmed down and enjoyed the embrace. The shopkeeper had come over. Ah, this damn animal. I hoped it would die, but I won't let it upset my costumer. He grabbed the animal roughly, which made painful squeaking noises, but hadn't the energy to squirm. No, Severus shouted and hammered his tiny fist against the legs of the shopkeeper. Charlie grabbed Severus from behind and held him back from the man. Severus, calm down. No, he is my friend. Aunt Poppy will help him. She made all my bruises go away as well. He struggled like hell to get out of Charlie's grip, but with no success. There is nothing to help this thing anymore. I will put it in the garbage, the shopkeeper said, and headed for the door. Severus had the feeling that his heart would burst. He was screaming, no, no, no. He didn't stop screaming, and his voice already started to break. Harry followed the shopkeeper and stopped him while Charlie hugged Severus, spoke softly to him and tried to turn him away from the pet. What's wrong with it? Harry asked the shopkeeper. It's ill and the other weasels had tried to bite it dead. I should have let them. It never recovered. Have you let someone heal it? Heal? This is a pet, Mr. Potter. It isn't cost efficient to bring it to a pet healer. How much do you want for it? What? You can't be serious. It will die soon. I asked what do you want for it, Harry said dangerously. You can have it for free. You could even have waited for me to throw it in the garbage and take it from there. So I can hardly take money from you for it. I would like to spare the creature the garbage, so sell me a transport box for it and whatever we need to take care of it. Food, brush, whatever, Harry said in an unfriendly tone. Mr. Potter, this animal will die. Maybe he will be dead before you reach your home. I cannot. The shopkeeper tried to reason desperately with Harry. This is a pet shop, so I think you can sell me all these items. If the pet doesn't make it to my home, it is my problem, not yours. If you do not want me to announce to a newspaper that you refused to serve me, you should hurry up. Shaking his head, the shopkeeper gathered the things. Severus and Charlie had come over. While Severus took the transport box happily with the weasel, Charlie looked worriedly at Harry. Are you sure this is a good idea, Harry? Harry had calmed down and said, I think we have already failed our exam, Charlie, so one more mistake won't hurt. I hope you are right. Hey, Puka, you are Harry's pet now and Aunt Poppy will make you healthy again, Severus said to the almost catatonic animal in the box. No, it is your pet, Severus. I bought it for you, Harry said. My Puka. Severus was awed and hugged the box, smiling happily. When they left the pet shop, Severus was very busy telling Puka how wonderful Hogwarts was. He didn't listen to the adults and just tried to look through the small fence of the transport box to see the weasel. Charlie and Harry, meanwhile, were planning their travel back to Hogwarts. Okay, I will wait with Severus at Mr. Hopkins' bookshop for a message from you saying the wards for the flow system are down in Albus' office, Charlie said. Yes, I will apparate and inform Albus. I will warn him about the weasel. Maybe he will give us some cover against the women, Harry said a little nervously. Good idea. We will definitely need it, Charlie said while looking worriedly at the transport box with the ill animal. I fear not even Albus can rescue us from the wrath of Poppy and Minerva. And I have to avoid my mother for the next few days as well if she gets wind of this. Okay, wish me luck, Harry said, over his shoulder as he headed to the next apparition place. Severus finally noticed Harry's absence when Charlie laid a hand on his head and said, Come on, Sev, let's go to the bookshop. Severus looked around confused. Where is Harry? Where have you been the last 20 minutes? Charlie asked mockingly. Seeing Severus' confused expression, he rolled his eyes. Forget it, kid. Harry is apparating back to Hogwarts to ask Albus to let us in via Flow Network. You didn't like apparating, and I fear a portkey would make you even more ill. And I also don't know how the weasel would take it. Puka don't like apparating, Severus said, glad that he didn't have to do it again. He could still remember how bad he had felt after it. Why is Puka ill, Arlie? I don't know, Sev. I think we will find out soon. Severus looked curiously up at his big friend. He looks worried. Maybe he is worried about Puka, but Aunt Poppy will make him all good very quickly. The box became heavy, and Severus stumbled over his feet. Let me carry it, Severus, it's too heavy. Charlie took the box out of Severus' hand. But it's my Puka. I want to carry him. Severus stamped a foot petulantly. It's unfair that they are all so big and I'm so small. Stop sulking, Charlie said strictly. The box is too heavy. We will be in enough trouble when we are back at Hogwarts. I don't need another thing for them to be angry about. Severus didn't want Charlie to be like this. He wanted him to be funny and not strict like all the other adults. But it's my Puka. Severus blocked Charlie's passage. And it will stay your pet, but we have to go back to Hogwarts so that your Puka can get help, and we can't do this if you are blocking my way. Yes, Aunt Poppy will help Puka, Severus said happily and started to jump in the direction of the bookshop. I wouldn't bet on it, Charlie mumbled so that Severus wouldn't hear it. Soon they were waiting in front of Mr. Hopkins' fireplace for a sign from Albus. Charlie looked worriedly into the box at the weasel. It didn't move, but at least Charlie could see the animal breathing. Severus jumped when a small silver bird came flying out of the fireplace. It stopped in front of Charlie's face and chirped something. We shall use the hospital wing fireplace. They are waiting for us there, he explained to Severus as the bird flew back into the fireplace. Can you speak Birdyish? Severus asked, awed. What? Charlie was really far away with his thoughts. He was very worried of what will await him at Hogwarts. Harry still has the hero bonus, but they will rip me apart for letting Harry buy Severus an almost dead animal. So his brain wasn't fast enough to understand what Severus meant by his question. I didn't understand the bird, but you did. And Aunt Poppy could understand Nagy, but I couldn't. I also want to speak Birdyish and Otterish, Severus explained. He hoped Charlie will teach him how to do it. They don't speak a special language. They are Patroni and only the one for whom they have a message can understand them. So if someone sends you a Patronus, only you can understand him and I couldn't. Can you send me one, Arlie? Please. Severus bounced up and down. Maybe later. I thought you wanted help for your pet here. Charlie gestured at the box. Yes, let's go to Aunt Poppy, Severus said as he dragged Charlie to the fireplace. He hadn't told Charlie, but he felt a little ill and tired. So he was very grateful that they didn't have to travel like they did to arrive at Diagon Alley. They were hardly out of the fireplace when he heard Poppy shout at him. Charlie Weasley, if this animal has any contagious illnesses, I swear you will regret it. Buying a small child, who is still adjusting with his new life here, an animal that is almost dead. Severus was quickly grabbed from Minerva, and she lifted the scared child in her arms. Poppy snatched the box out of Charlie's hands and opened it. The sight that greeted her made her draw in a sharp breath. Albus and Alistair leaned over the box to have a closer look. The expression on Poppy's face was murderous. She turned to Charlie again, raising her wand she had originally pulled out to examine the animal. I cannot even say how. Harry jumped in front of Charlie. It was me who bought the animal, Madame Pomfrey. If you shout at someone it should be me. Oh, be assured I won't forget you, Harry James Potter, but first I will have a word with the one I gave the responsibility for this trip, Poppy said dangerously. Severus started to struggle in Minerva's arms. Why isn't Aunt Poppy helping Puka? Why is she so angry with Arlie and Harry? They have bought me such a wonderful pet. You must help Puka, Aunt Poppy. Poppy looked at Severus, who was giving Minerva a hard struggle. Don't let him down and near this animal, Minerva. Severus hadn't seen his aunt like this. She was very angry, and Severus didn't understand why. He started to cry and hug Minerva. Aunt Poppy shall help Puka. She shall stop shouting at Arlie and Harry. Poppy, meanwhile, had turned again to Charlie and Harry, who both were white like a sheet. If this animal dies you will both see what I'm capable of, she almost hissed at them. They had just managed to get Severus healthy and at a point where he started to feel at least a little safe. He trusted them, and now these two stupid dunderheads were risking a drawback by buying Severus a dying animal. Who knows what illnesses it had? That idea made her turn and cast a hygiene shield over the box and the catatonic animal in it. Albus went over to the two shocked men and said in a friendly tone, "Why don't you both go and tell Hagrid to come up here?" It didn't go unnoticed that the headmaster said, "Tell him," and not, "Bring him," and so they gladly took their chance to escape Poppy. Aunt Poppy can make everything better. She shall make Puka better, Severus said miserably to Minerva. Aunt Poppy is a Medowitch for humans, Severus, not for animals. Hagrid will be here soon, and he will help the. She looked seeking help from the others. It's a weasel, and, thank Merlin, it has no contagious illness, Poppy said after waving her wand over the animal. After performing a cleaning spell, she lifted the hygiene shield and cast an oxygen spell in front of the muzzle of the weasel. It was obvious that it had difficulties breathing. Aunt Poppy made Puka good again. I want to look, Severus said and started again to struggle. You will stay where you are, young man, Poppy said sternly. We will wait until Hagrid comes. As on cue, the hospital wing door was opened, and Hagrid came in. Severus' eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Hagrid had arrived yesterday, and so Severus hadn't seen him until now. He stopped struggling immediately, because now he didn't want it down. Minerva's arms were the safer place at the moment. Professors, Hagrid greeted them shortly. He threw a quick glance at Severus and then looked at the box. Oh, poor little fellow. What have they done to you? He examined the eyes, the muzzle and the body of the weasel. The weasel squeaked in pain. Severus started to cry again and hid in Minerva's crook of her neck. He will eat Puka, he whispered fearfully. Of course not, Severus. Hagrid is our professor for magical creatures. If someone can help your Puka then it is him. Minerva tried to calm Severus. So Puka is your name, little one. Hagrid took the box and turned to the headmaster. I will take him to my hut. No, Severus shouted while big tears were running over his cheeks. Puka wants to be with me. Hagrid turned to Severus. The box still in his hands, he went over to them. Poppy drew another sharp breath and opened her mouth to tell Hagrid not to come near Severus with the animal, when Alistair grabbed her arm. Let him say goodbye to the animal. Who know for how long it will be, he said in a small voice. Severus looked with wide-opened eyes at Hagrid. Only the urge to see Puka made him avert his gaze from Hagrid to the animal. In my hut I have medicine for your pet, Severus. I will bring him back to you as soon as he is healthy enough. And you can visit him in my hut whenever you want. You make him good again? Severus asked hopefully. I will try my best, but he is very much hurt. I don't want to lie to you, I cannot promise you that he will survive. I'm good with animals, and I have fixed up a few that were much worse. Now I have to hurry to make him feel better, okay? K. Severus said sadly. Bye, Puka, Haggy will make you better. Hagrid left the hospital wing, while Poppy waved her wand frantically to sterilize the air and the table on which the box had stood. Severus felt more and more tired. He also was freezing, and so he snuggled closer to Minerva. Poppy, I think you should check Severus. He feels a little warm, Minerva said while feeling Severus' forehead. Oh, no, please don't, Severus thought annoyed. He looked up at Poppy, who was quickly at his side and started to protest. I'm fine, Aunt Poppy. I would like to see for myself, Severus, Poppy said softly to show Severus that she wasn't angry with him. All the excitement of the shopping and the stress at the end made Severus lose it when Poppy took him out of Minerva's arms. It was all too much for the little tyke, and he started to sob helplessly. Severus, there is nothing to cry about at the moment. I will just place you on the bed and have a look at you. Poppy tried to calm him, but Severus was exhausted and couldn't think clearly anymore. He sobbed uncontrollably and clawed at Poppy so that she couldn't place him down. Severus, please, calm down. I have examined you a few times and was that so bad? I don't want to stay here. I want to sleep with Puka or Stork. The sobbing didn't stop, and Poppy had problems to understand Severus. Albus came over and wanted to touch Severus' head. No calming magic, Albus, Poppy instructed, fully aware what Albus wanted to do. I don't know what's wrong with him. The less magic we cast on him the best. Come on, Severus, let Aunt Poppy check on you, and then we will know if it's necessary that you will stay here. We cannot know it before she have a look at you." Severus sobbed even harder. "I'm sick, I know it. You will leave me here alone." And again he bear hugged her neck. "Severus, I promise you don't have to sleep here alone, okay? If you are very ill, one of us will stay here with you. If you just need monitoring, you can sleep with Alistair and me. And maybe you will be even fine enough to sleep in your own bed. Let me have a look at you. Puka wouldn't be happy when he wants to see his new friend, and he is ill because you didn't let me look at you." Oh, she hated to use this, because she didn't know if the weasel will make it, but she couldn't find another way to get Severus to cooperate. "Come on, let's sit together on the bed, Severus." Albus sat down on the edge of the bed and patted the place beside him. It's best if Severus doesn't have too much body contact with another person while Poppy casts the diagnostic spell. It could alter the result. Poppy tried again to place Severus on the bed, and with Albus' help she could free herself from Severus' arms. The moment he lost contact with Poppy he snuggled closer to Albus and put his thumb in his mouth. After waving a diagnostic spell over Severus, she sighed and rummaged in the drawer of the night table. She came back to Severus with a thermometer in her hand. "Put your thumb out and open up, Severus." Severus obeyed without making trouble because he was very exhausted. The crying had made him very sleepy, and he hoped they would let him sleep soon. Just not alone here. Soon the thermometer beeped. 38.5 degree. "That's a fever," she sighed. "There are no signs of an illness. Maybe it's just the excitement and stress from the day. The apparition has also drained him. I have to monitor him for this night, just in case it gets worse." Hearing this made Severus cry again and hug Albus' arm forcefully. "Nothing to cry about, kid," Alistair said as he came over to the bed. "Remember our nap? It was nice, wasn't it? This time it will just be a longer nap." He patted Severus' hair. "Come on, I will carry you to our bed." Severus had no objections against sleeping with Aunt Poppy and Uncle Al. It was nicer to sleep with someone than sleeping alone. So he held his arms up for Alistair to pick him up. "Do you need anything, Poppy? Pajamas, his moisturizer or anything else?" Minerva asked. "No, we have everything in our quarters," Poppy said. "Don't worry, Minerva, he will be okay. I'm very sure it is just all the excitement. I will let you know how the night was as soon as we are up." "Stork?" Severus asked sleepily in Alistair's arms. "We will send him with Fox, Severus," Albus said and stood up. "Good night, my boy." Albus patted Severus' head and then made space for Minerva. "Sleep well, Sev." She placed a key on his forehead and looked worriedly at the almost sleeping child. "Night, mummy." "Night, daddy," Severus mumbled with his thumb in his mouth and his eyes already closed. Severus had slept well, and his fever was down when Poppy checked him in the morning. He had eaten breakfast with them, and then Albus had come and fetched him. The morning went by without incident. Severus had played while Minerva and Albus did paperwork. "It's time for lunch. Put the toys back in your room, Sev, and wash your hands," Minerva instructed while organizing the papers on the table. She sighed exhaustedly because she knew she would need the whole afternoon to finish them. Albus' working place didn't look any better. Minerva had to tell him twice to stop working, and even then he sighed frustrated. He would need days to sort all of the papers out. Severus put all the toys in his room, and when he came back from washing his hands, Minerva and Albus were ready to leave for the Great Hall. Severus loved to eat in the Great Hall because he met so many people there, and he hoped that he would see Hagrid this time as well. The whole morning he had pestered Minerva and Albus to be allowed to go to Hagrid, but they refused. It was too dangerous to go to Hagrid alone, and they had no time to go together with him. All he knew was that Puka still was alive. Albus had spoken with the groundskeeper before he came to get Severus from Poppy and Alistair. Now Severus was on pins and needles to speak with Hagrid or to find someone who would accompany him to Hagrid's hut. When he entered the Great Hall, he immediately let go of Minerva's hand and ran over to the table. To his disappointment, Hagrid wasn't there. After hugging Aunt Pommy and Phileas, he went over to Charlie. "Where is R.O.?" he asked the redhead while he climbed in his lap. Charlie arranged him to sit more comfortably and answered, She is eating with Hagrid and Harry in Hagrid's hut. And Puka? Severus asked eagerly to get more information about his ill pet. Puka is getting better. Hagrid says you can come and visit him. Charlie was surprised to see Severus' sad face after telling him this good news. What's wrong? Don't you want to see Puka? I'm not allowed to go and see him alone, and Mummy and Daddy have no time. So many papers. The last statement he emphasized by drawing a big circle in the air with his arms. Ah, I see, Charlie said while steadying Severus when he almost fell over from his gesture. Maybe I can come and get you after your nap. That would be really nice, Charlie, Minerva said while lifting Severus off his lap. The paperwork is killing us, and we have no time to go down to Hagrid with him. No problem at all, Minerva, Charlie said, smiling. I will come by at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock Charlie was standing in front of an already excited, bouncing Severus. He was fully dressed, and Charlie hardly had come in when Severus was pushing him out of the quarters and down in the direction of the groundskeeper's hut. Come on, Arlie, I want to see Puka. Charlie just laughed and let Severus drag him through the halls. When they arrived at the hut, Hagrid was in the garden digging up a beet. Harry was sprawled over a wooden bench, sound asleep. Severus' first instinct was to run over to Hagrid and ask him where Puka is, but the closer they came to him the more cautious he became. Hagrid was a half-giant, and Severus was scared. He knew that everyone was saying that Hagrid was very kind, and in the hospital wing he also sounded kind, but his height was really frightening. The closer they came the closer Severus snuggled to Charlie. In the end he was hugging Charlie's leg and hid behind it. Hello, Hagrid, young Severus here wanted to check on his pet. Charlie addressed the giant, who until now hadn't even noticed them. Ah, yay too, Hagrid said and rammed the spade in the ground. Come on, ease inside. With his huge hands he gestured them to follow him. It was a little difficult for Charlie to go while Severus was hugging his leg. Hey, what's up, Tyke? Don't you want to see Puka? Hagrid has taken good care of him. He tried to pry Severus away from his leg, but only when he lifted him in his arms, he could follow Hagrid. The light in the hut was dim, and it was hot. Severus' eyes needed some time to adjust with the lack of light. Come over here, little one, Hagrid said. Severus didn't realize Hagrid meant him until Charlie stood him on the ground. The urge to see Puka was bigger than his fear, and so he carefully went over to Hagrid, who was kneeling in front of a big box. The box was stuffed with a cushion, and on the cushion laid his Puka. He looked better than the day before and slowly looked up at Severus. His tiny nose was sniffing in the air, and as if he recognized his savior, he tried to crawl near him. No, Weasel. Not now, Hagrid said calmingly and stopped the animal with his big hand. Turning to Severus he said, "Ye can touch, I am. He just shouldn't crawl round right now." Carefully Severus patted Puka's head. The little weasel made a cheeping noise of satisfaction and nestled against Severus' hand. Hey, Puka, are you okay? Severus asked very calmly. He'll be okay soon, Hagrid said. He'll need to take the strengthening milk I made for a few days, and he shouldn't move too much, but he'll survive. More alive than you or your guardians will like, I fear. I like him alive, Severus said while patting Puka. Hagrid chuckled. We'll see. What do ye know about weasels? Severus tried to find something to say. He didn't want to look like a baby, not knowing anything about his friend. He feared Hagrid wouldn't let Puka live with him if he didn't have a good answer. They drink milk. Oh, he was so proud. He had listened well, and could use it for showing how much he knew. Nah, normally you shouldn't give him milk. Only the special milk I made for Ye give water, okay. Hagrid explained. Severus was disappointed that his tactic hadn't worked, but hearing that the giant planned to give him Puka nevertheless he was relieved. I can have him. Hagrid looked puzzled at him. Of course. What did ye think? If ye want ye can take, now. There ain't no reason for to be air anymore. E's survived the worst. E's much more alive while air. It seems you've a good influence on him. I'll show you how to feed the milk. Hagrid fetched a baby bottle from a sideboard and asked Charlie to heat it by magic. Normally I warm it up in the kettle on the fire, but this is quicker. Charlie grinned. He knew very well that Hagrid's umbrella was made out of his broken wand, and that he could still use it for easy charms. While Charlie heated the bottle to body temperature, Hagrid explained to Severus how to take care of a weasel. When he's fully healthy, he'll find enough food in the castle and on the grounds. Ye just have to put a bowl o' water in her room, so that he can drink while he's with ye. If ye want to give, I am a treat ye can give, I am almost anything. He prefers meat, but ye can also give him fruit. Ye shouldn't give, I am sweets because they'll make, I am fat and are unhealthy for, I am. Severus listened very carefully. He wanted to take good care of Puka. What does he eat in the castle and on the grounds, Hagrid? Mostly mice and birds, but also eggs, little snakes and lizards. They eat almost everything that fits in their muzzle. Weasels are very clingy animals. They spend a lot of time with their keepers, but they're often unfriendly to other people and even bite if they don't want to be touched by others. Severus' eyes went wide. Oh, Mummy and Daddy won't like this. He leaned over to Hagrid and whispered, we shouldn't tell Mummy and Daddy this. Hagrid looked confused at Severus. He didn't know that Severus had started to call Minerva and Albus like this. Charlie gave Severus the bottle and said, I think they already know, Sev, and lying to them is a bad thing. Severus blushed. He didn't like it when his friend acted like an adult. Yes, Arlie. Let me show you first, Hagrid said and lifted the weasel including the cushion out of the box and on his lap. The moment the weasel lost contact with Severus' hand, it started to whimper and crawl in Severus' direction. Easy lil one, Hagrid said calmly and held the animal still with one hand. You hold him and then push the teat in, his muzzle. 'Tis a little difficult. He's very young, and not used to getting fed like this. After a few times and a small struggle with the animal it started to beep at the bottle. When Hagrid pulled the bottle out it hissed and tried to bite in the teat frustrated. Milk was all over his muzzle, and when it realized it wouldn't get the bottle from the big man again, it licked the rest of the milk from its muzzle. Take the bottle. Severus was sitting cross-legged on the floor. Hagrid placed the big cushion on his lap, and Severus patted Puka carefully with his free hand. Don't hiss at me or bite me. I'm a good boy. He's hungry, lil one. Give him the milk, Hagrid instructed. With one hand Severus held the little head of the animal, which immediately snuggled against it, and with the other hand he tried to push the bottle in the little muzzle. After 2 tries he was successful, and Puka drank eagerly. Very good. Good with animals, Hagrid said complimentarily. Weasels are hard to keep. They choose only one person, and this person they love deeply. They would defend, I am with their life. But like I said they often are unfriendly and wild against other people. There are a few weasels that like to be touched by others as well or choose a few more people who are allowed to touch them. I have not heard of many, but it is possible. Just tell the people around ye not to touch him unless he chooses to come to them. Severus nodded. Puka had almost finished his bottle. Avenue to give him the milk 4 times a day and you should try to offer him tiny bits of meat. Not bigger than your fingernail. Until now he hadn't taken any from me, but maybe you will be luckier. With that he stood up to gather a small bowl with tiny meatballs. When the bottle was empty, he gave Severus one of the meatballs. Try and see if he takes it from you. Severus looked unsurely at the giant. And if he bites me? He's chosen ye, little one. He wouldn't even bite ye if ye hurt. I am, Hagrid said with such determination that Severus believed him without thinking twice. He offered the meatball to Puka. The tiny muzzle moved rapidly while it sniffed at the offered food. Very carefully he snatched the food out of Severus' fingers and chewed it eagerly. That's funny, Severus said and giggled, while Puka gnawed on the meatball. Ye can give him as much as he wants. He needs a lot of energy and will stop when he's full, Hagrid said and placed the bowl on the ground where Severus could reach it easily. The headmaster said ye can keep him in her room. The doors are charmed to let him through when he wants to get outside. So he can move freely throughout the grounds, the castle and her quarters. Ye can take him with ye in the box. Maybe he'll choose it as his sleeping place. Harry had bought ye a brush, a transport box and a few treats for him and. As if on clue the door of the hut opened, and a sleepy-looking Harry came in. You could have woken me. Harry, look, my Puka is eating meatballs, Severus said happily, ignoring the grumpiness of Harry. Harry's face lit up. Really? That's fantastic, Sev. He came over to them to look at the animal. Puka used the distraction and tried to crawl under Severus' sweatshirt. Severus giggled. That tickles, Puka. It seems we won't get him back in the box again, but at least take the box with Ye to see if he will sleep in it. He looked skeptically at the animal, which looked curiously out of the neck of Severus' sweater. He didn't believe that the weasel would sleep in the box, but the headmaster and Professor McGonagall would be more at ease if they believed he would. Okay, Severus said while slowly standing up. Puka was still under his shirt and only his head poked out of it. Severus supported the weasel with his arm and it rubbed its head happily at Severus' throat. Ye can leave the transport box here. If Ye ever need it, Ye only, avenue to come and get it. I put the milk powder and the bottle in the box together with the brush. Here are some more teeth because he has sharp teeth. If Ye need more, just come down here, and, if you have any questions or need help. 2 spoonfuls in a bottle, 4 times a day, and shake it good before you give it to him. Can you remember that? Yes, Severus said soulfully. Let one of the adults cast a cleaning spell on the bottle after Ye use it. Come down. Air in 2 days, and we'll see if he still needs the milk, okay? Hagrid asked. "K, Hagger, you are nice," Severus said, not so afraid of the giant anymore. He had helped his little friend very well. Okay, Severus, let's go back to Minerva and Albus. Harry, why don't you join us or are you leaving? Charlie looked questioningly at Harry while taking the box from Hagrid. No, I try to stay away from the burrow as much as possible. Hermione has 2 free days, and it's better to be here than in the burrow, Harry explained sullenly. Charlie looked sharply at Harry. Hermione is just worried, Harry. And Molly. Yeah, wrong person to talk to about this, I know, Harry said and rolled his eyes. Didn't we want to go to the headmaster? With that he gently shoved Severus out of the door to avoid continuing his talk with Charlie. Severus let Harry push him outside, but he had other plans than going back to Albus and Minerva and their boring papers. Come on, Sev, let's go home, Charlie said and tried to gently push Severus with his free hand in the direction of the castle entrance. The box with Puka's things almost slipped from his grip when Severus quickly turned sideways so that Charlie grabbed the air. Puka wants to visit Aunt Pommy, Severus said determinedly. Oh, no, Sev. Albus and Minerva are waiting for you. We just said we will visit Hagrid, Charlie said annoyed. He had no desire to get in trouble again so soon after the Diagon Alley fiasco. No, it's boring up there. I don't want to go back. They only look at their papers and have no time for me, Severus said sulkily and pushed his bottom lip out. Come on, what harm will it do to visit the greenhouse for a few minutes? Harry intervened. Don't team up with him against me, Harry. I'm just glad we didn't get a second round of scolding from Poppy since we came back from Diagon Alley. I don't want to push my luck. Charlie looked pleadingly at Harry. One look at Harry's face and he knew the other man was in his rebellious mood. Harry often was like this lately, and Charlie tried hard to find a way to cheer Harry up or help him to relax a little. Harry seemed to think everyone wanted to patronize him, and that made him jumpy even with friends like Charlie, who never tried anything like that. Don't be so grown up, Harry said, annoyed. Charlie sighed. I am a grown up, Harry, and so I am going to act like one. Charlie's voice became more stern. He could understand that Harry didn't like to be grown up because he hadn't had the opportunity to live a normal teenager's life. Living with Harry's moods lately and his rebellious behavior was taking all of Charlie's energy. To deal with a manipulative little, sulking monster and an insurgent grown-up was too much for him. He turned to Severus and said, I promised you to go to Hagrid's hut, and that I did. I have no problem with spending the rest of the afternoon with you, but not without asking your parents. If they give permission, we can go to Aunt Pommy, and if you want even to the lake or to RO, but only then. We will bring this box up to your room and ask them. So stop sulking or this will be the last time I spend time with you. Severus' bottom lip was trembling hard when Charlie had finished his scolding, and soon tears were running over his cheeks. Puka looked worriedly up at his new master and made cackling sounds. Severus didn't react to his pet and even started crying harder. He sat down on the ground and sobbed openly. Charlie's heart dropped. "Oh, come on, Sev. Stop crying. What's so bad about going up and asking your parents to spend the afternoon with me?" He sat the box down and crouched down in front of Severus. Gently he tried to calm Severus by stroking his hair. "We can't just do what we want, Severus. We have to ask your parents so that they won't be worried when we come back later than they would expect us to." Severus still was sobbing hard. Charlie was totally unprepared when Severus threw himself at him. Puka squeaked shocked and escaped a crash only by seconds. He had escaped by climbing in Severus' neck, and now he lay like a scarf around it. Only his tail was lightly captured between Charlie and Severus, and it wasn't hurtful for the weasel. Charlie was glad that he had Puka's backside in his face and not the end with the sharp teeth. If Charlie thought it couldn't get worse, then he was wrong. "I'm sorry, Arlie. Sob, please, Sob, be my friend. Sob, don't leave me, Sob, alone," Severus managed to say between hard sobs. Charlie was shocked. What had he said that Severus thought he would leave him alone? "Severus, I will always be your friend, and I would never leave you alone. I just want to ask your parents for permission. That's the way it works in family. Albus and Minerva will get worried if I just spent the afternoon with you without telling them. Can't you understand this? Don't leave me alone. I will be good." Severus didn't let go of Charlie. He didn't seem to hear what Charlie tried to explain him. Charlie was at loss for words and just tried to calm the boy by drawing circles on his back. After a few minutes, he gently pushed Severus a little away to see his face. "Come on, Severus, look at me and listen to what I tell you now." He waited until Severus looked sadly in his eyes. The sigh was really heartbreaking, but Charlie tried to keep a clear head. "I'm your friend, Severus, and I will stay your friend as long as you want me to. I will not leave you alone. Promise," Severus ordered, fighting hard against the sobs that still wanted out of his mouth. Charlie sighed. Long experience with 5 younger siblings made it easier for him to handle situations like this, but that didn't make him an expert in it. It always makes his heart melt to see a child like this. "Yes, I promise, Sev." He ruffled Severus' hair and Puka crawled back into Severus' sweater. "Look, Puka is showing you that he is your friend, too." Charlie pointed at the weasel, who was rubbing his head against Severus' chin. That conjured a smile on the boy's face, and Charlie sighed relieved. "Did you understand what I told you now? Why we have to go ask your parents for permission?" Severus' eyes became even bigger while he looked shyly up at Charlie. "Because they will worry if we not." "Exactly." Charlie stood up, relieved that he had managed this crisis. When he looked around, he frowned. Harry was nowhere to be seen. Severus also had noticed Harry's absence. "Where is Harry?" he asked anxiously. "I don't know, Sev." Charlie was worried. It wasn't unusual for Harry to run away from troublesome situations lately, but he would have never thought that he would run away because of Severus being in distress. Charlie was torn between the urge to seek Harry and speak with him and to keep his promise to Severus to spend the afternoon with him. "First let's see what Albus and Minerva say," he thought. Severus followed Charlie gloomily. "Arlie." "Yes, Sev," Charlie said without looking at Severus. His thoughts wandered from Severus to Harry and back. "What have I thought by trying to be there for both of them? I will never manage it. Is Harry away because I was bad?" Charlie stopped so abruptly that Severus almost collided with him. When he faced the boy, he tried again to stay calm. "Of course not, Sev. You have already noticed that Harry is still hurt from the battle, right?" Severus nodded. Puka imitated him and nodded his head as well. "Harry still tries to find his way to live in this new world as well. It's a little bit like it is for you. You had to learn about many new things lately, and you met many new people. Harry spent his whole life waiting for something to happen. Something important that had led his whole life. He had hardly time to enjoy his life, and now he has so much free time he is unsure what to do with it. In addition, he is still in pain from the injuries of the battle, and the potion you, as your older self, made for him just helps to ease the pain to a bearable amount. This world now is really confusing for him, like it is for you. I don't know why he left us, Al, why he went away, but it was not because of you. You are a potion man, Arlie. Will you make a better potion for Harry? Severus looked hopefully at Charlie. I wish I could, and I already try my best, but I'm not sure if I'm good enough. Severus took Charlie's hand. You are great, Arlie. You will make Harry good again, and I will help you, Severus said soulfully. Charlie smiled. Yes, I'm sure you would like to help me, and that is very nice of you, but the potion lab is off limits for you, Severus. Promise me never to try to go into it, not to mention using it without me, Charlie said seriously. But I want to help. We can start right now. You can help me by trying to make Harry feel well here at Hogwarts and by having fun with him, Sev. That's already a big task for you, but I'm sure you are much better at it than me. So will you try it? Yes, Severus will be a good friend for Harry, Severus said, so excited that he fell back into his old habit to speak in third person of himself. That's fantastic, and now let's bring this box into your room and speak with your parents, Charlie said and headed into the direction of the headmaster's quarters. Oh my, he already looks like trouble. Please keep a good eye on him, Sev, Minerva said while skeptically eyeing the animal that looked sheepishly out of Severus' sweater. Yes, I will, Severus said and patted Puka's head. Look Puka, that is our family. Mummy and Daddy are very nice. He lowered his head to speak in Puka's ear, and you mustn't bite them, please. Hagrid has really done a miracle. Yesterday I would have thought it would need weeks to get him healthy again, Albus said. He didn't stand up from his desk and was ready to cover his papers if the little monster would jump on the desk. Albus was a very old, and therefore experienced wizard. That meant he knew everything about weasels, and in his mind he already had scenes of destroyed rooms, chaos in his paperwork and many other fiascos. Severus was so happy with this little troublemaker, and so Albus didn't dare to forbid him this pet. There was still little hope that he was one of the few members of this species that were tame or at least not too troublesome. Of course you can spend the afternoon with Charlie, but please behave, Minerva said while looking at her little boy worriedly. She could see that he had cried, but didn't push him to tell her why, and she trusted Charlie. He was a very responsible young man and had a lot of experience with children. They were already on their way to the greenhouse when they heard a familiar voice calling for them. They turned around and Severus' face lit up. My own. Severus looked up at Charlie, who still held his hand. Hello, Severus, how are you? Hermione asked and knelt down in front of him. She stroked his hair gently and pulled her hand away quickly when Puka peeked out of Severus' sweater. Oh, who is this? Puka, Severus said proudly. Puka is mine. Look. Severus pet Puka's head and the little animal started to cacker. Oh, he is really cute. Hermione reached for the weasel to pet him as well, but Charlie quickly grabbed her hand. What are you meant to tell people about Puka, Severus? Charlie asked. Severus tried to remember what Charlie meant, but couldn't. He sadly lowered his head. I don't know. That he is a little wild and has to come to the person and decide if he wants to be touched, Charlie explained as he patted Severus' hair. It's important that you remember it next time, okay? You don't want him to bite anyone. Puka is a good boy, Severus said and looked with big eyes up to Charlie. I didn't say he isn't, Sev. But not everyone likes to be touched and Puka here wants to decide for himself who he wants to touch him, Charlie said calmly. Okay, Severus said and turned to Hermione. Do you want to play with us? We go to Aunt Pommy in RO. Hermione smiled. Yes, I've got the day off, and I would love to play with you. She couldn't resist and scooped Severus in her arms. Carefully not to disturb the weasel, but close enough to cuddle with Severus. Puka again curled himself around Severus' neck to avoid being crushed between the humans. When Severus cuddled Hermione, Puka ran over onto Hermione's shoulders and rubbed his head against her chin. Look Arlie, Puka likes my own, like you, Severus said happily. He didn't notice the blush that crept over Charlie's and Hermione's faces, nor the shy smiles they were exchanging. And you don't like me like Puka? Hermione faked to be very sad about this. Sure, Severus said loudly and hugged Hermione tightly. Hermione laughed and Charlie ruffled Severus' hair. Isn't he a little Casanova? He's melting the hearts of every female around him, Charlie said, amused. Only the hearts of the females. I would doubt that, Hermione objected. Charlie only grinned at that. Why are you here? I met Poppy to talk about my apprenticeship with her during the next school year. We still had to clarify some formalities. Harry is also here, or I hope he still is here. We had a little problem a few minutes ago. What happened? Is he okay? Is his leg giving him problems? Hermione started to ask frantically. Calm down, Hermione, he is okay. You should really stop fussing over him. He is a grown man. Give him some freedom. Charlie tried to calm her. I don't fuss over him. He is stubborn, Charlie. He doesn't do the exercises the healers ordered him to do, and he doesn't eat properly. I'm an upcoming Medowitch. How can I ignore this? Hermione asked while placing Severus back on the ground. You can, Charlie said directly. What, are you crazy? Hermione became more and more agitated. No, I'm not. Harry is an adult, and when he decides to not do the exercises then you should accept this. As well as his eating habits, Hermione. You are his friend and not his healer. And he needs you as a friend now and not as a Medowitch. You and Mum are making him crazy. Leave him be or one day he will leave forever. Hermione looked shocked at Charlie and tears were starting to fall down her face. He is my friend. I can't. She started to sob. Hermione, please, I don't want to make you cry, but Harry is really on edge. Charlie uncertainly came closer and hugged her. Don't cry, my own, Severus said and hugged the legs of both adults. Charlie let go of Hermione and she knelt down again. Yes, you are right, Severus. We wanted to have fun, not cry. She gently kissed him on his forehead. Severus, why don't you go with Hermione to Aunt Pommy, and I'll meet you there later. Will you find Harry? Severus asked. I will try, Sev. And you will try to behave. You'll listen to Hermione and won't run away, okay? Severus big boy, Severus said and pointed at himself. Yes, you are a big boy. I'm sure Charlie doesn't have to worry, Hermione said as she stood up again. She turned to Charlie and softly touched his arm. We will wait for you at the greenhouse. Take care of Harry. She looked worriedly up at him. Charlie cupped the back of her head and closed the distance between them. After pausing shortly, he turned his face and kissed her forehead. Sure. While Charlie strode away with big steps, Hermione took Severus' hand. Come on, Severus, let's meet Professor Sprout. But I want to visit Aunt Pommy, Severus protested. Hermione laughed. Yes, but I can hardly call her Aunt Pommy, Severus, because she isn't my aunt. She was my herbology teacher when I went to school here. And Arlie? Severus asked curious. He wasn't teaching here when I was a student. He'll start this year. Hermione thought about reminding Severus that Charlie took over his job, but decided against it. It would only confuse Severus. And Uncle Al, and Aunt Poppy? Severus asked as they headed for the greenhouse. Madame Pomfrey, your Aunt Poppy, was already the Medowitch of Hogwarts and your Uncle Al was my Dada teacher. I just finished my last school year a year ago, Severus. Dada, what's that? Something funny? No, it isn't funny. School subjects aren't supposed to be funny, Severus. Students should learn in them, not do silly, funny things in them, Hermione lectured. Then I don't want to go to school, Severus stated dryly. Oh, but you will learn a lot of useful things, and you are allowed to do magic. If you don't go to school, you won't get a wand. I can take Mum's or Dad's wand or Uncle Al's, Severus said. If you don't learn to use it right it would be too dangerous. You have to go to school to learn how to use it. Learning is stupid, Severus, Hermione said, scolding. But I don't want to go to school, Severus said sulkily. My baby don't want to go to school. Then Aunt Pommy is very sad, Pomona said while stripping off the gloves she used for denaming the garden. Aunt Pommy, Severus cried out, letting go of Hermione's hand and ran over to the herbology teacher. Puka jumped from his shoulders and ran after a garden gnome. Pomona lifted Severus in her arms. So what was that about not wanting to go to school and what is this? She pointed at Puka, who was trying to catch one of the gnomes. Puka, you are not allowed to run so much. Hagar said no. Severus scolded the animal while trying to dodge Aunt Pommy's wet kiss. You can't hold a weasel when it's hunting. It could have spared me the denaming if I had known you would come with him. Look how they run. A very useful pet you have there. She placed another wet and loud key on Severus' cheek and then turned to Hermione. Oh, Miss Granger, how nice to see you again. Hello, Madam Sprout, it's nice to see you as well, Hermione replied. Severus wriggled free of his aunt's arms and ran after Puka. Both women stood smiling at the boy while he tried to catch his pet. So what was this about not wanting to go to school? Pomona asked. Hermione blushed. I fear I said that school isn't fun, and now he decided not to go to school at all. Pomona laughed. Oh, when he realizes that all around him can use magic and he can't, he will pester Minerva and Albus to let him attend school early. Don't worry, dear. He was talking about meeting R.O., Madam Sprout. Who is that? Hermione asked. That's Professor Hooch. If the rumors are right, you are starting to work as an apprentice for Poppy here soon. So I'm Pomona or Pommy, whatever you prefer. With that she gave Hermione her hand. Thanks, Pomona. But then you have to call me Hermione. She smiled at her former teacher. Look, my own, I got Puka, Severus shouted while lying on his back holding Puka above him. Yes, I see, Severus. So why are you with little Sev here? Pomona asked curiously. Charlie asked me too. He wanted to find Harry. There must have been a problem earlier. Oh, yes, I saw him stalking in the forest. In the forest? Hermione asked shocked. Calm down, Hermione. He looked as if he had to cool down a bit. It's the middle of the day, and he is quite capable of taking care of himself. Pomona took Hermione's hands in hers to calm her. Ah, and speaking of the devil, there he comes. Hermione spinned around and saw Charlie and Harry coming over to them. She sighed, relieved. Give him some freedom, Hermione. Too much worry and nagging isn't good for him, Pomona said gently. You are the second to say this to me, but it doesn't make it easier. I know, my dear, I know, Pomona said understandingly. Harry, Severus ran over to the two wizards. Look, Puka is a USY pet. He pushed all the gnomies out of Aunt Pommy's garden. He is useful, really. That's fantastic, Harry said while lifting Severus in the air. Severus still had Puka in both hands while Harry let him spin through the air. He giggled happily. When Harry finally stopped the flight and placed Severus on his hip, Puka ran over to Harry's shoulder and finally on his head. Hey, little monster, what are you up to? Severus giggled like hell. When Puka placed his tiny feet on Harry's forehead and lowered his head to gnaw on Harry's glasses, Severus laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Oh, that is cute, Pomona said and made a magical photo with the camera she always had in her pocket to capture the progress of some of her plants. She copied the photo and gave one to Harry and one to Severus. Thank you, Aunt Pommy, Severus said happily while looking in awe at the photo. Can you make one with Arlie and Hermione and me? Sure, just go over to them, Pomona said cheerfully. Charlie and Hermione kneeled down so that each of them was on one side of Severus. Severus' body was covering their hands that had encircled behind his back, but he could feel it and grinned at Hermione. Arlie, good boy. So the photo showed a grinning Severus and two surprised-looking adults. And now with you, Aunt Pommy, Severus shouted while running over to her. Charlie and Hermione hardly had time to let their hands go, and so Harry and Pomona also had a glimpse of what had happened behind Severus' back. Pomona just grinned, and Harry rolled his eyes. Will you take the photo of us, Harry? Pomona asked him. Sure. Harry took the camera, and Pomona lifted Severus up in her arms. Okay, then say cheese, Harry ordered, but the moment he pressed the release button, Puka decided to inspect the camera and look directly into the lens. The flash shocked the little creature, and so it jumped down and ran over to Severus. Quickly he crawled under Severus' sweater again and peeked cautiously out of its neck. After laughing about the photo of Puka in his hand, Harry lifted the camera again. Okay, next try. One click and the picture was taken. It showed a still cautious-looking Puka, Pomona keying Severus on the cheek, and Severus, who wrinkled his face, laughing, because of his aunt's wet key. With 4 photos in the back pocket of his trousers, which he was eager to show R.O., Severus ran happily in the direction of the Quidditch pitch as the 3 young adults followed him slowly. R.O., Severus called for the short-spoken Quidditch teacher. "Ah, the cuddle monster comes to attack," R.O. said playfully. Severus threw himself giggling on the woman. Puka had brought himself to safety in advance this time. He had jumped down from Severus' shoulders and now was licking his paws while blinking in the sun. Each time Rolanda met Severus she enjoyed cuddling with him more. She didn't like to show this, but Severus knew that her cool demeanor was only show. "Enough cuddling, little monster. Don't you want to introduce me to your friend over there?" Severus looked in Puka's direction. The weasel was cleaning himself while stretching himself crazily. All of a sudden he fell over and landed, still with his paw in his muzzle, on his back. This didn't seem to annoy him because he just stayed on his back and gnawed on his paw. Severus giggled. "It's Puka. At least he doesn't seem to be a cuddle monster like you," R.O. said mockingly and poked Severus in the side, which made him laugh. Finally the group of young adults reached Severus and R.O. "Ah, and here comes the escort party." She grinned at the 3. "My former 2 best students and one of the few that never liked flying." "Hello, Madam Hooch," Hermione said politely. "Oh, please, I'm not your teacher anymore. So it's R.O. for you, Hermione. So Poppy has already got you keeping an eye on little Sev here." "No, it was just a coincidence that I met Charlie while they were on their way to you and Pomona." "Ah, so, do you have a toffee for me, monster?" R.O. asked and again poked Severus, this time in the other side. "No," Severus managed between giggles when the poking became a tickling attack. "Stop, R.O., please." When she had stopped, Severus grabbed for the photos in his pocket. "Look, R.O., Aunt Pommy took these." Rolanda threw herself in the grass and the others followed her example. "Oh, my, that looks as if you had a lot of fun. And I only was cleaning the broom shed. I envy you now." She looked over to Harry, who lay on his back in the grass. "So how is my favorite Quidditch player?" "He is vegetating," Harry said sullenly and immediately earned a worried look from Hermione. As if he sensed the change in Harry's mood, Puka ran over to him. He climbed on Harry's chest and started to lick Harry's chin. Severus ran over as well. "Look, Puka is your friend. We want to have fun, right?" "Right, Sev," Harry said and already regretted his harsh comment to R.O. "Sorry, Rolanda." "No problem, Harry. So what are your plans now?" Rolanda asked. "Maybe a little flying, Sev," Charlie asked. "Yeah," Severus bounced. "With Harry and my own, too." "No, I fear I have to pass, Sev," Harry said while patting Puka's head. "Me, too. I don't really like flying," Hermione said and threw an apologizing glance at Rolanda. When Severus started to push his bottom lip out, Rolanda said, "Oh, no, not those games here, Severus. My Quidditch field is sulking boy free." Her tone and her using his first name made him look surprised at Rolanda. "No flying. If you stop sulking of course we can fly. Charlie for sure will join us and these 2 will watch how good you are." "Yeah," Severus shouted while running to the broom shred. Charlie and R.O. followed him laughing. Soon they were back with 2 brooms and Severus ran over to Harry and Puka. "Puka, make no trouble to Harry." He threateningly waved his finger at Puka, who looked questioningly at him and tilted his head sideways. "I'm sure Puka will be no trouble, Severus. Now go flying. I want to hear your giggles again. They are like music to my ears," Harry said. Severus ran over to Charlie. "I'm hot, Arlie." "What?" Charlie immediately felt worriedly Severus' forehead. Severus batted his hand away. "No, Arlie, I'm hot." Severus explained again without understanding why Charlie didn't know what he meant. Charlie still tried to feel Severus' temperature and said impatiently, "Stop wriggling, Severus. Let me feel your temperature." Hermione came over to them. "Calm down, Charlie." She gently grabbed his hand, and then she turned to Severus. "Come over here, Sev." When Severus stood in front of her, she removed his sweater. This summer was a very cold one, but today it was sunny. "You are very sweaty, Sev," Hermione said while tucking Severus' undershirt back in his trousers. She waved a drying charm over him and then tested the result in Severus' neck. After looking at him closer, she asked Charlie, "Do you have some suntan lotion for him?" "No, I didn't think we would need it," Charlie said. "No problem, I always have some in my broom shred." "Accio suntan cream," Rolanda said, making the lotion fly to her hand. "No, cream. I already had it in the morning," Severus protested. "You had your moisturizer in the morning, Sev, not a suntan lotion. Your face is already starting to get burned," Hermione explained. "No," Severus said miserably and pushed his bottom lip out. Before Rolanda could say anything again, Hermione said, "You can sulk as long as you want, but the lotion it will be, Severus." There is no flying," Hermione said sternly. "You are like Aunt Poppy," Severus said sulkily. "I take this as a compliment, and now eyes closed so that you don't get some of it in your eyes." Severus wanted to fly, and Hermione really sounded like Aunt Poppy. That meant she really wouldn't let him fly, and so he closed his eyes. Severus wriggled while she applied the cream, but she managed to spread it completely on his face. "I don't like it. It's sticky," Severus protested while Hermione applied the lotion on Severus' arms. Before Hermione could scold him again, Harry intervened. "I think I could use some as well. If you want you can apply it, Sev." "Yeah," Severus shouted and wanted to run over to Harry. "I'm not finished, Severus," Hermione said sternly and held him in place. Severus held still until Hermione finally was finished and gave him the tube. He ran over to Harry and crawled on his chest. Harry flinched and Severus bit his bottom lip, remembering that Minerva had told him to be careful with Harry. "Seve," Charlie started to scold Severus, but was stopped by Harry raising his hand. "No problem, Sev. Come on, you don't want the sun burning me, right?" Harry said to Severus, relief. Very carefully Severus applied the lotion to Harry's face and arms. "Ah, that's fantastic. Now we are both safe from the sun," Harry said. Severus turned to Charlie, Ro and Hermione. "You are not safe from the sun." "Oh, yes, I am," Rolanda said. "I have already applied it. I always do before flying." Severus looked at Charlie, who rolled his eyes. "Charlie," Hermione scolded him. "You are a role model to him." She turned to Severus. "Of course you can apply the lotion on us. Soon all were safe from the sun, and the fun could start." "The headmaster offered for me to live in the castle," Harry said while lying on his back in the grass, watching Severus and the others flying. "And what do you think about it?" Hermione asked, ignoring the ache in her heart that was caused by the thought of Harry leaving the burrow. She had realized that she and Molly had pestered him too much, but she couldn't help worrying about Harry. "I don't know. I like the burrow, but sometimes I would like to have a break from all of it. I feel free here," Harry explained. "I will change, Harry. I promise. I will try to give you more freedom. Charlie already told me that I've pressured you too much. You know I'm worried, Harry. Very worried. I still think you should follow the advice of the healers more carefully. There is still hope that the pain will ease and that they will find a new potion." "Hermione, not even Charlie has found a better potion, and he has all of Severus' notes. I will stay like this forever," Harry said, frustrated. "There is always hope, Harry." Hermione took Harry's hand while lying down beside him. "I wish I could see it like this," Harry said sadly. "Look," Hermione said and pointed at Severus, who giggled helplessly on Charlie's broom. "We all thought it was horrible that the ministry decided he had to be de-aged, and now look at him. Do you think Severus would have had a better life if they had let him live as he was?" "I don't know. He wasn't happy, but losing all of your memories, even when they are bad, is something hard. Good that he doesn't know what he's missing. Imagine how bad it would be if he still had his memories. It's better this way, but they should have never forced him to make this decision. He is a hero, and they really would have let him rot in Azkaban. I hate all these false ministry officials. And then they wonder why I don't show up at any of their stupid parties. I don't know. I think if Severus would have known what it would be to become a child again and having a new chance for a better childhood, he would have done it without the force of the ministry. Look, he had lost almost all of his friends. He never forgot what he did as a Death Eater, and he never could forgive himself for it. And now he is giggling and enjoying his life. Hermione paused and squeezed Harry's hand. If you had the chance to de-age, would you do it? Never, Harry said determinedly. Almost all of my friends survived, and I would never give up my memories. There were so many good ones. But there are also many bad ones, Hermione said sadly. Yes, but not enough to give up my friends and live as a child again, Harry said in a hoarse voice. I prefer to be an uncle than a playmate to little Sev. His face lit up while watching Severus screaming when Rolanda dived under Charlie's broom. If only one person would have heard what kind of hex it was that hit you. Why think about it? It's useless. Nobody heard it, and nobody even has the faintest clue why my leg is still hurting. I just have to live with it, Harry said in the hopeless voice that always makes Hermione more worried. It's not only your leg, Harry. You don't have to hide it from me. I can see that there is more. You flinched when Severus sat on your chest and you haven't flown since the war. I thought you wanted to give me more freedom, Hermione, Harry said annoyed and sat up. I'm sorry, Harry, Hermione said and laid a calming hand on his shoulder. I just wanted to let you know that you don't have to hide things from me. I just hope you told Madame Pomfrey and Charlie about it. Harry turned angrily to Hermione and shrugged her hand off. And if I hadn't, will you go and tell them? Freedom, it's my life, Hermione, and I'm sick of yours and Molly's and Poppy's mollycoddling. Why can't you leave me alone? Hermione's eyes were full of tears when Harry ended his hateful speech. Someone cleared his thought behind them and both young adults turned around. I thought I would make us known before you two say something you both regret, Albus said while holding the hand of his shocked-looking wife. Yes, you are right, Hermione said as she fought a useless fight against the tears that were already falling down her cheeks. I had better leave now. With that she ran away. Harry threw himself violently back in the grass. Fantastic. Albus spread a blanket on the grass, and Minerva placed the picnic basket on it. When both elders had sat down, Harry said, Please start the scolding soon so that it is over quickly. I don't plan to scold you at all, my boy. It's your life, your friends and therefore your choice how to treat them. But if it is all right, I would like to ask you a question, Albus said calmly. Harry sighed. Just do it. Was it your intention to make her run away or was there another reason for your outburst? Harry stared in the sky for a while. No. What, Harry? Albus asked insistently. I cannot explain it. I didn't plan to say all these things. Harry felt horrible. He had told Hermione the truth. His friends meant everything to him, and his greatest fear was to lose them. Sometimes his anger just overcame him, and he felt serious shifts in his mood. Like when Severus was scolded by Charlie a few minutes ago while talking to Hermione. He just felt the urge to hurt somebody or himself in those moments. He tried hard to control these feelings, but with each day it became harder. Have you ever thought about that these mood changes could have been caused by the unknown hex or maybe could be side effects of it? Albus asked gently to not trigger another outburst. That made Harry turn on his side to face the headmaster and Minerva. I have never thought about it. He looked pensively at the headmaster. I always thought it came from the pain. Immediately he bit his bottom lip for letting this slip. Please, forget what I said. Harry sighed and threw himself on his back again. I'm sorry, but I can't, Harry. How much does Poppy know about all this? Albus asked a little more sternly. Please, Professor, why do you refuse to tell her, Harry? Maybe she could help you. She would send me back to St. Mungo's. That's all. And I swear I would prefer to die than go back there, Harry said and felt anger rise in him again. She cannot send you there without your agreement, Harry, and I don't even think she would suggest it. Of course, it is your decision what you tell her and what not. At least we should take some more tests to see if it has something to do with the hex. Tests, I hate tests. I'm no guinea pig. Puka took this moment to come back from hunting butterflies and sat down on Harry's chest. Come to team up against me, too. Just think about it, Harry. I don't know if it even concerns you, but I can't believe that you want to push your friends away. These moods do it, if you like it or not, and Poppy could have a solution. And now why don't you come over here and help us arrange the picnic? Okay, Harry said, happy that the uncomfortable conversation had come to an end. Mummy, Daddy, have you seen me flying? Severus screamed across the pitch while running over to them. Of course we have, Minerva said and stood up. Severus ran into her open arms. Arlie was fast but Ro always is faster. Yeah, because she cheats, Charlie said. Do not, Rolanda said and playfully batted Charlie on his head with her broom. Severus giggled, but Minerva looked sternly at the Quidditch teacher. Really Rolanda, what a role model are you for Sev? I hope absolutely no role model. What an awful idea, Rolanda said and played being shocked. Come on, sit down all. We have enough food for all of you, Albus instructed the little group. All were chatting happily during the picnic. Severus told Minerva and Albus of his day and showed them the photos. From time to time he offered Puka a fruit. The little animal ran from one person to another and let them feed him. It seems he really is one of the few weasels who are friendly to many people, like Hagrid said, Charlie mentioned to Severus. Yes, Puka good boy, Sev said determinedly. It's unbelievable that he is running around like this when he was lying almost catatonic in the box a few hours ago, Harry said while watching the animal curiously. Yeah, now you say it. It's a wonder, Charlie said and popped another grape in his mouth. Harry could feel Albus' watchful eyes all the time on him. Sometimes being around people you love helps you to heal, even if others or you had already given up all hope. Albus' words had triggered something free in him. Maybe there was really hope. At least some help for his mood problems. But what if Poppy insisted on sending him to St. Mungo's when he told her how much he really was in pain and about his mood changes? Or maybe I just don't really want to know what's wrong with me. Harry, Severus was jumping in front of him. Harry had to shake his head to clear his mind and realize the small boy was in front of him. Severus' face was now only inches away from his face. Can you sleep with your eyes open? Severus asked in awe. Severus, what did I tell you about annoying other people? Minerva asked him while lifting him on her lap. Harry not annoyed. Harry likes me, Severus explained, nevertheless enjoying the cuddling with Minerva. Yes, I know, Minerva said and keyed Severus' head. Now you can ask Harry what you wanted to. I want to show Aunt Poppy and Uncle Al the photos. Will you come with me? Harry looked skeptically at Albus. I have nothing to do with this, the old man said. He held his hands up innocently, but his eyes were twinkling madly. Harry sighed and shrugged his shoulders. Why not? Yeah, Severus stood up and started to bounce again. Puka squeaked and climbed on Severus' shoulder. Minerva rolled her eyes. Really, Severus, sometimes I wonder where you get all your energy from. Use it to not destroy the picnic but to gather something for Aunt Poppy and Uncle Alistair. When everything was packed, Minerva gave Harry Severus' sweatshirt. Would you please make sure that he puts it on in the castle? Sure, Harry answered and tried to give his former teacher one of his lately rare smiles. Thanks for going with him, Minerva said and stroked Harry's hair sadly. Severus tugged at Harry's hand to draw him away from Minerva. He knew her moods, and so he knew that she soon would cry if they wouldn't leave now. Whatever was wrong with Harry, and there definitely was something wrong in Severus' eyes, Aunt Poppy would make it better. That was the reason why he had asked Harry to come with him and not Charlie. Aunt Poppy can see that you are ill without saying anything to her, and she always makes it better. You must look at my photos, Aunt Poppy, Severus whined. I'll be back in a second, Severus. I just need to get the hot chocolate for you too, Poppy said while she headed for the kitchen. Puka curled himself up on the couch and fell asleep immediately. Look, Uncle Al, Severus said while jumping on Alistair's lap. Harry sat down at the table and watched bemusedly as Severus showed Alistair the photos. It seems you had a lot of fun today, little one, Alistair said. Poppy came back and placed 2 steaming cups of hot chocolate on the table. Be careful, it is really hot. She sat down as well and looked worriedly at Harry. Everything okay, Harry? Yes, Harry said quickly and played with the rim of his cup. Severus jumped from Alistair's lap and jogged over to Poppy. With not much effort he climbed in her. You have to give Harry the cream that makes everything better, Aunt Poppy. Poppy looked sadly at Severus. Not all wounds can be healed so easily. Severus frowned. But you always make everything better. Didn't you want to show your aunt the photos, Sev? Harry asked to distract the child. He felt embarrassed that Sev spoke about him with the Medowitch. Poppy eyed him closely. Is there something you would like to tell me, Harry? No, really. Everything is okay, Harry said, not fooling anyone. I can see that it isn't, Harry, but if you don't want to speak about it, I have to accept it. Just remember you can come whenever you feel the need for it. The chocolate is way too hot to drink it right now. So would you help me fix the toilet in the hospital wing? Argus won't be back for a few days, and Poppy likes to have anything ready for an emergency even during the holidays, Alistair asked. Sure, Harry said and stood up immediately. Anything to get away from the prying eyes of the Medowitch, Harry thought. And what will we do while they are away? Poppy asked Severus. Severus shrugged with his shoulders and looked expectantly up into Poppy's face. Play. What would you like to play? A puzzle. Yeah. Severus screamed happily. Drink your chocolate while I fetch the puzzle, Poppy instructed Severus as she sat him down on the chair. One flick with her wand, and Harry's cup was holding its temperature until he would be back. Only a few seconds later Poppy was back with a lion puzzle. There were only 8 pieces, so Severus was able to put it together with a little help of Poppy. They were almost finished when Alistair and Harry came back. The toilet is fixed, Alistair said as he sat down. Harry looked nervously from Poppy to Alistair while sipping his chocolate. The air was prickling, and only Severus wasn't aware of it. He was too engrossed with his puzzle. Done, Severus shouted and smiled happily at the adults. Well done, Tyke, Alistair said and ruffled Severus' hair. Harry sighed. Madam Pomfrey. Could we please speak in private? Sure. Do you mind if we go into the hospital wing? Poppy was in full healer mode. It seems Alistair had spoken some sense into the boy. Maybe that would be best. Harry pushed himself up off the chair with a lot of effort. He sighed again. He had the feeling he was going to a trial. Come on, little one, let's put this away. I have a surprise for you, Alistair said and distracted Severus from Harry and Poppy's conversation. Quickly Severus put all the pieces back in the box and went over to the small cupboard with Alistair. Puka sleepily looked up when he realized that his owner was moving around in the room. Seeing that he didn't leave the room, he closed his eyes again. Look, that's the memory game I promised you we would play. Alistair pulled the game out of the cupboard after placing the puzzle back in it. Yeah, we playing? Severus asked excitedly. Yes, if you like. I want. Severus grabbed the box eagerly and ran over to the table. Alistair chuckled. Severus really liked to play, but he had problems to concentrate on. Alistair tried to not end the game too quickly. He could easily look through the memory cards. The magical eye couldn't be turned off, but he wanted Severus to enjoy the game. Finally the memory game, Poppy said as she and Harry entered the room again. Severus looked up. You come play. Poppy laughed and guided an uncertain-looking Harry over to the table. Severus looked worried at Harry. Did you cry, Harry? He climbed from his chair and went over to Harry. Aunt Poppy makes all good, Harry. He held his arms up for Harry to lift him on his lap. She will do, Sev, Harry said and lifted the small boy in his lap. I will stay here for a while, so will you visit me often? Yes, we can play puzzle and memory and we can go flying. It will be great. Severus was happy that Harry will stay at Hogwarts. He really liked him, and that meant he had another friend here besides Charlie. He hugged Harry to show him how much he liked him living here. Okay, Sev, but first I have to fetch my clothes from the burrow. He keyed Severus gently on his forehead. Shall I accompany you? Alistair offered. No, I think I have to do this alone. The Weasleys did so much for me, and it will take some time to explain it to them. I will move into your guest room tomorrow. Thanks for offering it. Harry looked shyly from Alistair to Poppy. About time that a little more life comes to these quarters again. The holidays already were getting on my nerves, Alistair said friendly. Charlie will be happy to hear that you are staying. Living in the castle with only us old people is a little boring until the students come. Yes, that is one thing I'm really looking forward to. He never pesters me, and we have become very good friends. Harry looked down at Severus. And I'm sure this young man will keep me busy as well. So I won't have much time to brew over problems. Will you come to my home? Severus asked hopefully. I can show you all my toys. I'm sure I will come by, Sev. Harry said and placed Severus on Poppy's lap. I had better go now. I'm sure Hermione is back at the burrow already, and everyone is sick with worry. Harry rolled his eyes while looking at Alistair. He had told him about the problems with Hermione and what had happened on the Quidditch pitch while they were fixing the toilet. Or rather while Alistair fixed the toilet. Harry was of no help, and they both knew this from the beginning. It was just a distraction for the old manipulative Auror to speak with Harry. It had been obvious that there was something troubling the young man. First Harry wanted to lie and not tell Alistair anything, but Alistair was very good at coercing people to speak about their problems. Never judging, listening intently, occasionally asking little questions bringing them closer to the center of the problem, and before the other person even realizes, they have revealed the entire situation. Alistair had convinced Harry to speak with Poppy and that he should listen to his heart in concern with his decision on whether or not to leave the burrow. When Harry had spoken with Poppy, he was honest this time. He told her about all his health problems and also about the trouble with Hermione. Poppy's reaction had surprised him. He had awaited a scolding for not telling her the truth before and that she would be on Hermione's side. But she just thanked him for finally telling her the truth, and she asked him to trust her to take more tests and even try some new potions to help his mood changes. She offered him their guest room. It would be easier to try out different potions and do the tests if he is close to her. It also would give him some time out from the Weasleys and Hermione. She even offered to speak with Albus about giving Harry his own quarters in Hogwarts if he felt uncomfortable with the idea of living with Alistair and her. Harry decided to take the offer to live with Alistair and Poppy. He never liked being alone, and so he would have felt uncomfortable living alone in his quarters. They will understand, Harry. If Hermione makes any trouble, send her to me, Poppy said encouragingly. When Harry left, Poppy looked at Severus in her lap. I think it's time for you to go back to Albus and Minerva. So get your lazy pet, and we will walk you home. The next day at breakfast Severus was pestering Albus and Minerva to visit Harry. He hasn't even moved in yet, Severus. He will move in before lunch, and Aunt Poppy will make some checkups then. So you can't see him today. Severus pushed his bottom lip out and sulked. But I want to play with Harry. Aunt Molly would be glad if you visited the burrow again. Brianna and Kenneth would be happy if you went and played with them, too. Do you want me to ask them if you can come by after your midday nap? Minerva asked. Yeah, Severus said excitedly. He really was looking forward to seeing Ken and Bree again. Last time it was great fun to play with them. Minerva went over to the fireplace and spoke with Molly. She was happy to have a little distraction, especially since Harry was leaving. Hermione could also need a little distraction. They are looking forward to your visit. Charlie will fetch you at 2 in the afternoon after your nap, Minerva explained while sitting down again. Now finish your milk, Sev. She stroked him affectionately over his black hair. Do you have to do papers again? Severus asked sadly after he had finished his breakfast. He feared it would be a boring day again and have to play alone. No, this time we thought we would spend the morning together. The paperwork has to wait. We could go and eat an ice cream in Hogsmeade. We can walk there, and maybe we will see some animals on our way through the forest. I'm sure Puka will love a little walk as well. What do you think? Albus asked. Yeah, Puka, did you hear? Severus asked excited. Puka looked tiredly up from his place on the rim of the fireplace. When he realized that only his name was called and nothing else, he closed his eyes again. Severus was jumping on one leg in front of Albus and Minerva, who strolled peacefully. Puka was running from one side to the other of the little path through the forest. From time to time he caught a bug and crunched it with pleasure in his muzzle. Suddenly Puka stopped and perked up his ears. What is it, Puka? Severus asked confused. Albus was at his side in a second and laid his hand protectively on Severus' shoulder. Puka came over to Severus and curled himself around his neck. The bushes on the left side of the path rustled and a big white centaur entered the path. Headmaster, Professor McGonagall, the centaur greeted politely. And that must be the little Mr. Snape. His piercing blue eyes measured the boy from head to toe. The stars tell great things about you. Severus cradled closer to Albus' legs and tried to hide in his robes. That's Firenze, Severus. You don't have to be afraid, Albus explained. He is a friendly centaur. Centaur? Severus asked and peeked out of Albus' robes. Yes, I'm a centaur. And who is this little fellow there? Firenze pointed at Puka. It's Puka. He is my friend. Harry has given him to me, Severus said, but never came out of his hiding place between Albus' robes. Do you know that he is a very rare animal? Firenze asked. He is a weasel, Severus said. He isn't just a weasel. It is a Kentermore weasel. They are very special and rare. They can sense the feelings and moods of people around them, and they have a gift to calm people or make them more confident. They are friendlier than the normal weasels. Haven't you noticed it already? Yes, he is nice to Hermione and Harry and Arlie and... Severus stopped when Firenze made a step in his direction. You don't have to be afraid of me, little one. Your weasel would snarl at me if I had bad intentions. He leaned closer to the animal, and Puka sniffed the air. He is still very young and already bound tightly to you, young man. It's a lifelong bond and you can be very glad. Firenze looked up at Albus. Just like you and Fox. How old will Puka get? Albus asked. It's a magical creature, not an animal. It's a breed between a weasel and a magically altered cat weasel. There was an old wizard in Kentermore who bred those cat weasels. He managed to change them by magic to bound themselves to a wizard without any control over it. They hunted for the wizard and brought him their prey even when they were starving. They guarded their wizard even if he was very bad to them. When he ordered them to kill, they did it. They had no will of their own, and I would say not even their own soul. Not all these he tried to change really became these soulless creatures. He killed them the moment he realized that they were useless to him. But one, and only one, escaped and lived as a free animal in the Kentermore forest. This single cat weasel found a normal weasel and bred with it. And these kind little fellows are the result of it. The cat weasel died because he couldn't survive the first winter. And so there were only 4 offspring. Of those 4, only 3 survived and could breed after 5 years of growing up. Therefore they are very rare. Maybe only around 10 of them are still living. They seek the company of wizards because they can only be happy when they bind themselves to a wizard or a witch. Otherwise they get depressed and often give up life. I have never heard of one around here. So you should be happy to have one. They can get very old, but most die when their wizard dies. They mourn and don't eat then and often starve to death. Only when they bind themselves to another wizard they survive, but they often don't do it. They want to follow their owner into death. Puka not die, Daddy, Severus said, scared, and held up his hands to be taken in Albus' arms. Albus leaned down and picked Severus up. He won't die now. He is a little kid like you, Sev. I see I scare you, little one. We will speak when you are older. With that Firenze vanished into the woods. Albus eyed Puka while Severus was in his arms. The animal took this as an invitation to climb down Albus' beard to the ground again. With happy little jumps he headed further down the path. Severus giggled and struggled so that Albus put him down. Happily Severus imitated Puka's bouncing. In Hogsmeade they bought a vanilla ice cream for Severus and bought some sweets he could share with Brianna and Kenneth later. Molly cuddled Severus when he came out of the fireplace with Charlie. Oh, it's so good to see you again. When Molly released him, he ran over to Hermione to hug her. My own. Hey, Sev. The twins are already waiting for you in their room. Come on, let's go. She offered Severus her hand, and he took it. He would never understand why the adults always wanted to take his hand or cuddle him. He could go alone to the twins' room and didn't need Hermione's hand for it. But he liked that they always wanted to be near him and touch him, and so he didn't complain. The twins were very happy to see Sev, and they immediately started to play together. They built a big tower with blocks. Charlie joined them, and he and Hermione made the tower change its color and little dragons fly around it. Puka tried to catch them and almost race round the tower several times. Only a quick steadying charm from Hermione prevented him breaking it down. When Molly peeked in the room, Hermione was leaning into Charlie's chest while she was sitting in front of him. She smiled at the two and the smile became a laugh when Hermione blushed. "It's about time you two stopped the secrets. And now you all can come down for coffee and cake." When Minerva and Albus came to fetch Severus, he was happy but very tired. "We will see you soon, right, Sev?" Brianna asked. "Yes, school starts in a week, and then you will see Severus every morning during the week," Albus said and lifted the tired Severus in his arms. "And Puka will come, too?" Kenneth asked. "I think Puka will never leave Severus' side from now on, Kenneth," Minerva said, smiling at the red-haired boy. "Bye, Sev." The twins waved at Severus until he and his new parents vanished into the fireplace. This had been one of the best days, other than flying with Charlie. Albus and Minerva had spent the whole morning with him and didn't talking about their boring, adult stuff. And the afternoon he had played with the twins. He really liked them and didn't mind to staying at the burrow while Albus and Minerva were working. They would have a great time. He had big friends like Charlie, Harry and R.O. and he had lovely aunts and uncles and most importantly two new parents who really loved him. His old childhood was almost forgotten and in a few years the memories of his horrible childhood before he came to Hogwarts would fade even more. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.